Alright, I started this stream about, what is it, like 2 hours late? I don't even know at this point. It's been rough. If you are watching the recording, as people trickle in here, it's still probably going to take me a little bit to actually start the run, so as always, in the video description, there's a little timestamp that says run starts, and if you don't want to listen to me talk about well, I guess the reason why the stream started late and my plans for this run, etc., then you can just go into the timestamps. You'll find it there. Easy peasy. But I do have a little bit of setup, but thankfully it should be a lot less, because I figured, you know, in for a penny, in for a pound, right? If I'm gonna start the stream late, I might as well just start it an extra 30 minutes late and do all my usual on-stream prep just off-stream. So I got most of that done. I think I have, like, every single thing I'm going to need actually sent over. In fact, I could probably just go ahead and start, because it's not like this is going to be a really fast run anyways. It's going to be a little bit of a shit show, to be completely honest, just because I've never played a Warlock before. And, well, Affliction won the poll, so I'm going to be playing Affliction. Let me go into edit mode. Go over to live, and I can start fixing my UI and all that fun stuff. Let's see, options, action bars, and then up to 6. I think that should be all the settings I need. And get this crap off my bars, check that. Mounts, and where is... There we go. Throw this there, and then throw Grand Expedition Yak there. So, as usual, I'm going to throw down Caddy Stamp Whistle and just grab everything out of my mail, just to make things a little bit easier at the start, instead of having to worry about setting up my UI. The time starts after I'm all prepped and ready to go. You're assuming Affliction might be the fastest leveling-wise, haven't played since Shadowlands release? Yeah. I mean, a lot of people were telling me that Affliction is probably going to be the fastest, which works out well because it won the poll that I put out. So, if I was forced to level as, like, Demonology or something, which I have no idea if Demo's fast, but most people said it's probably not. That might have been a little bit tricky. But every single person I've talked to has said, oh yeah, no, Affliction's a good choice. It should be pretty easy. So, we'll see. I hope it's actually as easy as people have been making it out to be. Because I definitely... I need all the good luck I can get, I'll be completely honest. Today has not been super great so far. It's been a lot of shit, which is partially why I started kind of late. Because, I mean, for starters, getting all this set up takes some time. I wanted to make sure instead of being 40 minutes deep into the stream, I'm still scrambling to do this. Like, the reality is, I probably would have started the run like 20 minutes ago, even if I had started, like, on time, on my usual time. So I'm just like, I'm gonna get that done. So I went around, scrambled, trying to find my cloth heirlooms, which I've not leveled many cloth characters, so they were, like, buried really deep into one of my bank alts. Finally got that, had to upgrade all my cloth heirlooms, because I don't use it that often. It's just a lot. But then to top all of that off, I also... finally finished a video that I've been working on for quite some time, actually. Been talking about it at least a little bit on my Discord. And that's basically an overview of all the best monk leveling builds, and then some tests to see, like, how fast monk is. Basically, like, I guess like a set of standardized tests that I think I can apply to every single spec in the game to figure out which spec is actually the fastest for leveling. And that video took me about an entire week to fully put together, and I finally finished it at like 4 a.m. last night, and obviously I wasn't going to upload it at 4 a.m., so then I got it like fully encoded, uploaded to YouTube, and started processing and stuff, and then when I woke up this morning after getting a grand total of like 3 hours of sleep, I had to finish making that, and I'll just be uploading that immediately after the stream ends. Do you still play your Survival Hunter? How are they looking for Dragonflight? I'm honestly never really a Survival Hunter player. I played Survival Hunter for fun. Like, I assume you're referring to back in, what was it? I think like Sanctum of Domination, where I was messing around with survival. And that was more just because historically, I've enjoyed playing survival a bit as an alt, but there's also a bit of a fascination with playing what, for the longest time, was objectively the worst spec in the game. So I wanted to see how well can I do with a spec that is just really not good. And that's why I tried to play around with Survival Hunter, tried to see if I could improve it at all. And it's not really something that I normally play a ton. Hello, Just for Gags. Good to see you. Hello, Daniel Camilleri. That's you play every expansion? Yeah. No, I agree Survival Hunter's fun. It's just, it's never been something that I've mained. It's always like something where in patch content I take a look at. And admittedly, just found your 6-hour speedrun vids. Glad you could catch this run at the start. Awesome. Glad you like them. And hello, Sleepless. Yeah, so as far as basically doing testing goes, right? I initially was gonna try to do testing runs for basically every single class, at least on my own free time, before Dragonflight came out. And, I mean, I probably should have realized that that was just not possible, and not promise that in the first place. But the reality is, in case it isn't obvious, there is no fucking way I have any time in the world to test literally every single specialization in the game before Dragonflight launches. I don't know why I thought that that was even a realistic possibility, but basically, when I started working on the video just for monks, which, mind you, monk is like the class that I know the most about. It's what I main, it's what I played for years, and then the amount of extra research I had to do just while making a video on a class that I know a fucking boatload about, that took me an entire week to do additional research, testing, recording, scripting, and then editing. Editing took literally like 3 days on its own. It was just an absolute nightmare of work just for one class, playing specs that I'm already familiar with. So I quickly realized that, Dragonflight comes out, on the 28th? I do not have enough time to test everything. So I'm going to condense what I'm doing. I am doing Warlock, obviously, because I've teased it. I promised it. I will at least do one Warlock run right now. But I'm going to be completely honest. The final Warlock video, probably not going to be until somewhere around here. I don't know. When I've had sufficient time to really thoroughly test every single spec, get familiar with it, get comfortable with, like, these are the best builds, make sure that I'm actually playing it at a level which can be considered an accurate measure of how good a spec is for leveling, all that stuff. That's when I'll finally put out a guide for it. But for now, what I've decided, so quick updates, I posted about this on my Discord. Obviously, tomorrow is going to be the Evoker stream. That's going to be my first impressions. I've never played Evoker before, so it's going to be tomorrow, Sunday the 6th, and I'm going to be doing a full 58 to 70 leveling run with Evoker, just to get a feel for it. There's 24 hours in a day, just saying, yeah. Trust me, I've been making the most of them, Juggy. Good to see you, though. Been playing Survival since BFA. It was not a GD spec. I don't know what GD means. Feel like Warlocks are the slowest to level. Warlocks are definitely not the slowest to level. Look, I haven't played a Warlock. I don't know too much about them, but I know for a fact they are not the slowest leveling spec. Warlocks are extremely tanky. They are just one of the hardest casters to kill, especially at lower level. Oh, GD means good? Okay. GD equals good. Gotcha. I've not heard that before. Thinking about coming back, but you have no idea what to play. The struggle. I feel that. But yeah, no, Warlocks, historically, and as far as I know, still to this day, are one of the tankiest low-level casters, if not the tankiest low-level caster. There's absolutely no way that you can be the slowest leveling spec if you're basically unkillable as a DPS at a low level, which, as far as I know, is the case for Warlocks when played correctly. And as far as I'm aware, they're also pretty efficient in terms of AoE damage, like multi-dotting and stuff like that. Gonna be testing it out. I'll see how well I can do with it, given the circumstances. But I definitely would not say Warlocks are the worst. And there's a lot of other DPS specs. I mean, obviously, healers in general are going to be the slowest, but hard to really say, oh, well, healers are the slowest, right? If you're saying class, that's a different story, because every single healer at least has a damage spec option. But there's so many, like, more squishy or less mobile / AoE-centric DPS that this will 100% beat out. And I could say that just with the minimal knowledge I have. What is this? Demonic Circle? I guess Demonic Circle, I'll just use my Transcendent ski buns. Pretty straightforward. You have every class in Horde and Alliance. You honestly felt Warlock was much slower? I mean, possibly. Definitely possible. I would say you have to think about it, though. It could be that the fastest Warlock spec is slower than the fastest spec for every other class. That I'm not sure about. But I think that generally speaking, none of the Warlock specs are probably going to be the slowest spec, is what I would say. They're definitely individual specs. Like, if you look at Mage, you could maybe argue that, like, at low levels, Fire and potentially Frost are kind of slow, whereas Arcane historically has been, like, extremely fast. So maybe, like, the fastest speed that Mage can go is faster than Warlock. But then I would say, from what I've been told, the average Warlock leveling speed is going to be faster than if you played, like, Frost or Fire, especially at low levels. So, who knows? I think this is all I was missing, Agony. And then I want to put my Mole Machine somewhere on my bars, because I will be using this later. Of course, because it is quite powerful. Blood DK is awesome to level as. I actually disagree with that. Blood DK is... So Death Knight is not slow. I will say, as a class, Death Knight is not slow. I just did one last weekend, I think. And it actually ended up being quite good. It was... Oh, 1 second. I got a ping. I just want to make sure it's not... Oh, it is. Okay. Earlier today, I asked the Warlocks in my guild if they had good Warlock leveling builds. I didn't get a response, so I was just going to try to wing it. But one of them just responded and said they have a good Warlock build. So that would actually make my life a lot easier, because I know nothing about this. I would be completely winging it. Let's see. Curse of Weakness... I have no idea where to put any of these binds. I'm going to go ahead and just say, like, Age. Now, Fear should probably be there. Health Funnel. Sacrifices 25% of your maximum health to heal your summoned demon twice as much. So I guess that's kind of like Mend Pet. I suppose. Create Health Stone. I could see that being moderately useful. I mean, can't hurt to have an extra heal. Throw that there. Unending Resolve. Hardens your skin, reducing all damage taken by 25%. Okay. Throw that there, I guess. And then Drain Life. How much damage does Drain Life do? 69... Looks like at least at low levels, Drain Life might just do more damage than spamming Shadow Bolts. Like, obviously, you put Corruption on targets, put Agony on targets, but then, as it currently stands, no. I want this on my bars. Yeah, we'll see. But, oh yeah, so as for... So, the thing about Blood DK, right? Is you're absolutely correct. You said you could pull so much as Blood DK. That absolutely is true. Blood DK is not bad at leveling. Blood DK is like, I would say, the definition of average when it comes to leveling. Because their damage at low levels is completely awful. They cannot kill things efficiently. But you literally will never die basically from level 10 as a Blood DK. You could pull an infinite number of mobs and you just will not die. So... It kind of counterbalances itself, because since you can just pull as many mobs as you want and slowly chip away at them, it slightly makes up for the fact that your damage is just so atrocious at low levels. But the reality of Death Knights is, because every spec has access to Deathstrike, and especially now with the new talents, there's like modifying talents that make it even more powerful. Basically, Frost and Unholy, I would imagine, I haven't gotten around to testing it yet, but definitely Frost, because I've tested that, and from what I've been told, Unholy as well, can do pulls almost the exact same as Blood DK, keep themselves alive with well-timed death strikes, and just kill things much faster. So, it's going to be a lot sketchier as a Frost DK. If you watch my stream last weekend, my health bar was just a fucking seesaw. I would go down really low, death strike, go back up to full. And it was just constantly like pumping out AoE as soon as I get low, death strike, and then I'm good to go. So I was still effectively unkillable, with the one exception being Yetimus. Yetimus just deals way too much damage, and because of the fall damage, you just can't really counteract it with Deathstrike. That's like the one exception where Blood DK was amazing for that, for solo single target elites. But for AoE, Frost and I would imagine Unholy are significantly better than Blood. So Blood's not bad. It's definitely a good leveling spec, but on average, it will get beaten out by Frost and Unholy. And because both specs, or all three specs really, are just virtually unkillable, and they have really good AoE damage, except for Blood, but because of that, DK ends up actually being a pretty fast leveling class despite its low mobility. Because obviously, having low mobility isn't great, but it's not the kind of thing that will make or break your ability to level efficiently. It's just not going to make you S tier. But I would say DK is very, very solidly like A tier, roughly. Depends on the spec. I'll, of course, as I get around to it and make more videos on the subject, I'll rank each one of them, but that's where I would tentatively put them at the moment. Let's see. If you had to pick one, what would you say is the slowest non-healer to level? That's the thing. I am putting out a video series, so after this stream, in 7 hours, whenever I finish, I'm going to put out the first video in a series basically testing every single leveling spec in the game to find out which one is the fastest or the slowest. Because I get asked that question a lot, and it's not something that I can answer without actually doing proper testing, proper research, and comparing them in an equal standing. So I've kind of figured out a format that I think works really well for that. As I said before, I'm starting with monks. That'll be uploaded later today. And then over the course of the next few months, however long it takes me to make all those videos, I will be testing every single spec. But as for which non-healer is the slowest, I would say it has to be a caster. I don't know which one it'll be, but generally speaking, every single melee DPS is going to be at least somewhat efficient because they generally have fairly high mobility. Even Death Knights, which are low in mobility, have really good survivability and AoE damage. So I don't know which caster it would be, but it would probably be one of the caster specs, probably a mage spec, a warlock spec, probably not Balance Druid. Balance Druid definitely not, actually. Balance is quite good. But one of the warlock specs, one of the mage specs, that might even be one of the rogues. So I just said not melee, but rogue is like the one exception where at low levels, some of the specs just really don't come online. Shadow Priest is another contender. Yeah, there's a lot, like, within that category, right, of they don't have excellent, like, insane AoE damage, they're not exceptionally mobile, and they don't have really strong defensive options. It probably would be either Shadow Priest, one of the mage specs, not Arcane. Arcane's very good, but I would say probably Shadow Priest, Fire Mage, maybe MM Hunter. MM Hunter is surprisingly bad at leveling. Or one of the rogue specs. Probably not Outlaw. Outlaw's very good, but one of the other two rogue specs, that could be a contender. I would say one of those. And all of the tank specs really are, like, some of them aren't exceptional, right? Like, Blood DK isn't exceptional. What are some other ones? Prot Warrior is not exceptional, but Prot Warrior and Blood DK are just very solid. They're never going to be the slowest spec. They do well. They're like solid damage, can't be killed, and have like decent mobility. They will just kind of go at a snail's pace, but they will effectively just be able to plow through any pull with zero difficulty. So definitely not one of the tanks. It would have to be one of the DPS. Brewmaster, so I'll actually be talking about Brewmaster in the video later today, right? My general consensus after doing a lot of testing is that Brewmaster is actually quite good. Obviously, it's what I main, so I would be biased, if anything, towards Brewmaster. But as much as I love Brewmaster, and as much as I do think it is quite good for leveling, it is not as good as Windwalker. The more I get practice with Windwalker, and the more I try out like the same exact pulls with Brewmaster and Windwalker, even with infinitely more Brewmaster experience, I am still able to get better results with Windwalker now that I'm comfortable with how it plays. Windwalker is just very, 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 very powerful. It might genuinely be the best leveling spec in the game. Don't know for sure. But the fact that Brewmaster even comes close, I think, is a huge point in its favor. The thing about Brewmaster that I find interesting is Brewmaster actually used to not be very good. Brewmaster used to be a fairly bad leveling spec. And it's still not amazing, but it is almost entirely carried right now by the interaction between Salcel Abim's Lost Tunic and Incendiary Breath. Because before, you just didn't really have great AoE damage. It was okay, but it was still worse than Windwalker. And obviously their single target is very average, nothing special. That hasn't changed. And their survivability is also not at Blood DK levels. It's not even at like Prot Warrior levels or Guardian Druid levels. They're actually probably one of the squishiest tanks, relatively speaking, while leveling up. Just because they rely so heavily on stagger, which just doesn't really function that great at low levels. The only reason why I would say Brewmaster is actually a fairly solid leveling spec right now is purely because if you have War Mode on, when you reset your cooldown in Breath of Fire, it deals 100% increased damage, it hits basically everything, and it disorients them. And you can do that really frequently. And that is just an extremely broken combination, especially when you later on pick up Charred Passions, and then when you get Stormstout's Last Keg. So, at higher levels, even at, like, I think it's level 31. Level 31 is when Brewmaster gets that combo, and then it just keeps building upon that as you get closer to level 70. That's the only reason why I would say it is actually now a pretty good leveling spec. Without that interaction, it would be like C tier at best. Arcane definitely felt like it slapped. Yeah, Arcane is a very strong leveling spec. Hello, owner. Good to see you. Affliction is a nice talent that mobs explode after they die. Yeah, that one I know about. I've seen that in dungeons a lot. Recently leveled a Blood DK, 60 to 70 on beta. Took you 7 hours. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, that's not terrible, though. Just came in hearing DK talk. As a DK main, the leveling specs go Frost over Unholy over Blood, but none of them are bad at all. Would honestly 100% agree with that, based on the testing that I've done so far. Blood and War Mode gets extremely short CD on Dancing Rune Weapon. Yeah, that's a good point. Blood benefits way more from War Mode than the other two specs. I remember looking at the PvP talents for Frost and Unholy, I'm like, what the fuck is this? They're just so bad. And then Blood just has some ridiculous PvP talents from War Mode. So that is actually something to consider. Striking the Windlord is so nice for leveling. Agree, absolutely. Affliction and Bear Druid felt the smoothest. Bear is, yeah. Even with the nerfs, Bear is probably still going to be one of the fastest, if not the fastest. I'll have to do more testing on it, though. But those nerfs are pretty bad. So if you haven't seen, Bear kind of got just dumpstered. Absolutely slammed into the floor. Patch, like, I want to say like a week ago at this point. Really, really, really bad. It's still going to be good just because there's a lot of inherent strengths with Bear, but man, is it tough. Hello, Negan. Good to see you. Will you do 10 to 60 with all the buffs so we can see how fast you can do it now? Yes. So next weekend stream. Now, here's something I will say, right? I don't want to bring the mood down, but it's something that's kind of important to talk about. So next weekend stream, I have 2 plans. Let me check my schedule. This is, I would say, going to be a very tentative weekend for me. Now, my current plan is on the 12th. I'm doing a probably Guardian Druid run, because I've said I'm going to do another Guardian Druid run. It's obviously a very good leveling spec. And then on the 13th, I'm going to be testing basically the Dragonflight Threads of Fate. So I think it's called like Adventure Mode. That's the plan. Now, I don't know if am I leveling on beta or retail? Beta at the moment. Everything you see here will be in retail starting on November 15th. When this day rolls around, everything that I'm testing right now will be on live servers, but it's not yet, so we're testing it on beta. Yeah, so that's the plans for next weekend. The reason why I say tentative is one of the things that caused me a little bit of delay before stream is my cat, Middens, is acting a little bit funny. which is a nice way to say that she has cancer, has had cancer for a long time, actually. I think over a year ago is when I made a little post on my YouTube channel basically talking about when I first found out. She has a tumor basically the size of a golf ball on her side. She's had surgery twice over the last year. And at this point, there's not a whole lot that I can do, that anybody can do. The doctors are basically just like, you know, just when she's not feeling great, it is what it is. So that's the situation at the moment. I don't know exactly when that's going to happen, but I'll be completely real. It could be any day now. If that happens sometime this week, I'm not streaming next weekend. So just to give you an extra early heads up, what I would probably do in that case is I would just record the run that I would have live streamed. So I would do an offline Guardian Druid run, 10 to 60, and I would just record that on my own free time, and then I would upload it on Saturday when I would normally stream. So that's the current plan. And thank you, everybody. Yeah. She's, I mean, like I said before, I got told by the doctor, or rather, my dad got told by the doctor and related to me, a year ago, that apparently at the time the doctor thought Middens literally didn't even have more than like a week to live, right? And that was a year ago, right? And she's just basically destroyed everybody's expectations. So, you know, she's been doing well so far, but it's been getting worse. But I did want to make that clear just because that is something that could potentially cancel the stream. So I don't want to have to just say that last second and then have it be like a completely left field surprise. But if that does happen, I will still be posting the runs next weekend. So spend the time with your... Yeah, okay. Look. I've obviously, yes, I've spent a lot of time with my cat, in case that isn't obvious. But is Disc good because of the DPS options? Disc is fine. I don't think Disc is, like, amazing, but it's definitely not as bad as other healers when it comes to leveling speed. I think Holy does more damage than Disc right now. I have heard that as well. It's something I'm going to test. Good luck. We're counting on you. Dark Suker makes DK specs immortal gods for leveling. Yeah, pretty much. Is Chromie time to 60 already open? No, that's the 15th. I think I answered that already. Yeah, I will say I'm not going to read what everybody said about... I just want to say for everybody else sharing their stories, you know, sorry to hear about that. I'm going to try to move on. Obviously, it's not something I want to dwell on too much, but thank you for everybody with, you know, the best wishes. And obviously, I'm sorry for your losses as well. It's never easy. I like that comment, though, Zinc. Greetings, Harlden. Is crafted relics of the past good at all for leveling now? So I would say probably yes, still, if you were getting it in the off pieces, right? Like bracers, gloves, belts, boots, that is probably still worth getting crafted gear for if you really want to. I think I've said this before, I'm probably not going to be doing that for my traditional speedruns just because it's a little bit too min-maxy and expensive for the average player. But definitely, if you already have the crafting stuff up and you literally are able to just make it yourself, yes, specifically for bracers, gloves, belt, and boots. The one thing that I used to do, which I would say is definitely not efficient anymore, is the rings. So if you recall, I used to make crafted rings, the ones from Zandalar, and that was entirely because when the old heirloom rings still had primary stats, it ended up being not efficient to use these compared to the other ones, but I think it was like patch 9.1.5, they rescaled the heirloom rings, made them all give full secondaries instead of like some primaries. So ever since that change, the heirloom rings have just been better. Technically speaking, I think it's like, if you really min-max it, I think at every single level, a perfectly itemized with sockets piece of crafted gear would end up being better. And arguably, like, if you equipped crafted rings at level 10, they would slightly outperform these two rings. But then it's like by the time you hit level 20, the scaling would beat it out. So you would basically need to craft like multiple sets of rings for an extremely marginal damage gain. Whereas before, it was worth doing because it actually was a sizable damage increase because the itemization on these things was just god-awful. But here it would be like a very marginal stat boost at best. But for the other slots, definitely worth it. What's the approximate time to get to level 60? I would say roughly 6 hours is my, like, casual leveling time. This run's probably going to take around that point, around 6 to 7 hours. Oh, shit. Well, so the Warlock in my guilds, Jake, just sent me a Warlock leveling build. Unfortunately, I don't really think I can actually use this because he sent the import code, which, oh shit. No, I need to I did that wrong. Right, test, import. Okay, so I would basically need to re-import it, and I have no idea what his build is. Can I check on Wowhead? Like, if I use an import code on Wowhead, can I see what build he's trying to send? You need to level Kata Engineering and get a Looterang. It saves a minor time running to corpses. Interesting. See, the question with that, though, is... Because I think I... Do I have a Looterang? Yeah, I have Looterang. So, the problem with Looterang, right? The reason why it wouldn't be efficient is you need to actually level your engineering on this character. So, that would be a tech that I could potentially use for day 1 Dragonflight, like 60 to 70 leveling. Possibly. That might be slightly... Yeah, it might save a little bit of time, because I'll be using engineering anyway. There's a few engineering gadgets that I could use. What about this one? Oh, can only be used in Draenor. Okay. I suppose from, like, niche cases, if I'm in Draenor, that could be useful. Okay. I'm gonna... Broken Shield, I'm gonna put you in timeout. Look... I'm trying to get around to every question, but if I take, like, 2 minutes to answer your question and you put a gigantic angry rant in chat bitching that it's taking me too long to respond to you, like, dude, I don't know what the fuck your deal is, right? Like, I'm trying to answer everybody. I was going to get around to yours. I glance at the chat and I just see the first thing that catches my eye, and then I usually scroll up to see if I missed anything. Sorry that I missed your message. Was probably going to get around to it eventually. Weird to throw a little temper tantrum because I didn't respond to you immediately. But okay, let me check this build out. I'll definitely look into using Looterang for the 60 to 70 run, but because it requires, whatchamacallit, 70 Cataclysm Engineering, for low-level characters, it would not end up being efficient. Okay, let's take a look at talent trees, Warlocks, Affliction. And then... Okay, I have no idea. Okay, if I put the import string in the URL and then enter, that did not work, unfortunately. Yeah, I have no idea how to actually make that work, so it doesn't look like I can actually use that build. When I'm ready. Oh, it's below the tool? Okay. Yeah, one thing I will say, please don't ask me a load and okay, import. Please don't ask me when I'm starting. I'll start when I'm ready, right? I want to make sure I answer all the questions. I want to make sure I actually get everything set up. Okay, I see. So the build that he's recommending is, I would imagine I would take Burning Rush first, just because that's a movement speed increase. Then... This is going to be a lot to memorize. I'm going to try to just keep this open in a separate tab and refer back to it, but I haven't looked at everything. Is the XP reduction on November 15th? Am I only on YouTube? Yes. XP reduction is on November 15th. Am I only on YouTube? Yeah. I don't stream on Twitch. I just see no reason to. Is Hoarder Alliance faster for leveling? Actually, Cameron, you're not correct about that. Alliance is faster. Most of my runs are Horde because I main Horde, and obviously I'm going to primarily play the thing that I'm more familiar with. But if you want to talk about actual leveling speed, this little thing right here, War Mode bonus, this single-handedly makes Alliance faster. on some servers, depending on the population imbalance, this goes as high as a 30% bonus. So when Alliance just gets an extra 10 to 20% increased experience, they will end up being faster. Which, honestly, in my opinion, is garbage. I really don't know why that's the case. I've been thinking that Blizzard should probably disable that for a while now, because if you want to encourage Alliance players to go out into the world, just give them, like, more reputation or whatever. But the idea of, like, leveling is just faster for one class. It's like people are going to level characters regardless. Nobody's going to say, oh, well, I'm going to level my character on Alliance because it's 10% faster. Absolutely not. No. Most people don't even turn on War Mode. So, generally speaking, this makes Alliance players marginally happier, but it just basically makes speedrunning between different factions completely just not competitive at all because of this bonus. You cannot compare them whatsoever because Alliance just gets more experience, and always has, ever since War Mode has been introduced. So, I don't know why this bonus exists. I really don't think it should. I think War Mode should be a completely optional thing, and if you want to give a bonus, make it like World Quest rewards or something. I do not like this. But the reality is, it makes it faster. You meant for live, you can level it on retail and recopy your characters. Yeah, no, that's definitely a good point for the looter aim. What do I think of Vashir? No. Vashir is slow. Vashir is very, very, very slow. Not only is Vashir just a very slow zone, I actually just went to Vashir the other day to gather footage for one of my recent videos, and there is like a 5 to 6 minute RP section that is unskippable before you even enter the zone. Like, that alone, it's... I've never seen a longer bit of RP. Obviously, I've leveled in Vashir in the past, but having played every expansion at this point, and really not having played Vashir a lot because I know it was slow, going back and seeing just how long that section was, actually, it might have even been longer than that, because I'm thinking of the RP it takes for the boat to arrive. Then you have to get on the boat, sail all the way out to the zone, then there's the, like, octopus attack, and you get dragged down. None of that is skippable. Like, yeah, and I will say, I actually like Vashir. Am I going to use a macro for the 3 Lochmadon treasures? I'm going to be honest, Troy, I haven't had time to look into that. I've been just so busy with everything. I haven't even had time to look into the mirror thing. What was it? Ever-shifting mirror. I haven't had time to look into this more. This is something that I'm planning on doing, like, probably later this week before I finish the leveling guide. Just testing all that stuff out. But I have just been so swamped with work, I've had absolutely zero time to do any further testing. For Ally, we would love to get RP, but you don't get it anymore. Yeah. I mean, if you want to casually level, I actually think Vashir is a fun zone. Like, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. Some people hate underwater zones. I think from a, like, cool perspective, it's a very, very cool zone. I love the storyline there. Overall, I think it's great. But in terms of speed leveling, God, no. Absolutely no. Is the new talent tree good? Yeah, talent trees are awesome. I don't know about Warlock. I don't play Warlock. The entire point of this is that I've never played Warlock before. So, that it's going to be fun. It's crazy because all the bonuses Ally really doesn't enable War Mode. Yeah, exactly. Is this because more players on Horde have War Mode on? There's more players on Horde in general. And as a result, yeah, more people have War Mode on Horde. I mean, the population imbalance is probably going to slightly fix itself over the years now that cross-faction raiding is a thing. But in case you haven't really been following it, Alliance players have basically just flocked over to Horde in droves over the past few years. Which is why Blizzard enabled cross-faction raiding. Like, that's the entire reason why. Because it just became nearly impossible to find a guild on Alliance. Especially the higher up you went. It was really, really bad. Because they did nothing about it for years. And then finally they said, fuck it, cross-faction raiding. Can Flightmaster's Whistle be upgraded to work in Shadowlands? No. Yeah, I get why the XP bonus was there, you know, help counteract the time lost, but it really doesn't happen that often. Like, you almost never get ganked. Especially, think about it like this. Most of the zones in my route, with the exception of WoD, you're going to be in your own faction-specific zone. Like, Horde are not leveling in Red Ridge, Duskwood, or Lochmadon. There's zero Horde there. If a Horde is there, in Chromie time, they're using an exploit to come and gank you, which is generally frowned upon by Blizzard. Yeah, and we're in BRD because I'm playing a Dark Iron Dwarf. Is it superior racials or something? No. It's just a snowball effect, right? With anything. A lot of people are playing on Horde, then because a lot of people are on Horde, over time, it just tips the balance ever so slightly. It'll start off as like a 55-45 split, and then suddenly more and more people start moving over to Horde because it's just easier to find a guild there. Next thing you know, it's a 60-40 balance. You know, more there's 60% of the people are Horde, 40% are Alliance. And then it becomes even harder to find a guild on Alliance, so more Alliance move over. And next thing you know, it just becomes more and more of an issue as more people go from Alliance to Horde to find easier access to guilds, and then the balance just becomes absolutely lopsided. That's just how it goes. Alliance is better M plus racials? It depends. I mean, they have good racials. Both factions have good racials. I think generally speaking, yes, if we're talking about like the absolute best racials, you could argue that like Stoneform, even the Dark Iron one, Shadow Meld are all like really powerful Mythic Plus racials. So, in a sense, yeah, but there's a lot of pretty solid Horde racials as well. So I don't even really think it was a issue with racials. You know, that has never been the main thing causing balance issues. I think years ago that was the case at a time, but for a while now, when the issue got really bad, it was purely a population question. Just saying hi, listen to your DK leveling recording while leveling my DK earlier. Happy to catch this one live. Awesome. Well, I think at this point I've caught up with basically everything, so I'm going to start the run. So I'm just going to start the timer, drink my XP pot, and then we'll grab this quest. Ended up taking me 40 minutes again, of course. Spent a lot of time answering questions. But, you know, it is what it is. It does surprise me, though, the, like, people who... I don't know, like, obviously I have a lot of questions to answer, right? And I want to get around to all of them. But the fact that there were, like, multiple people early on who got, like, really pissy about the fact that, like, oh, you didn't answer my question. It's like, that one, at least, I've been lucky to not get too often. But, I don't know. It's one of the reasons why, I'll be completely honest, sometimes I'm just not a huge fan of streaming. There's a lot of it that I like, but stuff like that is stressful, right? You know, I can shrug it off, obviously, in the immediate moment. You know, I try not to let it bother me too much, and I continue on with the run. But the reality is, when you constantly have to worry about people saying, you know, shit like that, right? About like, oh my god, this guy doesn't answer my question. Oh, you know, so shit, something like that. Yeah, it rags on you. As much as I hate to admit it, it's not the easiest thing on the planet to deal with. So, yeah. Let me try to... I'm trying to plan out how I want to do the movement here. I need to get better at optimizing this movement. Just do your thing. Yeah, no, and I appreciate it. That's the thing. Everybody else, you know, thank you. And I get that a lot. Most people, 99% of people are really patient. But the reality is, as much as it is easy to say, like, you know, oh, just ignore other people, it is really hard to just shrug off that one really loud person. It's stressful. It really is. But I'll make do. Am I using auto turn-in? I'm using Leatrix Plus. That's what I'm using for auto turn-in stuff. Let's see. And yeah, unfortunately, speaking of which, lots of chat messages right now, so I'm sure that I'm going to end up missing a few, because at least right now, I do need to focus. So if I ended up missing your chat message, what I'll always say is just repeat it. Say it again later on when I'm, like, you know, reading through chat. But, like, at this immediate moment, I'm trying to focus on getting everything done correctly. So I have my dollar on Hearthstone. Next, I need to take the flight path over to Red Ridge. How come I skip getting the 1 hour buffs from this? I'm not sure what you're referring to. If you're talking about Darkmoon Fair, it's not active. Darkmoon Fair is not active today. It will be eventually, starting tomorrow. But if you're talking about that 1 hour buff, yeah, it's not there. So I think at this point, I need to get to modernize the provisioning of Azeroth. So, to modernize... Crap. Use auto-run to modernize provisioning of the Eastern Kingdoms. Yeah, they finally changed the name of that. I'm glad they did, because this used to be to modernize the provisioning of Azeroth or something like that. And it made it really hard to find this thing if you couldn't remember the name, because I would always search Eastern Kingdoms, but it didn't actually have Eastern Kingdoms in the name, despite being the flight map of that place. Also, oh crap, one thing I forgot to do, which I should have done, not a huge deal. It's like a 10-second time loss, so could be worse. Set your Hearthstone here, just because I'm going to be using that when I go to learn my riding. Set all your flight map toys to favorites. I have them to favorites. Or actually, this one I don't. But here's the problem with using favorite toys. I might want to clean this out at a second. Here are my favorite toys. Favorite toys. Let's see. It ends on page 8. So adding something to favorite isn't going to fix it. The most you could say is that maybe, shit, I lost it. I could clean up my favorite toys and make it so I only have the really important ones. I probably should do that, but the reality is, at the immediate moment, that's not going to do me a lot of good, given my my organizational skills as far as toys. There's just a lot of really good toys that I like using. It's human nature to want to please everybody, understandable, yeah. I like that you spend time answering comments, yep. Well, yeah, and I appreciate that. But once again, yeah, if I miss your question, because honestly, right now, chat's moving a little bit fast. If I do miss it, just post it again. I will get around to it. But, I mean, it's just impossible for me to give a thorough, complete response that, you know, to me, answers everything without inevitably missing some stuff. And I'll try my best, right? But the reality is, if I sat here spending nothing or doing nothing but answering questions, you know, it would be kind of a boring stream. I'm sure some people would still enjoy it, right? But for the most part, it would be way more boring than if, you know, I tried to answer some questions while also leveling. And I've said this all the time, right? My Discord tag is in the description. If you send me a message on Discord, like right now or after the stream, whenever, I will answer you. I answer 100% of questions I get asked on Discord. Anybody who has sent me a message before can probably confirm that. So, you know, if there's some really pressing matter that you absolutely need to get answered and you want to make sure that, you know, I don't look over it in stream chat, just shoot me a message, right? And I will make sure that when I have free time, I will get around to it and give it as thorough a response as I possibly can. Hello, Jesper. Good to see you. What's the add-on he's using for auto turn-in? Leatrix Plus. Mage Quarter and Stormwind giving you so much PTSD from playing BFA, yeah. You always search Scout now? Yeah, that's a good point. I should probably start doing that. What? I accidentally picked that, right? When everything's a favorite or nothing is, yeah, true. I really should speed that up, or clean that up, right? Just to speed up the process a little bit. Because it definitely isn't ideal, I'm aware of that. Let's see. Tomorrow you're getting DMF plus Anniversary. Yep. And Winds of Wisdom. They didn't really move the Anniversary. The way that they do it is the Anniversary is always on, like, just a random day. And then when it actually comes time to get close to it, they tailor it around the expansion launches. So in this particular case... Wait, Corruption has a cast time? Why would I use that then? That feels like really shit then. When I can just run around multi-dot with this. And then... Can I... Okay. Yeah, so I can just multi-dot everything. And then drain life. And... Yeah, that kind of does the trick. Oh, why is my auto loot not working? Hello? Auto loot? I honestly despise the new user interface. I'm sure that these are like some bugs and stuff, and a lot of it will get fixed, but the fact that nowadays I have settings like auto loot just getting randomly disabled upon creating new characters, and it's just not saving properly, it's so annoying. Alright, yeah. I feel like this seems like a pretty efficient way to do it. Just dot everything up, drain life, literally can't die. Okay. Honestly, that feels good. That feels really fucking good. Let's see. And just keep moving on. I need to get the other plans and then kill some birds and stuff. One of the things you might need to improve interacting with the chat is you need to keep your comments or answers concise. Once you start going, you miss chat. Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing, right? I admit that, like, definitely nowadays, it's an issue. But obviously, when I first started streaming, and, you know, I didn't get nearly as many messages, right? Well, I say that, but my first stream ever, I actually couldn't respond to really anything. Because that was, like, after my initial leveling guide blew up. But when I was actually, like, consistently streaming, you know, I would get only, like, a respectable amount of viewers. And I would get a message, you know, every now and then. So I got used to, okay, when I'm streaming, what's it called? When I'm streaming, I try to thoroughly answer every single question. But nowadays, yeah, it is really hard to do that. So you're definitely right, Owner. I do need to get better at speeding that process up. But it's a hard habit to break when it's something that I've been doing for so long. Jake and I have been working on the chain pull Warlock build. Ooh. Yeah, I know you guys have been doing a lot of leveling testing, but this definitely feels really good. And obviously, that's the thing. The way that leveling is supposed to be done, if you want to do it efficiently, is exactly that. You want to be able to just consistently chain pull endlessly from pack to pack, and do so, do so without having to, like, stop and heal. So most tank specs can do that. They can just do a gigantic pull, chain straight into the next one, no healing required. It looks like Affliction can do that really fucking well, even at the very start. This is definitely stronger than I expected, I'll be completely real. Alright, so I'm gonna tag this. I mean, at this point, it's like, if I can just kill, you know, 5 things at the exact same time, I'm just gonna drag in extra mobs, why not? Can't hurt. Oh, that rare mob's already dead, and literally all I did... Oh, they all leashed? Alright, well, that's weird. Yeah, I applied Agony to it, and it just kind of killed itself while it was running to me. This definitely seems really strong. The only thing you aren't min-maxing is the Falling Flame. Can't be bothered to farm it. Juggy, I will help you farm the Falling Flame, because I'm going to be honest, that's not really like min-maxing. That is actually crucial. We'll talk about this for anybody else watching, if you haven't heard already. Start farming the Falling Flame item in Timeless Isle, because it is actually going to be extremely super duper important. I'm going to have a video out tomorrow with more details on that, going over all the different items that you want to start farming right now. But I can tell you right now, there's a reason why I've been telling you guys over and over, Falling Flame, Falling Flame, Falling Flame. All of your preparation will be completely wasted if you don't get that. Because if even like 10 people use it and get ahead and kill all of the mobs before you get there, suddenly you end up being stuck with every single other person, and now you just end up being stuck with the pack. And the one thing that you absolutely need to prioritize is just getting ahead of the pack. And it doesn't matter how well you optimize every single quest. If you don't have a 30-second to a minute time save, probably not a minute, 30-second time save that early on, right as you get to the Dragon Isles, you will fall behind. It is massive. The Falling Flame is really fucking important. So more than anything, that is something that you should be prioritizing. Falling Flame, what's the TLDR on that item? TLDR on Falling Flame is it's basically an item that turns you into a meteor and sends you flying a really far distance. The reason why it's crucial is the start of the Dragon Isles campaign. If you want to check my recent speedrun I did of it, you get put on a boat or a zeppelin, and you start like loading in way out in the ocean. And the quest line starts on the shore. So if every single person just sits in the boat and waits, then by the time they get to the shore, anybody who has the Falling Flame and turn themselves into a meteor and launch themselves over the ocean and landed on the shore is already going to be like 30 seconds ahead, killing all of the mobs. And I can guarantee you, because the reality is this has already circulated pretty far and wide, that there's going to be a lot of people farming Falling Flame. If you go there right now and try to farm it, there are a ton of people camping it. So this isn't like some niche speedrun tech that only a few people know about. Like, A good example would be at the start of Shadowlands, there was a really niche tech that I was specifically using to speed up the chains of, or the Helm of Domination thing, where you could use lounge cushions, and you would place the lounge cushions on the ground, and you could jump while doing the drag. And that was something that very, very few people knew about. I actually did it on my streams, but my streams weren't nearly as like well known at the time. So only people watching my streams really knew about that particular tech. And as a result, very few people did that. A lot of people got stuck in the maw, and it ended up being a huge bottleneck. But now, there's been multiple people talking about Falling Flame. It's fairly well known at this point. It's being heavily camped. And I can guarantee you that there's going to be a lot of people in your shard, no matter what shard you're on, who are using the Falling Flame tech. So, absolutely crucial to get that. Like, all the other stuff, you don't really need to worry about. Because, sure, do you need to get... What the hell? Am I not in Chromie time? I'm in Chromie time. What the hell is Chromie talking about? I got the automated message for hitting max level in Chromie time, despite only being level 11. That weird coding issue, I guess. As long as it's not going to fuck anything up, then I don't really care too much. But yeah, so something I've showed in like a bunch of my runs is, for instance, oh, I should probably turn off Burning Rush. That just kills me. Okay. That's good to know. I probably would have just gotten distracted and let myself die to that. Looks like Chromie is stuck in Chromie time, yeah. But yeah, so a lot of the other stuff that I do, like the Cracked Radnax control gems, I would say maybe get a few, because honestly, a lot of people have said they don't want to bother getting the Cracked Radnax control gems, and like, honestly, just go farm them. They're really not hard to get. Like, I have already just casually farming it on like 2 characters. I already have like 4 Cracked Radnax control gems stocked up for Dragonflight. And I've farmed it like 3 days, maybe. And it's just on 2 characters. On each, or one day, each of them got 1 Cracked Radnax control gem. And on another day, one of them got 2, the other got 0. And I already have 4. They're really not hard to get. It's like a 33% drop chance, give or take. And having at least like 4 or so going into Dragonflight is going to be a massive speed increase. And it really doesn't take you that much time to get. So that's one thing that I would absolutely recommend spending some time doing. Just because it's like, why not? The Falling Flame is definitely a bit of a trickier one, because admittedly, it does take a lot of time to farm. But if you are trying to optimize speed leveling, it is just silly to not grab that, because it is just absolutely mandatory. Where's the necklace? I have no idea where that went. Oh well. The Legion surfboard thing? Yeah, the Legion surfboard thing. So, for the purposes of low-level characters, Cracked Radnax is no longer viable, just because it now has a level requirement of 40, but for day 1 Dragonflight leveling, it is going to be very, very, very good. Definitely go pick that up. Hello, George Isaacson. Good to see you. Okay, I'm gonna, I guess, just reapply Agony to everybody. So, throw it there. Throw that there. It's just one thing that I don't know. Like, I assume there's probably a talent somewhere to make Corruption instant cast, because it just feels so bad to have Corruption require a cast time when, you know, Agony just is instant. So I could just run around, I can just dot everything up with Agony, and then if I want to actually get Corruption out, I have to, like, manually cast it. There has to be something to make an instant cast. Yes, there is a talent. Okay, cool. I figured, but just wanted to be sure. You're damaging periodic effects. Oh, okay, well, that seems good. I need to check underneath the water while I'm going. If I can't find the necklace now... Okay, there's the necklace. I must have missed it earlier. Corruption is instant in some specs. Okay. What's this? Malefic Rupture. Your damaging effects erupt on all targets. Oh, okay, well that seems good. Let me pop another one of these, and I'll run inside the town hall and hand that stuff in. Wait. Okay, so this is interesting. Now, I don't think I'm actually going to use this because I'm pretty sure it's a bug. But if you notice here, this scroll literally teleports me to Chromie, which actually I could use that to save a bit of time. There's definitely a case to be made for, like, if I use this at the correct moment, that would shave off a little bit of time because it would save a Hearthstone. But I'm 99% sure that it's a bug that I'm getting this quest, and I'm not actually supposed to have access to this, because I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be, like, after you finish Dragonflight, or finish Chromie time and are ready to go to Dragonflight, you get that. So I don't know why the trigger is happening at the wrong time, but it is neat. Like, assuming this isn't a bug, and it actually does give you that quest, could be worth it, but I'm not going to risk it. It's because you started at level 10 and didn't level to 10. Really? Well, if it gives that to every allied race, then I could actually route it in. Because that would... Oh, there's a rare mob here. Okay. Yeah, that would be something to consider. I'm assuming that it is just something where, like, on Blizzard's end, it's weird. But, like, if it's intentional, that's like a... But no. It can't be. Because this is... You will be removed from your time walking campaign once you use the scroll. So if that scroll was intended to be like, hey, you just reached level 10, go start Chromie time, it wouldn't say this. Because it would be redundant to tell a new player who didn't have Chromie time enabled that they should go enable Chromie time, but that it would disable Chromie time. I don't know. I'm just saying I don't think that that's how that works. I'm pretty sure that this is a bugged quest. Yeah, because it says Chromie's magic will run out when you reach level 60. So I'm 99% sure this is supposed to be the breadcrumb that sends you to Dragonflight, and for whatever reason, I'm getting it right now. Which, yeah, doesn't seem intended, but, weird. Let me try to catch up on chat a little bit, or at least just read a few things in chat. And then I'll just drain life. Do I know the talent trees for leveling in Dragonflight? What do I mean? Pablo Alfaro, you'll need to elaborate on that. Like, are you saying, do I know what the best talent builds are? If so, it depends on the spec. Like, if you have a question about a spec that I've played a lot, like Prot Warrior, Brewmaster, Windwalker, something like that, and you want to know what the best talent builds are for that leveling in Dragonflight, that's something I can answer. If you're wondering how they're going to work, I mean, I guess then just ask more specifically so I know what question you have. You thought WAD was the best for leveling? WAD is not the best for leveling, no. Parts of WAD are good for leveling. So, specifically Gorgrons, parts of Talador, parts of Spires, and then I guess like specific, very specific quests within both Frostfire or Shadowmoon, depending on your faction. That's what's efficient in WAD. And that's just because overall, Gorgrond and Spires were so far ahead of every other zone. It used to be back in WAD that you literally would only level in Gorgrond and Spires to get to max level. You would do your introduction for your garrison thing, like WAD intro sometimes. A lot of people opted to skip that. Then you would go and do, like, set up your garrison, go to Gorgrond, do everything in Gorgrond, then head down to Spires, do everything in Spires, and you would hit max level back in WAD. Like, that was genuinely the speed strat. That's how broken those zones were. The reality is that most of the other WAD zones were actually not that efficient. They were like, okay, I think technically speaking, they were better than the average leveling zone, but they were not significantly far ahead like Gorgrond and Spires. But then what Blizzard ended up doing when they rebalanced it going into Chromie time is instead of individually nerfing those zones, they just put a blanket nerf across all of WAD, which actually made WAD kind of inefficient. The quest lines in WAD are really, really, really long, and at this point don't give enough experience to really justify them, with the exception of course, once again, Gorgrond and Spires. And even Spires is probably the zone that I tend to cut out of my routes the most. It's one of those where if you are about to finish leveling, and specific, like, sections of it, I will probably now recommend doing a little bit earlier. It is the place where you basically finish your leveling experience. But 99% of the time, if you have, like, a really high Alliance War Mode bonus if you have, what's it called? Darkmoon Fair buff. If you have Anniversary buff, stuff like that. Basically, if you're already outpacing my leveling route, because you're just completing zones faster than the designated levels, the zone that you end up cutting is almost always going to be Spires, because it's just slightly behind everything else. But I would say after that, after all the other stuff, after Gorgrond, after the ones that we're doing now, like Red Ridge, Lochmadon, etc., it is the fastest. A Malefic Rupture has a cast time. Probably not good for situations like that, then. But yeah, generally just leveling through WoD is not going to be fast. If you want to know specifically about why Gorgrond and Spires are efficient, that's a completely different question. Basically, it just has to do with the way that the the way that the quests are distributed within Gorgrond. There's like a lot of very like easy to access bonus quests, like the Champion's Honor trophy things. So that ends up saving you a lot of time. And then Spires is just fairly streamlined. But also Spires towards the end gets really inefficient. Let's see. Oh, there's a sex bot. I missed that. They're changing their modus operandi. Let's see. Hide user on channel. There we go. One sex bot down. Do I... I'm just going to do Malefic Rupture here. Alright. Nice. And then I need to... Let me actually change this keybind. I'll put it on my Tiger's Lust keybind. Just because a lot of times when I want to activate like a speed increase, I just go to hit Tiger's Lust and then I'm like, oh, it's on a different bind. But if I have it there, it should be intuitive. This actually feels really good. Having an on-demand movement speed, this is actually kind of crazy. The funny thing about Warlock, by the way, because I don't know if I've mentioned this yet, but one of the reasons why I really have had no idea exactly how fast Warlock is 0 people speedrun Warlock. So there's been a lot of like very niche speedruns that or specs that people have speedrun as. So I talked about Velho is someone who I don't think actively speedruns anymore, but he is the only person I know who actually speedruns as an Arcane Mage. And he basically proved to me that Arcane could be a really efficient leveling spec. And before that, I probably would not have thought it was. But he got a really good time with it, and I'm like, oh, okay, so it clearly has the potential to be really good. But absolutely nobody has tried to do a competitive, like, timed, serious speedrun with Warlock. A lot of it is, like, the same as you usually see. You see, like, Hunters. Obviously, ever since my original Hunter speedrun, a lot of people have done follow-up runs with Hunter, so BM is a very popular choice. Druid is another popular choice. Druid is usually my go-to pick. Windwalker Monk is another classic one that a lot of people like using. And then, of course, Arcane Mage. There's a few others. I've even seen runs with, like, Priest and stuff. So people have at least attempted Priest runs, and it generally ended up being slightly inefficient. So I at least knew how good that was. But Warlock, I've just never had a frame of reference for. So this feels really fucking good. And it honestly makes me surprised that nobody has tried this before. It's like having Burning Rush, just enabling this whenever. It's like Tiger's Lust, but no cooldown. And like, oh, I lose health, but then I can just immediately drain life to get it back. Kind of feels insane, in my opinion. Speaking of speed boosts, will I be using Darkmoon Checkered Flag? Yes. Good point, Daniel Camilleri. One of the entire reasons why I delayed my video that I was initially going to have out yesterday, talking about, like I said, the video about Falling Flame and all the other important items that you need to start farming now, is one of the important ones that I really want to mention is Darkmoon Checkered Flag, because that one is actually another example of if you're really speedrunning, you want to get this item, and it could be massive. And I will talk about the exact reasons why, because it's the kind of thing where, like, I'm already going to put out a video tomorrow about it, so, like, I'm not going to ramble about all the details now, and you can just watch tomorrow's video. But I think I talked about it a little bit in my speedrun. It's really good early on for, like, the Orgrimmar Stormwind sections. And I wanted to not just get footage of the Darkmoon Checkered Flag in action to show why it's good. I also wanted to teach people how to get it. Because, let's be real, Darkmoon Checkered Flag is a bitch and a half to farm. It's annoying. So, what I'll probably do is upload that video and then put out, like, a companion video maybe the next day or something, basically giving exact tips on how to win that race to reliably get the Darkmoon Checkered Flag, because it can be really, really, really rough if you're not used to it. But yeah, that's definitely a good call. The best talent trees for leveling. So if you're talking about the best talent trees in terms of, like, the best specs, like which ones have the best talent trees, that's something that I don't know yet. I'm going to be looking into. But it is definitely something that is on my radar, and I am currently trying to test out every single spec, which it's going to take me time to thoroughly test out every spec, because here's the thing. There's a lot of videos out there that will basically do a single, not even like full 10 to 60 run. They'll level like 20 levels with each spec up to, you know, or throughout Crummy Time or whatever, and they'll say, yep, this is how good X spec is. And then they'll look up the top talent builds off Wowhead, rip it directly, and then just read the talent build to you and say, you want to take these points? That's it. You know, this is the best build. You know, this spec feels kind of fast. I would say it's probably like a solid pick, without actually having any understanding of what makes a particular spec good. And, you know, I could very easily go out there, record, you know, 20 minutes of myself leveling through Crummy Time with every spec in the game. I could literally read you the talent builds that you could otherwise just access for yourself on Wowhead. And then I could post videos saying, yep, this spec is good, or this spec is bad, and that's it. But, I mean, if you've been watching me for long enough, you know that I don't like to do that. I want to give a more nuanced take on what makes each spec good or bad. So, I'm trying to actually do, like, proper research to figure out, like, how good each one is, test every single spec, test, like, multiple different leveling options, etc., make sure that I actually get an accurate representation of which talent builds are the best, and that's something which, I'm going to be honest, I can't give a very easy answer to at this immediate moment. I will eventually, hopefully by the time that I finish the video series that I've been working on, I will be able to answer that, but at the moment, there's just so much information to unpack there, I could not possibly know. And anybody saying that they know is fucking lying, because there's literally no time in the universe to have tested out every single spec, at least thoroughly, in the amount of time that the talent builds have been enabled. Is it hard to get? Darkmoon Checkered Flag is hard to get in the sense that the race you need to win in order to get it to drop is ridiculously difficult. It's an achievement item, so if I go to, I think it's, yeah, it would be under World Events Darkmoon Fair. Yeah, World Events Darkmoon Fair, this thing, big race Roadhog. Complete the real big race with the racing strider within 20 tolls. So this is what gets you the Darkmoon Checkered Flag. It's winning this achievement. You can get it multiple times. It's not account-wide, so you can win the achievement each time and get a copy for each character. And it's fucking brutal. Did I not loot this guy? I guess I forgot to loot this guy? Okay. Let me just, I guess, dop these up while I'm at it. And sure. Malefic Rupture, and Refresh Agony. I think I'm just going to keep doing this. Refresh Agony, Malefic Rupture, and then Drain Life if I absolutely need to. That seems to work out pretty well. And then I can probably sneak past there. With the current gear, it isn't. Oh. Oh, was the question not about... I see. The question was about something else. Right. It's about the Tazavesh hard mode. Right. Okay. Yeah, Tazavesh hard mode is easy now. Alliance is a lot faster than for WoD than Horde as well. You do get the 10% XP gain in Spires. Yeah, the 10% XP gain definitely factors into it. But you don't get that until... The problem with the 10% XP gain is it's all well and good to, like, say, oh, you get 10% more experience. And that is technically true. But the problem with Spires is most of the quests that you get after the 10% XP gain are, like, not really that efficient. So you can't really factor that in. All you need to do is just say, okay, well, if we factor in the 10% experience buff to the quest where it's applicable, or obviously if we hand stuff in after the fact, then is it efficient? And generally speaking, the answer is no. Also, this is not working. I've seen this bug happen a few times, but my NPC bodyguard guy is just not following me. There we go. Okay. Now he's coming. I think it has to do with mounting. Sometimes that bugs it out. But yeah, as far as WoD stuff, Alliance isn't significantly faster because obviously Alliance will be faster for the same reasons that Alliance is always faster, war mode, etc. But in terms of like actual general routing, Alliance takes roughly the same amount of time. The one thing I will say is Shadowmoon Valley has a few more efficient quests than Frostfire does for Horde. So generally speaking, I'll stay in Shadowmoon Valley for like an extra 10 minutes or so on Alliance compared to Horde, but it's not by any sizable amount. It's like they have slightly more efficient questing right there. And in fact, I would argue that Alliance in many ways is in a worse position of WoD compared to the Horde, because Gorgrond is ultimately one of the most efficient zones, right? And one of the things that I've had trouble with when it comes to routing the Alliance, and one thing that I'll be testing here, is I have some solutions that... Oh, no. They can summon a pet? Oh. Yeah, that would be good to know. I probably should have done that before. Thank you for reminding me. I mean, honestly, I think I've been doing pretty good considering I was evidently just missing one of my core Warlock features this entire time, and it still felt efficient. So, nice. So the Imp, I guess, just throws bonus fireballs. Oh, and it actually deals a lot of damage. Yeah, that would have been good to know. Alright, well, at least somebody reminded me now and not like level 40. If I had only realized at level 40, that would have been kind of bad. And I guess having a Voidwalker, well, I was about to say having a Voidwalker is going to be really useful for Yetimus, but obviously we're Alliance, so that in particular doesn't apply. But for Horde leveling in particular, I could see Warlock being especially really good, because they would just demolish Yetimus. Summon your Voidwalker, it will tank for you, so you don't have to cast Drain Life. Shadow Bolt is stronger. I guess? Your Voidwalker would be better. Okay. A lot of people are saying Voidwalker is better. I'll trust your judgment then. As soon as I get into this cave and get out of combat, I will put the Voidwalker on. Just give me a second. I need to make sure I'm not under attack. I'm going to make sure that I kill these things. Alright, and technically speaking, I don't need to cast Drain Life. Now, one thing I will say, though, is I do think there's an argument to be made for Drain Life, because it seems, and I could be wrong in this, it seems like a lot of my on-equip effects, so Elemental Force, Mark of the Hidden Satyr, are proccing off every tick of Drain Life, because I'm seeing a lot of times, like, really high Elemental Force ticks. So yeah, you can see there it procced on that. Now, if doing multiple ticks of damage from Drain Life does actually apply to that, then that would make Drain Life, at least at lower levels, while that's a bulk of your damage, a more efficient option. Okay, so you're saying, in this case, though, Shadow Bolt. Is Drain Soul still in Execute? I have no idea. Alright, so I'm gonna refresh that. So if I refresh Agony at 10 stacks, it keeps the stack count. And it just refreshes the duration. That's good to know. And I think I need to pick up a quest here. Yep. Shadow Bolt is also very pretty. Yeah, so far the Warlock spell effects seem pretty cool. I'm just going to kind of run through here and dot up everything. It looks like the minions are kind of taking care of most of it. And then I can go down to this guy. And I have a lot of dots active, so I think if I just spam Malefic Rupture, does it hit guys up there? Oh, no, it doesn't. Not the end of the world. It looks like my Voidwalker's stuck because it can't go down little cliffs. Eh. I should probably put corruption for like high health elite like this. That would help. Going to Shadow Bolts, Agony, and just chip away at this guy. Yeah. I'm sure that there's something I could be doing better as far as single target damage is concerned for guys like this. But at the moment, it does feel quite slow. It doesn't help that that's tuned around having the guys following you, and they weren't following me for whatever reason. This one, if memory serves, I just need to run away, and he takes like a little while to activate for whatever reason. But if I get far enough away, this guy should proc. Yeah, there we go. Now he procced. Of course, the followers appear immediately after it dies. Well, yeah, that's the issue, right? It's because I was in combat, they were having issues actually reaching me. I'm going to put on Burning Rush and get out of here. What are some horde zones other than the route that one can level in for a bit of variety but are still decently efficient? My go-to recommendation for that is Western and Eastern Plaguelands. I would say Western and Eastern Plaguelands are both really solid zones that are not quite on par with Silverpine and Hillsbrad, but they're also not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, look at that. Elemental Force just... I feel like that procced twice, because that mob just got blasted by it. So, I don't know. Yeah, what the... Yeah, look at that. Elemental Force, okay, it was only one hit, but it also procced Mark of the Hidden Satyr. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like there definitely is a case to be made that all of those little drain life ticks give a higher chance to proc it. Because it feels like I'm proccing it much more consistently than when I play something else. So, not sure. Eventually, Shadow Bolt becomes a dot that also executes. Yeah. Seed Drain will help you later on for multiple pulls. Okay, while I'm running, let me check talents. In fact, just so I can actually have access to this talent right now, I'm just going to kill like one mob to... Okay, apparently I need to kill 2 mobs to ding. So I'm going to kill one more mob. Just, I want my next level, so as I'm running back to town, I can start picking my talents. Oh my god. How much experience am I? I'm, what is this? This mob should give it. If this mob doesn't ding me, there we go. Holy shit. Alright. Channels do have a chance to proc Elemental Force because you used to do 19 Twinking with Arcane Missile Mage. Yeah, that makes sense. That's the main reason why I was spamming Drain Life, because I'd assumed that's how it would work. And based on what I've been seeing so far, I think that's still the case. So I would imagine that at least at this level, just Drain Life spam is going to be better. Because Shadow Bolt may do slightly more damage if you're spam casting it, but if you're getting more procs at low levels, which are doing a bulk of your damage, that's going to, in the long run, be more efficient. What's the add-on which does the time? That is Live Split. It's not an add-on, it is an external program. So Live Split, I just have running in the background. It's overlaid onto my screen. Nothing special there. Okay. Specialization. So let me refer back to the thing that Jake gave me. Reduces the damage dealt. Oh, I feel like, yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna go with this just because more movement speed from Burning Rush at a low level seems good. I'm gonna go with Unstable Affliction and Seed of Corruption. That seems like it would be pretty solid. Just having really good movement speed early on, like, holy shit, Warlocks start moving. Yeah, this seems nuts. Then, Unstable Affliction. Oh, I forgot to mute my phone again. Hopefully that doesn't keep going off. And, of course, as I say that, it goes off again. Fucking hell, dude. Okay, let me just mute this real quick. Mute. Alright. Fucking hell. I'm going to jump in the water here, and then shift 7. I don't know if that actually picked up on the stream. What about spamming dungeons? Spamming dungeons are not efficient. Spamming dungeons, definitely not efficient. Seed Drain acts like a bomb. Put curses in targets and use Seed Drain last. Seed Drain. I don't know if I have Seed Drain yet. Unless you're just talking about Seed of Corruption? Seed of Corruption, okay. Let's see. Embeds Demon Seed, target will explode. And applying corruption to all of them. Okay. UA afflicts one target. Okay, UA, then instant cast corruption whenever I get it. When do I get instant cast corruption? Oh, okay. Literally next level, it looks like. So, almost there. I'm gonna move this over here. Let's do that. Why not? And put that... Let's do something like that for keybinds. Just spam Seed of Corruption and multi-targets once you get a talent that embeds 2 extra seeds. Okay. Yeah, this is the thing. I don't know all the talents. I'm still playing it by ear. Just whenever I get to a level that gives me like a new talent, I'll figure out what I'm doing there. So I'll try to remember all this, but keep in mind, guys, haven't played Warlock before. A lot of you are like throwing a ton of information at me, and I appreciate it. But keep in mind that a lot of this stuff I am just not going to remember. So I'll do my best, but I'm still trying to just figure out what I'm doing in the first place. Oh, I must have interrupted my cast a little bit too early. Oh well. And I need to... Let's see, how many orcs? 6 more orcs? Okay, we're almost done. And then... Alright. That's... Let me see if I can find any more. I figure I might as well, because it seems like there's no point in me just doing, like, individual pulls, so I can just, yeah, tick you down with Drain Life. Do this. UA only goes on 1 target. Really? Oh, okay. Good luck in the run. Hope it goes well. Thank you, Furion. Good to see you. Yeah, so, if UA only goes on 1 target, that's good to know. Okay, perfect. So there's our 2... Do I just, at this point, spam Malefic Rupture? Because I have dots on all of them. So, just seems like bang for my buck would... Yeah, that seems like it's efficient. Obviously, if they were all grouped up, then I could do Seed of Corruption. But at the moment, because they were spread out, probably wouldn't have been efficient to do Seed of Corruption. You mained it last expansion and probably in Dragonflight, so you're a bit passionate about it. Yeah. No, I'm totally fine with that. Like, if you want to give me suggestions, by all means, go ahead. Just, I do hope you're aware, I will probably forget most of it. Like, I'll read it, I'll try to remember it, I will probably just forget it. That's just the reality of the situation. I'll try my best, but I'm not super familiar with anything Warlock-related, so... You know, when people were giving me advice about, like, Windwalker Monk, right? I at least knew enough about Windwalker Monk to hear something and go, oh, that makes sense, and then I would, like, compartmentalize it, whatever, for future reference, because I'm like, oh, I remember that. For this, it's just absolutely no shot I actually remember all of it. Also, holy shit. Let me put that there. Okay. Wait. Wait, the seed will detonate early if your target is hit by other detonations? Oh. Wait. Oh, so if I just apply dots beforehand, and... Oh, that is so dumb. That is so broken. Okay. I thought I had to actually get the target to die, but apparently you can manually detonate it early. So I can just apply Seed of Corruption like this, and it just instantly explodes. Okay. That's absolutely nuts. Let me apply my little diving suit. If you got Seed of Corruption on a target that already has, oh, no, that's not what I did. I didn't put Seed of Corruption on it. I had Agony rolling on the target, and then the moment I placed Seed of Corruption on them, the Agony tick went off, and it hit the required damage threshold, and it just instantly exploded, like this. It's, yeah, just blows up immediately. That is so crazy. Okay. I only need one more. I guess I'll just put Unstable Affliction and then just Drain Life. And ticks, ticks, ticks. Yep, there's Mark of the Hidden Satyr. Alright. Yeah, that's good. That is really fucking good. Alright, now I think I'll just go back and forth across the water using Gunshoes. Should be fairly efficient. Seed of Corruption is so much fun to use when you get to know the time it takes to detonate. Yeah. I'm sure that by the end of the run, I'll probably get more comfortable with it. Right now, I'm still getting used to how all these abilities work. Okay, this is the quest that's not efficient, so Goblin Glider, Gunshoes, and we're just going to go across the lake. You'll be able to apply to 3 with a PvP talent if you plan on doing War Mode. I do plan on doing War Mode, so I should have access to that. Is Shadow Bolt better to use on single target at low levels? I don't know exactly. Some people have been saying it is. I would imagine that with the amount of damage procs you have at low levels, it's better to use Drain Life. That's just what I would imagine, based on my experience. But hard to say for sure. I just realized I can't use my Hearthstone. Wait. Hold on. I'm trying to think about the way that Hearthstone stuff works. The problem with Dollar on Hearthstone for Alliance, it's still efficient because otherwise you have to take a flight path. But Dollar on Hearthstone for Alliance, and this is something I've never really been able to solve without specific racials, it takes you all the way to the Mage Quarter, and your riding trainer is all the way over here, which is just a significantly longer walk than it is for Horde. I guess technically speaking, you could use Gunshoes, but the problem is Alliance has to wrap around different corners, so it ends up taking them longer to get here compared to Horde, which just pops out of their portal room, Gunshoes to the Gunshoes to the elevator, wait for the elevator, take it, and you're there. That's probably about comparable time if you get a bad elevator cycle. It's just I wish there was a more efficient way to get flying as Alliance, but I just haven't been able to find it. With Soulflame being brought back, AF is going to be fun in M+ again. Soulflame mobs explode when they die. Oh my god, I kept not being able to walk in the ring. Interesting. Have fun with the run. We'll catch up after work. Thank you. I will do my best. I mean, so far, it's definitely going better than I expected. I kind of figured I'd struggle at least a little bit early. And definitely, I'm not playing it super optimally, right? Obviously, there's a lot of mistakes that I'm making, but generally speaking, with specs that I am not familiar with at all, runs end up feeling way worse than this has felt. This has felt just slightly suboptimal because I'm still getting used to all the different abilities. But overall, very, very good. Then I'll go ahead and grab this. We can do all the quests over there. How do I want to do this? Because I have my Hearthstone set to Stormwind. Mole Machine has a 30-minute cooldown. I forget where Mole Machine takes me. I think Mole Machine can take me to the Embassy, where Chromie Time is. So I can use it like that. Obviously, having Mole Machine saves a significant amount of time, specifically when you're going to lock mode on. It saves 5 minutes in that case. So that particular use of it is pretty good. But for other stuff, I don't know. Alright, there we go. Oh, forgot to turn off Burning Rush. I should probably at least keep it somewhat enabled. Oh, rare mob. Nice. I sometimes miss that rare mob just because if it doesn't happen to be on the route. Oh, am I going to die here? No. Drain Life is kind of sick. The fact that I was just able to fuck that up completely and get away with it just because Drain Life is so broken. Yeah. And, okay. Yep. Yeah, I accidentally re-enabled Burning Rush. I would imagine there's probably some weak aura that prevents you from doing that. Puts a 1-second internal cooldown on when you can re-enable it, just so you don't, flick it back on and off. Mole Machine puts you at the blacksmithing trainer in the Dwarven district. Does it? Okay. Blacksmithing trainer. Is there anything I can do with that? I'm trying to... Oh, there's a chest. I almost didn't see it. It's so... The new model is, like, super dark. Good luck with the run. See you later and have fun. Thank you for stopping by, George Isaacson. George Isaacson. Appreciate it. I have Kilrog. Just throw that up there. Don't forget Voidwalker. Right. Good call. I forgot that I have to resummon it all the time. I wish it worked more like Hunter Pets. That'd be nice quality of life. Oh yeah, and I have to get the shredded letters. So we're doing dungeons until 20 to 30. No, it's not. My questing route will be faster. I mean, you can do dungeons if you want, but it will not be faster. If you have, like, a full 5-stack, maybe? Depends. But generally speaking, no, it will not. Because, I mean, think about it like this. I'm already level 17. When I was doing dungeon testing, I was getting about, like, I think, an ideal scenario, like 1 level per dungeon. Realistically speaking, it's less than that. Realistically speaking, you get about, like, 75% of a level per dungeon, assuming you're doing the same dungeon. If you're doing different dungeons every single time, which is not always possible, because a lot of times you just won't get enough in your new bracket, but let's say you're bouncing between different expansions, you have instant queues all the time because you have a full 5-stack, so you don't need to worry about waiting for queues. And you're benefiting from quests all the time. Let's call that, like, 1.25 levels. If you were getting 1.25 levels per dungeon, give or take, you would need to have completed, like, around 5 dungeons to reach the level I'm at, which means every dungeon would have to take roughly 10 minutes. Now, in a lot of cases, that's doable. A lot of dungeons you can do in 5 minutes, right? But this is also, once again, with a fully stacked 5-man group that is able to do dungeons efficiently, no pugs, no queue times, benefiting from dungeon quests in every single dungeon, so you're swapping between different stages of Chromie time, so that you don't have to spam the same dungeons in every single level bracket. And, obviously, you're going to be doing random dungeon queue, right? So there's still a chance that despite spamming, despite doing different Chromie times, you queue up for the same one 2 times in a row and get the same dungeon, right? So there's some variance there. And when all of that is said and done, you would need to be doing them in around 10 minutes on average to keep pace with this Warlock run. And mind you, this Warlock run is slow. I have never played a Warlock before. I am figuring things out as I go. I am trying to, learn the spec while I respond to chat, and, internally plan about, like, route adjustments and stuff in the future. This is not an efficient run. So this is all dungeons compared to an inefficient routing of questing. If you want to compare optimal dungeon spamming to one of my efficient runs, like where I'm actually playing something I'm familiar with and I'm actually doing things at a good pace, I mean, there's just no way. It's genuinely impossible for dungeons to meet that time. Said it before and I'll say it again. But, as always, every single time somebody asks, test it. Test it. Prove me wrong. Go onto my Discord, post a run of you doing dungeons with a full 5-stack group. Or even not. But realistically, you would need a full 5-stack group. And then say, watch this. I beat your time with just dungeon spamming. Dungeon quests give massive experience? No, they don't. they really don't. Dungeon quests give above average experience. It's like 1.5 and in some cases 2 times experience compared to normal quests. But there's like 3 quests per dungeon, and you can only do them once. So, like I said, in the ideal setup, I'm assuming you're doing dungeon quests. Because obviously, yes, if you're not doing dungeon quests, it's way slower. But assuming you are doing dungeon quests, which is the only thing that even makes it comparable, it's still not going to be efficient in 99% of circumstances. And the 1%, I'm not even entirely sure is possible. And I haven't been able to get people to test it with me, right? Because who the fuck wants to do, like, really super-duper hardcore dungeon spamming in a full 5-stack from levels 10 to 20, when at most you're going to be shaving off a minute or 2 from doing casual questing. It doesn't compare. So, I don't know. Love how you explained so complete with examples. Thanks, no problem. I like explaining things that way, honestly. It's just more fun for me. If you like dungeon leveling, it's going to be fine. Yeah, exactly. That I always tell people that. You absolutely can level in dungeons. That's totally fine. I'm not even saying it's slow. It's going to be slower than my route, but is it going to be like the slowest thing ever? Like, will you get a faster time leveling in dungeons than like doing Wrath of the Lich King Chromie time? Yeah, absolutely. Dungeon leveling's faster than Wrath Chromie time. One thing that people always try to ask is they're like, but will X thing beat your route? Like, will X thing be faster? And it's like, in 99% of circumstances, X thing is something that I've tried, and it's not in the guide for a reason. And a lot of times people will try to convince me why they think this thing is faster. And it's like, oh, well, I did this one leveling run, and I thought it was really fast. And it's like, that's great, but what it almost always boils down to is they almost always say, and I just think it's a really fun way to level. And I'll always say, if you enjoy leveling somewhere else, level there. Like, one thing that so many people have tried to convince me of is Legion. So many people have tried to tell me, Legion leveling, you know, you should check out Legion leveling, you should check out Legion leveling. And, I mean, I've leveled in Legion a ton. I've tested Legion leveling. It's not efficient. It just isn't. There's too many long RP quest lines. The way that the Legion questline works is it's very story-focused, right? Which, don't get me wrong, makes it fun. I love Legion questing. I absolutely love Legion questing. It is a really fun experience. It was one of my favorite expansions when it comes to storytelling and questing. And leveling, like, max level characters or up to max level through that expansion when it was current content, I loved it. I had a lot of fun. Stormheim, banger zone. High Mountain, banger zone. Not a huge fan of Val'sharah, and Azuna has its moments. Like, obviously the Ferrandis questline is really good, but I would say the rest of it is like, eh. But overall, it's a great expansion. Obviously, Suramar is another amazing zone for storytelling. But if you want to level through that, that's totally fine. But I hate when people try to convince me that it's faster when it just isn't. I've tested it. It just isn't. It's not even bad, right? I would say it is one of the above average expansions, right? Like BC and Wrath, once again, still going to be really slow. But compared to everything else, Legion just does not pull ahead. I would say even BFA. BFA is probably faster than Legion in many cases. Because BFA has like a lot of RP at the start, but once you get to branch out and pick your zone, BFA has some decent questing hubs. Legion is very, very, very story-focused and very linear. Whatchamacallit? I have a route that beats your 10 to 60 time. I start in org, then walk downstairs to the kitchen and take my mom's credit card and buy a boost. That's a joke. Please, no ban. I wouldn't ban you for that. No, that's good. And I will say, I never ban people for that. I try to respond to everybody who asks me questions about that of like, oh, is X faster, is Y faster? Like, I'm rambling a little bit about it because it does slightly annoy me. It's one of those things where I will say, and I don't like to say this too often because I always want to encourage people to ask me questions, right? I never want people to feel like, oh, like maybe my question is stupid. And, you know, obviously, as the saying goes, there's no such thing as a stupid question. And for the most part, that's true. What I will say is one thing that I get a lot that does slightly frustrate me, but I still answer every question on Discord anyway, is a lot of people will kind of treat me as like their own personal wowhead. And I think to a certain degree, it's like if you have a question about, you know, something that you can't just look up, right? About like how efficient a zone is or my thoughts on like a particular thing. Obviously, if it's like my opinion on X, my opinion on Y, a lot of people ask me, what's your opinion on this class? What's your opinion on this spec, on this zone, blah, 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 blah. That stuff, totally fine. Obviously, you have to ask me that to get my opinion on it. And if you want to ask for like whether I have information on something, do I have information on how efficient this thing is? Or, you know, what items am I farming for Dragonflight leveling? Like, those are questions that I'll get asked a decent amount of times. And that's totally fine. But when somebody will ask me, like, you know, on Discord, message me and be like, where do you get Cracked Rat X control gem? And then I'm like, you have to kill these 3 rares, right? And then they'll be like, okay, how do I farm Falling Flame? And it's like, look, just go into Wowhead, type Falling Flame, and just it's right there. Like, that's not something where I have any special expertise on. Obviously, I'll make a video on it because I think there's something to be said about making information more accessible. And I think the more important thing about maybe making a video covering Falling Flame or Cracked Red Axe Control Gem is that some people might not even know it exists. So by watching my video, they'll be like, oh, wow, I had no idea that this was even a thing. Now I'm going to go out and farm these items. But when somebody clearly knows these items do exist and they are something I should be farming, but then they, like, message me basically saying, like, oh, you know, can you tell me how to farm this? And it's like, literally, if you go to Wowhead, Cracked Red Axe Control Gem, look at the mobs that drop it. Look at, like, the comments. Same with Falling Flame. Like, look at the comments, look at the drop chance. It's all there. Like, if you ask me a question like that, I mean, literally, if I don't know it, I will just pull up Wowhead and I'll find it. And, like, I'll do that just because I don't want to discourage people from trying to ask stuff. But a lot of times I will have to say, if somebody repeatedly asks me, like, Wowhead questions like that, I'll just say, like, hey, you know, kind of busy at the moment. But generally speaking, you know, most people are good about that. It's just every now and then people treat me like an encyclopedia. And it's like, there's a limit. Like, look basic stuff like that up yourself. I'm more than happy to talk about my opinion. Like, if you ask me my thoughts about tanks or leveling or something like that, I will talk for hours, right? But if it's something that, you know, it's just an information bit, I'm just like, why? Why do you need me to answer that? New stock answer for those questions. Let me Google that for you. Yeah. No, for sure. And yeah, I don't want to sound like, whatchamacallit? Like, I don't want to be like an asshole about it, right? I usually try to be polite, but I do get that every now and then, and it's frustrating. So that's my rant about that over. Slowest way to level is to grind mobs. Everywhere else is 200% more efficient. True. Dungeons give up to 2 levels at the moment with Winds of Wisdom. Yeah, but you can't say that with Winds of Wisdom, dungeons are faster. Everything is faster with Winds of Wisdom. It's like, you know, I know that I'm not, like, mocking it, but I've heard that so many times. Like, X is faster with Winds of Wisdom. It's a 50% flat buff. Everything is 50% faster. Everything will give more XP. Like, Winds of Wisdom doesn't discriminate. Everything gets scaled up proportionally. The questing route is faster. Dungeon spamming is faster. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing, right? Where I already posted a pinned comment on my, like, how to level fast in Dragonflight's pre-patch video. Check my talents. Thank you. I appreciate it. Corruption instance. Let me go with... Let's just do that. Demon skin, sure. Okay, yeah. Do I know if retail has an add-on similar to Rested XP and Classic? I would not recommend Azeroth Autopilot. So the problem is, yeah, none of those add-ons are currently up to date. So unfortunately not. A lot of people ask this. I've been looking into making my own version. It would not be anytime soon. It would be once I have enough free time. But at the moment, while there are add-ons that function similar to, like, Rested XP in terms of how exactly they work, like with the arrow, with the overlay, none of them have the updated route. So it's kind of like a moot point. The most that people have said is they sometimes will follow along with my route and just enable Azeroth Autopilot for, like, Gorgrond or something, which I guess, but at that point, it just, I don't know. I don't see the point. Thoughts on Shadow Priest leveling? I have no thoughts. I have been told it's... Well, actually, I've been told by most people that it's slow. I've been told by some people in my guild that with a particular build, it's actually quite fast now. I don't know. I have not tested Shadow Priest leveling. So, I could not tell you. Might be slow, might be fast. Most people say it's slow, though. Let's see. Summon Succubus. Yeah, I mean, I probably don't need that. I'll put it on my bars anyway, obviously, in the off chance I need it. It feels like it's just inefficient. Correct me if I'm wrong. Obviously, if somebody knows, like, oh no, like, Voidwalker does a lot of damage, but because I don't automatically get my pet summoned, like, I'm just kind of killing mobs really fast anyways, do I really need to summon my Voidwalker every single time? Because it has a cast time. So, unless there's a way to make it instant cast, like, what is this talent? Spell is free and has its casting time. Oh yeah, so I guess you could use that ability to instantly summon it. Yeah. Okay, in that case, sure, I could see that. But I feel like until I get that, it's probably not going to be efficient. Feldon makes it a 0.5 second cast. Okay, yeah, that's a different story. I'd probably want to, if I was doing this efficiently, like get a macro that like casts that and then does the summon, just so I can save time not having to do that. Let me put this. Seriously, if people don't want to do research, you just link Wowhead and WoW groups. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where I'm never really sure what to do about it, right? Because, like, obviously part of me wants to do that. Part of me wants to just be like, here's the Wowhead page, look for yourself, right? But while that is definitely a very valid response that I could absolutely justify doing, it is kind of rude. And I know, and then here's the thing, what if that it's a brand new player and they found my videos, but they don't know what Wowhead is? So sometimes if they ask a lot of questions, a lot of times what I'll do is I'll link them a Wowhead post and say something like, hey, I don't know if you've heard of Wowhead, because I'm like, maybe they're new, but you can check out this website. It should have all the answers you need. And I'll try to do something like that, just because I don't want to assume that they're, you know, just asking me questions to save time. And I want to assume maybe they just really don't know where else to look, because I mean, the reality is I need to kind of consider how I, you know, come off sometimes. Obviously, if one of my personal friends is just nagging me constantly and they're just like, question, which doesn't happen often, right? But I'm just saying, in those cases, sometimes I'll jokingly just say to them like, yeah, dude, I'm busy, look it up, something like that. As a way of like, you know, just saying, get off my ass about it, like I'm busy at the moment. Because in that case, it's, you know, one of my friends, and I know they'll probably be like, yeah, okay, and look it up. But I don't know how, like, a random person's going to react, and I don't want to, like, really hurt somebody's feelings by accident by saying that. So that's why it's, like I said, I will still answer every single question. But it is something that, you know, it feels nice to rant about something every now and then. Let me try to... I already used my Goblin Glider. See, this is the case where Cracked Radnax control gems were just so nice for low levels. Because right now, I could use a Cracked Radnax gem to speed this process up. But I don't have it, which is sad. And then I need to do the Scythe of a Loon quest. I probably should have done these two earlier. And then just on my way to... Yeah, here. What I'll do is I'll set my Hearthstone to Darkshire. Because I'm probably going to ding soon anyway. Nah, I'm indecisive. I need to figure out the exact breakpoints. The problem is, it's so hard to tell like when you should do different things. I guess, in theory, I should probably set my Hearthstone the moment I get into the town, just to save time. That way, no matter when I hit level 20, I can just finish up whatever I'm doing, Hearth, or Dalhearth, turn on War Mode, get Riding Training, and then Hearth back, without having to worry about, like, traveling back, setting Hearthstone, etc. It's just, I forgot to do that before, so... There's something to be said for familiarity with a zone/route. I have some level brackets that I do zones that might not be super efficient, so I know the zone, but it seems quick. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I've said before, like, my Horde routes are going to be faster than my Alliance, or my Horde runs are going to be faster than my Alliance runs, just because I played Horde basically my entire time playing WoW. All of my Alliance testing started after I made my YouTube channel, for the most part. I've done like 1 or 2 Alliance runs in the past. But when I first made my Horde route, and a lot of people were asking me, can you do an Alliance version? That's when I first started seriously testing the Alliance zones to see which ones were efficient. But I have been leveling Horde characters for years and years and years and years. So even though my route may be somewhat new and specifically designed for Chromie time, the reality is that my experience with these zones is just, whatchamacallit, I have a ton of experience, right? I've done this for a very, very, very long time. Don't forget, you have your racial as well. Yeah, the problem with the racial is, okay, it has a 30-minute cooldown, so I probably won't need to head to lock mode on until 30 minutes after heading, right? Let me rephrase that, right? So I need to use this racial to get to lock mode on. that is by far the most important use of the Dark Iron Dwarf racial in the entire route. It's one of the reasons why Dark Iron Dwarf is the fastest Alliance leveling race, because of this racial, specifically for getting to lock mode on really quickly. So I need to make sure that whenever that happens, I have my racial available. Now, it has 30-minute cooldown, so it's not like super restrictive. But then the question would be, would it be faster for me to go from, what's it called? Stormwind, the Dwarven District, over to here, or Dalaran, Portal, over there in the Mage Quarter? And I would say, in this case, probably take the Dwarven Mole Machine, but I don't know. One of the other problems, right, is this is obviously all under the assumption that, you know, you're playing as... Oh, there's another rare. Okay. I don't always get that, because it has a really long patrol time. It's like the Lost Son of Aragorn, but for Silverpine Forest. Yeah, this is all assuming, right, that you're playing a Dark Iron Dwarf. So, if you're not playing a Dark Iron Dwarf, it becomes a little bit problematic, since I think I want to head back to town now. I want to say. I don't know, though. This is where my memory with the Alliance route, it's minor optimizations like this, where, for the purposes of, like, a leveling guide, does it really matter where I say, like, oh, at this exact quest you want to head back to town and do this stuff? It doesn't really matter. For the most part, like, with my Duskwood leveling guide, I just say, do all the quests in Duskwood except XYZ. Because, really, this is, like, a very marginal time save, but for my own testing purposes, I like to try and find the most efficient way possible to do something, and this is all, like, very marginal time saves. Like, is it really that much of a time loss to use the Dalaran Heartstone and then head to the Flightmaster? No, it takes about 1 minute. For, like, 99% of players, being able to just spend 1 minute learning all their stuff and immediately going back to questing, that's totally fine. But then what I'm trying to think about is, oh, well, for the Horde, it takes 45 seconds. Is there a way that I can make the Alliance route take 15 seconds less? So it's all minuscule stuff like that. And it doesn't really matter, but I would like to try and find a way to optimize it if I can. Okay, I should probably do these quests, and then I'll set my hearth here before I forget. You do Duskwood, Loch Modan, and the WoD intro. I also do Redridge. So I start off in Redridge. When you get to this quest, Prisoners of War, that's when you stop doing Redridge, and you just move on to the next zone. Just because the quest chain from that point on just turns into, like, a really long RP fest, and it's just not worth it. But up until that point, it's faster. Make commands. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Juggy, but if you want to elaborate. There's a talent that absorbs a pet for a buff, and you also get it deep in the tree. Interesting. My friend was complaining he couldn't figure out how to navigate Wowhead. I could see for new players that could be confusing, yeah. 100% you would still give new players the resources to find out for themselves? Yeah, for sure, for sure. Do I have a written guide for Dragonflight leveling? Not yet. So I'm working on my written guide for Dragonflight leveling. It'll be done by the time that you need to use it, right? So a lot of people are asking me, like, I'm trying to do beta testing. Do you have a written guide that I can use for beta testing? And the reality is, it's like, I'm not going to try to, like, spend a boatload of time writing a beta testing guide to help people figure stuff out on beta. It's like, as it always goes, right? If you're testing something on beta, do your own research, right? The entire point is testing. Try out different things, see what works. If you end up finding a side quest that's faster than the ones I use in my route, let me know. And then whenever I do make the guide, I'll update it. But my primary focus is getting the guide finished by the time the expansion actually comes out. So it will be done by then, 100%. But at the moment, it's not. What is the license of my guide? Guide doesn't have a license. I mean, in theory, you could just copy my guide, right? I mean, I guess I shouldn't necessarily be saying that, right? I would say, obviously, if you're using my guide, credit me. Just, you know, don't be a dick, right? But the reality is, people have copied my guide because I don't copyright it. I don't do anything fancy like that. The entire point is, my guide is just, you know, it's an open source way for you to learn how to level efficiently, right? I'm not trying to, like, monetize the hell out of my guide, right? I think that everybody should have access to the same information. So, I mean, if you want to do something with it, yeah, go for it. I have no issue with that. But I will obviously, like, say, credit me, right? Just because that's, like, the nice thing to do. I would appreciate that. But, I mean, technically speaking, you don't have to. It's not like I have a team of lawyers who are going to hunt you down if you don't. God knows a lot of people have already taken my shit without crediting me, and there's fuck all I can do about it. So, I appreciate the people who do take the time to actually ask me, hey, can I do something with your information? Haraldin's Grandmaster Ultimate Speed Demon Leveling Guide should be the name. Yeah, I keep it simple. The actual guide is just Haraldin's Leveling Guide. That's it. Yeah. So my dad said, I think it would be cool if your guide's on a web page. My dad says that because he bought me for Christmas, what was it, like 2 years ago at this point or something? He bought me the domain name haraldin.com, and he's been telling me that I should, like, get all my stuff running on a website. But it's like, I don't know. I just don't see what the real difference would be having my guide on a website versus having it on a publicly available Google Doc. At that point, it's like the same thing. If your guide does not specify a license and you can prove that you're the original owner, which in this case you absolutely can, it has copyright by default. Yeah, I mean, look, I know basically how that stuff works, right? Obviously, if somebody literally copied my guide word for word and tried to, like, claim it as their own, and basically said, like, like the meme, right? I made this, right? If somebody did that, which would be super egregious, in that case, obviously, I would probably do something about it, right? That would be the main difference. Luckily, nobody has done that. People are at least, I guess, smart enough to realize that that would just be really not a smart move, or really a kind of a dick move in general. So luckily I haven't had that happen. What I have had happen is a lot of people basically just ripping, especially I've had more of an issue with my footage, right? Because obviously that's one of those things where it falls under fair use. And every single time I mention this, there's somebody in the comments who's like, but is it technically illegal? Is it technically illegal for somebody to use your footage without saying they took it from you? That's fair use. And it's like, yeah, sure. If somebody just takes some of my footage with their own narration, I mean, that's technically fair use, right? If they're just ripping footage from my video, but it's still a dick move. Like, what was it? Just the other day, there was somebody who, whatchamacallit? People don't understand fair use. I mean, in that case, it technically is fair use, because it's limited in scope. But technically speaking, if I were to go ahead and try and, like, take somebody's video down because they took a bit of my footage, yeah, I would, not only would that honestly be kind of a bit dumb for me to try and do because it would just be so frivolous, but I don't really think that would fly, because you could make the argument, oh, they only used a bit of my footage, right? And obviously, here's an example, right? Here's a very recent example where if you go into the comments on my recent video, Fast Leveling and Dragonflight Pre-Patch or whatever the title of that video is, I forget. It was I either called it like Fast Leveling or Level Fast, one of those. If you go to that video, in the comments, you'll find somebody who pointed out to me that a Russian guy basically completely copied my video, took literally a lot of my footage, which is kind of funny because he has some of his own footage, which is in Russian, and then he has all of my footage, which is obviously in English because it's directly taken from my video. And then he even shows my leveling guide, which thankfully I translated it, and the only reason I decided not to do anything about it, where is this? Let me at least pick these talents first. That seems good. Essence Drain. Whenever you heal yourself, the enemy deals reduced damage. I don't know. Rapid Contagion seems good, but, like, a lot of this feels like, if this is instant cast, Bane of Shadows. Yeah, sure, I'll take Bane of Shadows. I have no idea which one's good. At least this is instant, so I'm going to use that. But yeah, right, so go and, like, if you want to see an example, go look at that Russian guy's video. And literally, he did just copy my video almost step for step. Of course, the funniest thing about that is the copycat videos always end up being longer because, there's a really good expression that I like to use where it's, whatchamacallit, if I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter or something like that. I forget where I initially heard that. And then I remember I looked it up and it's like sometimes credited to Winston Churchill and then sometimes credited to somebody else. Basically, I don't think it's officially confirmed who initially said that, but it's like some famous historical person said that. And I really like that phrase because it does summarize, a basic truth that a lot of people don't really understand, which is to tell something, to tell information in a shorter period of time, it takes more time. It is harder and more difficult to write something that conveys all of the information you want to convey properly in a shorter period of time. And that applies to like my leveling guides, right? And my leveling videos. I spent a lot of time scripting and writing out that 3-minute video where I talk about the differences between Dragonflight Chromie time and Winds of Wisdom leveling, because it's a lot of information, and then I had to sit there and be like, well, I obviously want to make this concise, because I know the reality is a lot of people are impatient. And there's a reason why videos like that one got 150,000 views. It's because a lot of people just want to get the information really quick. It's just, tell me what I need to know, then let me get the fuck out of here, right? So a 3-minute video will be really appealing to a lot of people. So I specifically spent a ton of time working on making that video really as short as possible. And I think I managed to properly convey all the necessary information. And this guy's video basically directly copies mine and yet manages to be like 4 times the length, because when you have no idea what you're talking about, you just end up rambling, repeating yourself, just saying useless nonsense that just fills runtime and doesn't actually convey any useful information, which I do find amusing. But another great example of this is my video, which is at this point my second most watched video of all time, was my secret treasure room video. So for anybody who has seen that, I would imagine a decent amount of you have. Back in patch 9.2, I found the secret treasure room on Zereth Mortis, the one for the Sand Everywhere achievement. And yes, I did find that. I'm aware because I was literally trying to follow clues on Wowhead or hints on Wowhead by people who had been trying to find it and had hit a dead end and they weren't able to figure out how to do it. Nobody could figure out how to do it. And I literally discovered it with the help of Whitehorn on Twisting Nether Europe. Cool guy. And he basically, we combined our information and managed to figure out how to unlock that thing and get the achievement. So as a result, I had the first video on it because I'm literally the person who found it. And I made a fairly concise video. I think it was around 4 minutes long because I spent a lot of time trying to think, what information do I actually need to talk about here? What's the necessary information that needs to be told in this video? And there was a lot of redundancy, right? Like how to get all of the different keys to unlock the different sand piles. Well, I already had a video going over all the different treasures in Zereth Mortis and how to unlock them. So why would I just repeat that information when I could just say, hey, if you want this information, I've literally already talked about all of it in detail in a separate video. So my video was 4 minutes long. And I actually had people commenting later on, of course, because after all the copycats, right, got a hold of that information and then made their own video about it weeks later, I started getting comments from people saying, so-and-so put way more detail. I don't know how you think you can do this justice in only 4 minutes. There are people putting out 50-minute long videos on the subject and you only did 4. And it's yeah, but you don't need 50 minutes to talk about, here's a treasure room, here's the steps you need to unlock it, and then if you want to get the treasures, go loot these different things in Zereth Mortis. And if you want to know exactly where to find them, I've made a separate thing about that. Literally took me 4 minutes, and apparently some people take 50 minutes to convey that exact information, and there are people who think that's a benefit. It's look, I like watching long video essays as much as the next person, but there needs to be a reason, right? There needs to be something important that video essay is conveying that makes me want to stay focused and engaged for the full 5 hours. It's impressive when you look at, a good one that I've been, or watched a lot recently, at this point I'm fully caught up, is Quentin Reviews, has a lot of massive long video essays. And it's like 5 hours, if not more, sometimes up to like 8 hours of just nonstop editing, scripting. It's brilliant. And it's like, yeah, at that point, when every second of an 8-hour video is packed with like information and just entertaining content, at that point, yeah, sure, absolutely. I love long videos like that. But I mean, a long, rambly mess is not necessarily good. And look, I've had to make videos like that before. My tank video that I made recently about like the top tank builds in Dragonflight's pre-patch, and I said this at the start, it ended up being 2 hours. You know what? I could have made that video I could have made that video like 40 minutes long, right? But if I wanted to make that video 40 minutes long, it would have probably taken me like a week longer to make, because the amount of editing I would have had to spend trying to get that thing condensed down to 40 minutes compared to 2 hours would have taken like 10 times the amount of effort. So I just said, hey, look, I think this information is going to be useful to people, so I'm just going to put this video out now. If you found it helpful, great. If you don't want to sit through 2 hours, I get it, but, you know, that's the price, right? I don't have time to spend like 10 days doing intense video editing on stuff like that. So there are cases where I think that's valid, but I also don't, like, I acknowledge the fact that my video, the 2-hour tank one, is worse off as a result of it being 2 hours long. There's a lot of people who just won't want to watch that, and I don't blame them. But I think that it is valid information for anybody who does. So, you know, is what it is. Let me put Seed of Corruption. You should at least temporarily do a Twitch channel so we can get the Twitch drops. I'm not going to do that. I thought about that, but it is one of those things where the unfortunate reality of a lot of that stuff being Twitch exclusive is that, whatchamacallit, like, if I want people to be able to watch me and do the Twitch drops, like, yeah, I would need to make a Twitch channel, but here's the reality. I would absolutely not benefit from it at all. Like, I could understand if somebody, whatchamacallit, I could understand if somebody wants to stream on Twitch and they've already streamed, like, I don't know, like, there's a lot of big YouTubers, right, who do both, who have YouTube streams and Twitch streams. And for them, it's probably a pretty easy decision, right? Obviously, if their viewers can get Twitch drops on one platform that they already regularly stream on, it's a no-brainer. They're going to stream on that platform. I don't stream on Twitch. I've never streamed on Twitch. So would it technically be a bit more beneficial for my regular viewers to be able to just watch my channel and be able to get the Twitch drops? Sure. But the reality is, not only would I not get anything by streaming on Twitch because I don't have a Twitch channel set up, it would be something I needed to spend a ton of work on for one particular occasion. But I'd make nothing off Twitch, right? I would make nothing off Twitch unless it was something I did regularly, and it's not something I want to do regularly. I will always continue streaming on YouTube regardless. And the reality is, I will kind of need those day one numbers for my YouTube stream to actually help, right? You know, I don't like to talk about metrics a lot, but the reality is that, I mean, my day one 24-hour live stream should, at least in theory, help my channel a decent bit. I'm going to be doing a lot of fucking work over the next few weeks and after Dragonflight's launch to get all these different videos out. And, I mean, at least I would hope that as a result, my channel at least performs decently well compared to how it normally does. And if I basically took all of those numbers and moved them over to Twitch, not only would I just get way less viewers because most people wouldn't know where to find me there, but literally none of that growth would go towards helping my channel whatsoever. Which, I mean, that would just genuinely be the most suicidal decision I could ever make for the growth of my channel. And the only thing that it would benefit is people would get to just watch me instead of, instead of just having two streams open at the same time, muting one, putting it on 160p, and closing the tab. Because, in case you aren't aware, for Twitch drops, you can literally do that. There's multiple people who have explained that already. I personally probably won't even do that, because I don't care about the Feldrake. I know this may be an unpopular opinion. I don't give a shit about it. I'm not even going to try to get it, because what am I going to do with it? I'm not a mount collector. Like, look at how many mounts I have. I have 378 mounts. I've been playing this game for how long? And 99% of my mounts I just get passively because it's like, oh, I happen to do a reputation, and it's like, I might as well buy them out from Exalted Reputation. I don't care. I'm not a collector. Not even pets. If there was like a cool toy, which like there technically is, like the perpetual purple firework is maybe the only thing that I will watch a stream for, because I actually do like collecting toys. It's the only thing that I actually have a decent collection of. I don't know why. I just enjoy collecting toys more than other stuff. But that's the thing. It's gonna suck for me no matter what. Because no matter what, if I stream on YouTube, I'm going to lose a bit of my audience because there's going to be some people who will just say, well, I'm going to choose the streamer that will get me Twitch drops. That's just a fact of life, right? And if I streamed on Twitch, I would still get some people watching me because they'd be like, oh, well, now I can watch Harlden and still get Twitch drops, right? And then I would get a lot of other people who just don't even know where to find me there and would not watch me. It's basically, it's a lose-lose scenario for me. And I'm not entirely thrilled with that. But the reality is there's nothing I can do about it, and it would not help, right? It would not help me to have a Twitch stream. That would actually be the worst decision that I could personally make. Also, how do I always forget how to do this quest. I need to remember this better. Let's see. Fucking hell. My dots just killed that before I had a chance to actually use the quest item. Okay. When am I planning to release the updated routes? The current plan... What do I... Okay, so I have to tag it with the item, and then when it dies, it gives me quest credit. Alright, that's weird. Let's see. When am I planning to release the updated routes? The current plan is November 11th for the 10 to 60 route, and the Dragonflight route will probably be like a week or two later. Basically, they will both be out before the corresponding like update, right? So before Dragonflight launches, that's when my 10 to 60 to 70 guide will be out. Before Chromie Time launches, that's when my 10 to 60 guide will be out. So they'll be out in time, is I guess all that really matters. Do I have a donation link? I don't have like a Patreon or something, if that's what you're asking. If you want to donate, obviously, as always, completely optional, but it's all done through my YouTube channel, right? I have donations set up on YouTube by default. That's it. But once again, completely optional. I don't like to talk about it. I don't like to encourage it. But yeah, since you asked. I do not have an OnlyFans, no. As much as some of my friends have, joked with me that I should set one up, I do not have an OnlyFans account set up. How do you do that? You've never watched any stream? I'm gonna be honest, I don't even fully know. I probably should look into that more. I don't really know fully how it works. Let me make sure I get this so my dots don't kill him. I'm like 99% sure it's like a button on the tab, but I mean, I've never donated to a YouTube stream myself, so I genuinely don't know where it is on the UI. Probably should, like I said, but if I forget. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there's just like a button on the UI for it, like below the stream or something. Do I think leveling with a group is better than solo? Huh. Where are the mobs? Oh, there they loaded in. 1 second. Before I answer that question, I'm just trying to make sure I read everything else. You know what I like about you? You're very honest. Thank you. I mean, I'd like to pride myself on that. Right? I don't like to bullshit, right? I don't like to beat around the bush. I mean, I think there's something to be said about, like, white lies in certain cases. Like, I'm not going to say, like, I don't hold myself to a standard of, like, oh, I am 1000% honest all the time. I never tell a lie, right? Like, I have definitely told lies in the past, like, to, family and friends for innocent stuff. It's usually white lies or, I mean, I'll be completely honest, and I know my dad's watching, and he fucking knows this. Sometimes I'll tell my dad that, oh yeah, I woke up late or something like that, and he's like, oh, you made it to class on time. And I'm like, oh yeah, I totally made it to class on time. And I definitely did not make it to class on time, right? And it's one of those things where in that case, I'm going to be completely honest, and he knows this, right? It's self-preservation,
right? If there is something like that where it's not hurting anybody, it is literally just, you know, if I'm in college and I have the option of basically just making my dad not have to worry about it and not be on my ass about it, that's like the type of situation where I'm like, yeah, I don't care about lying in that case. But I think generally speaking, when it comes to like your feelings and opinions on something, I try to be brutally honest about that because, I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't be. I guess in that case, the one thing that I dislike people who are honest about is I dislike people who basically influence their opinions or thoughts or whatever based on, I don't know, what's popular or what other people think, right? You know, I have my opinions and I stick to my opinions and I'm completely honest about that. All right, so I guess in that way I'm honest. But I do want to make that clear because I don't want it to make it seem like I'm trying to be like some paragon of virtue, right? No, I'm not perfect. I don't want anybody to ever think that I'm trying to act like I'm perfect. I'm honest in the ways that I think it matters, and yeah, I guess that's... I'm glad that you think that, though. Shit, that bear leashed. Somebody's talking to my dad in Portuguese, it looks like. If you streamed on Twitch, it would help your Amazon stock options. Alright, Dad. 1 to 44 hours for me casual, and you only do Legion? Yeah, that's solid. That's definitely solid. See, before I respond to the group leveling question, because the group leveling question is something that I'll give a decent answer to, but it is something I get asked a lot, as a disclaimer. But I'll try to give it the best TLDR that I can. Let me round up 4 Coal Pelt Bears. Do this. Seed of Corruption, and then Malefic Rapture. That seems good. Psycho Teddy said there's a $sign button under the text entry next to the reactions button. Ah, good to know. The honesty is refreshing. As someone from Finland, I can't stand the fake American politeness that pervades the internet. Yeah, I guess when I said like people who influence their like opinion and personality, that's kind of what I'm referring to. Like, I guess one thing that a lot of people have pointed out that obviously I don't do, and I never plan on doing, is the whole like fake like streamer persona of oh, hey guys, today we're going to be playing blah, 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 blah. I'm having a great day, and I hope you are as well. Let's get into the game, or whatever. You know, like, you've seen it. Even if you've seen it in, like, parodies. There are genuinely people who do that, and they put on, like, that type of, like, persona and whatnot. And the only persona that I put on is, like, one of anxiety, right? Like, I'm generally way less talkative, or some people would argue not, but I'm generally way less, like, anxious or whatever when I'm, like, just talking with friends and playing around. Because the reality is, while streaming, I do talk really fast, I talk a lot. I'm sometimes, like, a bit scatterbrained when it comes to, like, paying attention to this, to stuff like that. And it really is just pure stress, right? Because, you know, I have really bad anxiety when it comes to, like, talking to large groups of people. So I try to do my best, but sometimes it's a little bit difficult. But that's the only thing that really influences it. So, you know, I would like to say I'm a little bit more relaxed in normal situations, but that's not, like, me putting on a fake persona or anything. That's just how that is. Let's see. I guess I need to take the flight path. I should have done... It's good to know, though. So now I know I should turn in these 2 quests before heading over here, because I'm missing one of the breadcrumbs. So... let me actually jot down notes. So this is Raven Hill. So if I jot down a note of... complete... glassy... glass... and... ogre thieves... before... Raven Hill. It might just be classy glass, because I think ogre thieves you can turn in later. I want to say. But okay, I'm going to jot down that note just so I remember. Let me check my talents. I'm sure I have unspent ones. Corruption damage. Ooh, I like Writhe and Agony. This seems good. And then... I don't really think I need that. Also don't really need that. I mean, I need to take one of these to progress down the tree. I'll take this because a lot of people were saying it's good for... whatchamacallit, like instantly summoning a Voidwalker. And then I guess I'll take Curse of Enfeeblement. But I'm really not going to be using Curse of Tongues or Curse of Exhaustion. It doesn't seem like that would be super useful while leveling. But I can do... Let's see, Control T, and then can I drop Summon Voidwalker? Yeah, right there. Something like that would be a good way to make use of that. I have, like, so many random buttons that I just don't need as a Warlock. Huh. Oh, Odinosaur Gaming. I don't know if this is donation, but thanks, man. You saved so much of my time, and you know what they say, time is money. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yes. That is 50 SEK. I always forget the translation thing, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. I accidentally dragged my timer over the chat, so I couldn't see that for a second. Let's see. Hey, they're loving the weekend streams where you test different specs for speed leveling. Yeah. I mean, for now, this is going to be the format. So, at least up until Dragonflight comes out, this is what I'll be doing. Now, one thing I honestly haven't decided, and I would say this is kind of up to you guys. Like, what would you want to see going forward? Because the reality is, I don't necessarily want to keep just doing random speedruns every single weekend until the end of time. It's one of the reasons why I stopped streaming in the first place, because a lot of people got to, expecting that a lot. So, I mean, I guess it's kind of like a pointless thing to ask, but I don't know. It's like, I might experiment, like, after Dragonflight with different types of streams, because the reality is, like, I have other videos that perform well, but in terms of streams, the only ones I ever really did consistently were the leveling ones. So it makes sense for me to return to streaming with this format, because right now, I mean, I'm perfectly fine doing it right now, because I need to test it anyway. Like, I'm not forcing myself to do this. I want to update the leveling guide, and I'm going to be doing this no matter what, so I might as well stream it. But the reality is I can only level so many characters before I just get bored out of my skull. So, I might do, like, Mythic Plus at some point, but I don't know. It's one of those things where I can also only do Mythic Plus up to a certain level before I just get bored. So maybe I should say, would people be interested in watching, like, Mythic progression streams? It would probably be slightly less interactive than my normal streams, just because, obviously, if I were streaming my Mythic raid progression, right, the focus would first be on the raid. And I would only be able to respond to chat when I had free time, when, like, nothing was going on, if we were, like, on a break or, like, in between pulls, etc. So it would be slightly less interactive. But if that's something people might want to see, I mean, I've shown clips of my guild before at this point. I'd like to think that the raid environment is pretty fun. And since I'm no longer in a position where, like, in my old guilds, when I first started doing YouTube, I was actually raid leading, and that was stressful because it was basically impossible for me to, like, manage raid leading on top of streaming. But at this point, no, I'm just tanking, right? So obviously during the poll, I need to focus. If there's something, like, being talked about after the poll, I need to focus on that. But outside of that, it's not really a major concern, right? So if that's something people would be interested in, I could start streaming my Mythic progression. Maybe. I'll think about it. Even just watching Mythic Plus helps to teach strategies. Yeah, that's fair. Because I definitely, like, I enjoy streaming to an extent, and I'd like to do it, like, somewhat consistently. But this is the main thing that I've always done for streams, so would have to be a little bit of a change of format for other things. Let me see, what do I have for PvP talents? Casting Circle. Weird. And then Affliction. Let me look at Jake's builds. Jake recommends this. Ah. Okay. Yeah, that seems good. That would actually make Shadowbolt significantly better. Probably not going to run Fell Hunter. Oh, I see. Now I know why it's glowing. Right. And let me just grab whatever. Yeah, where's the follow-up quests? I guess, do I just need to fly back over there and maybe I just forgot to pick something up, or... I'll check this out in Ravenhill. Is the super chat donation? Ah, yes, I see now. Yeah, the name for donations on YouTube is super chats. I think Leonardo agreed with me in terms of putting the guide on the web. My Spanish is not perfect, but it's close enough to Portuguese. Ah, I see. Farming Falling Flame / Cinderfall is not fun. Yeah. I will say a lot of you are going to hate me. I got Falling Flame first try. Which, I mean, if that's not some bullshit luck, I don't know what is. Because I would have farmed that 50 times if that's what it took. Like, me of all people, I needed to get it eventually. So, I was fucking thrilled when I got it first try. And I'm just like, alright, I'm done. I can focus on other shit. But a lot of my guildies have been farming it, like, pretty heavily. 50-minute AFK, 10 seconds of spamming buttons to get a tag for a 2% drop. Yeah. It definitely doesn't sound fun. What quest am I missing? Try for the... Oh! I'm stupid. Oh my god. It's because I started the RP, and then I left before the RP finished, which caused this quest to bug out. Okay. Lesson learned. Lesson learned. No, I did everything in the correct order. Okay, I deleted my little note. So I was doing the correct order. The only thing I fucked up is I started an RP, and then it caused the quest to glitch out. Am I on beta right now? Yes, I'm on beta. One thing that I thought of doing just for fun, but opted against just because I feel like it would be a bit too confusing, is I thought about doing a run where I start on retail with Winds of Wisdom, I level up to level 40, then while the timer's still going, I log out, copy my account data over to beta, copy the level 40 character, and then do levels 40 to 60 on the beta. Basically, like, exactly like that video described, but like if you could mimic a speedrun of that, doing it in real time, I thought that would be kind of cool. But while that seems neat in theory, and I could obviously get an insane time, it wouldn't be an insane time that's actually, like, relevant to anybody. Like, I mean, I've already shown the 4-hour time that I got for basically combining 2 different runs. So people already know that it's possible to do that. So it wouldn't really be new information to anybody. It would just be like a fun little challenge. And I feel like there would be so many people who would just get confused about that and probably wouldn't understand the reason why I'm testing it. And they would probably just be like, well, this doesn't apply to me because I can't copy a character over to beta, even though it's more to simulate just waiting until November 15th. I don't know. I thought it would be a neat idea, but there's just too many like little caveats to it that I'm just like, not gonna bother. Also, that felt really fast. Malefic Rupture feels really fucking insane. You can just get out some crazy burst damage. Do I think WAD Intro can do 50 to 60 in beta? Yeah, it should be able to. I don't see why it wouldn't. Assuming you haven't done it already, right? Like, if you've already done the WAD Intro, it might not work, because some stuff like that is a little bit weird with, like, letting you repeat it. But... Seed of Corruption. Oh, no, Seed fell off. Darn. Yeah, I should just spam Malefic Rupture at this point. Trying to get out multiple Seeds of Corruption is just usually not going to work because they tend to die before I even get a chance. Thanks, no problem. Should be about 5... Oh, I just saw it. Should be about 5 USD, but it's not much, but thanks. No, like, any amount I appreciate. So thank you once again for that. Definitely, the amount doesn't matter. It's the thought that counts, right? Let's see. Once Dragonflight comes out, a live stream where you gear a character through professions and then M+. Oh, I will be doing that. Yeah, I should say, I'll be, like, live streaming my general, like, progression through Dragonflight. Just because that is one of those things where the reality of, like, early Dragonflight is I'm going to try to get a few videos, like, pre-recorded in advance of Dragonflight in case I don't have time to stream on that day. But I'm going to be basically spending, like, almost every single waking moment when Dragonflight launches, doing, what's it called? Like, doing testing and stuff, and gearing up my character, and leveling professions. I guess it wouldn't be testing at that point. Gearing, right? Better way to say it. So I'll be spending basically all of my time just playing the game. And as a result, I won't really have any time to make videos for at least like the first week or two. Unless, you know, if it's something like a raid guide, I'll have all the raid and dungeon guides finished. All of the dungeon guides will be done before the expansion launches for like the base 8 dungeons. And then before Mythic Plus and raids come out, I will have all my raid boss guides and Mythic Plus dungeons guides out by then. So Jade Serpent, Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, blah, 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 blah. Whatever the other two are. Off the top of my head, I can't remember. But you get the point. All that stuff will be done in time, but that's going to be the main priority just because that is time specific. Any other stuff, I won't have time to make like detailed, well-edited videos for just because I will be playing the game. So I will be streaming a lot just specifically around that time. It's more when I have time to make videos, right? Because in that particular case, oh, I'm getting thrashed here. Let me drop a Seed of Corruption. And then... Okay, yeah, and it applies corruption to everybody. So I could just do Malefic Rupture at this point. And that would just be faster in many cases. And... Okay. Yeah. So if I just do one Seed of Corruption, get that to detonate, apply corruption to every single target in an instance like that, and then just spam Malefic Rapture, that would just delete everything. And I wouldn't need to worry about, like, going around manually multi-dotting everything. Alright, that's good to know. Hello, Airfall, good to see you. But yeah, what was I saying? Point is, so lots of streams at that point. It's more, I'm wondering what I'll stream once I am in a position where I can make detailed videos. Because at that point, it's like, do I just spend more time making videos? Or do I, you know, set aside at least a bit of time every week to do like a stream or something? Because the reality is, I mean, the streams are, they're not like special, right? The only reason for me to do a stream is if there is something where it works well in this format. It's like, I could upload this as a video. The only difference is it works well in the format of like, you know, it's a long thing where people can watch along. And in this particular case, obviously I know people like asking questions and talking about stuff like that. So that would be the main advantage to doing some stuff as a stream, because I know people do like listening to like the stories and stuff and being able to ask questions and get, you know, my opinion on stuff. So that would be one of the main reasons I would consider streaming as a regular thing, as a long-term deal, I guess. Not just for Dragonflight's launch. But that's the thing I'm still figuring out. But I know people said when I brought it up earlier that, yeah, maybe for like Raids Mythic Plus, people would enjoy watching that, so I'll consider it. I want to make sure I don't miss any chests here, because I know there are some potential spawns. I'm also going to pop my potion before I forget. And if you step on one of these graves, it spawns an ad, so I'm just going to be careful not to do that. Corruption. I'm going to put Burning Rush on again. I'm just going to try to multi-dot this entire room with Agony. And Seed of Corruption. Drain life until it explodes, and then Malefic Rupture. Malefic Rupture. And, okay, yep, that feels really fucking fast. Whew. Very nice. I should turn off Burning Rush, though. Complete quest. Odysseus Hatsopolis said, looking forward to all the Dragonflight content. Thanks for the videos. Keep it up. And that is that pounds or euros? I want to say that's euros. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate it. I need to get better at the currency stuff. Early on, I had a lot of them, like, kind of somewhat memorized, but now I've been just forgetting the differences. Pounds and euros, I confuse those all the time. Euros? Okay, cool. I was leaning towards that, so I'm glad that I was right. Do I upload full VODs? All of my stream VODs are automatically uploaded onto my channel. If you can't find them, if you go to, like, my YouTube page, one thing I realized, I think YouTube changed this at some point. There are 2 different tabs. So actually, there's 3 different tabs now if you include shorts. So on my main channel page, there's a tab for just regular videos. There's a tab for, I think it's called Live, which is all the old streams. And then there's a tab for shorts. So it used to just group them all together. Now there's specifically a section for the old streams. But yes, every single time one of my streams ends, it'll automatically be turned into a VOD by YouTube. But yeah, sometimes it's displayed in like a weird way like that. So Euro looks like an E for Euro. The other one is the pound. Okay. Yeah, that's how I vaguely remembered that, like, one of them looked more like an E, and that's why it was the Euro. But I couldn't remember if, like, I was just confusing that, if I had, like, made it up in my head. But now that, to hear that confirmed, I'm like, okay, my, like, memory mechanism is actually correct. So, good to know. Let me leave this down. Morphic Rupture. Oh, this is doing a lot of damage. I think one more and I should be good. Nice. And now, just need to kill Morbid Fell, so... Shit. Do that. Oh, the Voidwalker just AoE fucking taunts everything? Well, that's annoying. I'm out of mana. Should be fine. I just... They're healing. That's not good. Let me... At this point, yeah, this guy should just die really quick. I'm just going to Shadow Bolt him. Okay, we're good. We're good. I did not expect the Voidwalker to just do like an AoE pulse and grab all the ghouls. It's not a big deal, though. Let's see. You can add an edit on the video, like a fade to black with text saying, after phase 2 of the pre-patch. What do you mean, Chori? Like... Oh, so, like, if somebody asks what time it's going to be available, I just, like, make it so that the screen says after phase 2? Because I have received that question a lot. I'm assuming that's what you're saying, but I might have missed the context. Can you please let me know which Chromie timeline you selected and which zone you're leveling in now? Chromie timeline doesn't matter. The zone that I'm leveling in right now is... what's it called? It's Duskwood. But the Chromie timeline doesn't matter. So this is something that a lot of people get very confused about. Chromie time is a binary state. There's no such thing as Cataclysm Chromie time. I refer to it as that just to tell people which button to press, because the only thing that affects is the breadcrumbs you get. And because a lot of times people will get confused if I don't say Cataclysm Chromie time. Chromie time there's one version of it. If I enable Chromie time for Cataclysm, and then I went to Northrend, all the way over here, and did Wrath of the Lich King stuff, it would be phased. It's not showing it right now for whatever reason, because there's like some weird... Wait, I actually got kicked out of Chromie time, apparently. Shit, that's good to know. Oh my god, I know what happened. When I did my dollar on Hearthstone, and I went into Stormwind, it auto-completed that breadcrumb quest that told me to go to the Dragon Isles, and because it auto-completed it, it must have interacted with that quest item that boots me out of Chromie time. So that's what happened. We're still fine, because the base zones still scale all the way up to 30, so I've been getting full scaling experience from all of this, so it doesn't really matter. But good thing I caught that. That actually would have been really bad. If you had not asked that question, whatchamacallit, Vias, I would have completely missed that, and I probably would have been inefficient. So thank you. But yes, this is Duskwood. Whatever Chromie time expansion you pick does not matter. Oh, Airfall became a new member. Welcome. Thank you very much. I just enabled that recently, so it's cool to see people using that. Shit. So this is where I'm always unsure about the Alliance route. Where do I go next? This is the main thing I need to optimize. Oh, yeah, I have this bug again. Get randomly stuck. See, the thing about Horde is a lot of times the Horde route flows very well, because I would have hit around this level at the end of Silverpine Forest. Silverpine is just such a good zone, and then I would have gotten halfway through Hillspread Foothills. When I get to the harder parts, I could have swapped to WAD and done it there. But while Duskwood and Redridge are good, they're just kind of bare bones. They're like efficient in a vacuum, but then they just end up kind of running out of stuff to do. What I will do here is, this is a Mole Machine play, but I am not going to go to Lochmodan just yet. I'm actually going to do let's go to Stormwind. I'm going to do the WAD intro now. Chromie time is different starting breadcrumb quests? Yeah. That's the only advantage to it. It's just the breadcrumbs. Let's see. Has the anniversary buff started, or is that tomorrow? I believe that's tomorrow. Yeah, that's tomorrow. It starts with the Darkmoon Fair. Am I going to answer the group question? Good point. Yeah, give me 1 second. That's a tough one. Let me enable WAD. While I'm doing WAD intro. Thank you for reminding me. So, no problem, mate. You love your videos. Thank you. Chromie time does affect dungeons. Yes, I suppose it affects dungeons as well. That's a good point. In Dragonflight, what's the item level of crafted gear? That one I don't know, unfortunately. When I look into crafted professions more, you'll get an answer on what the item level of crafted gear is for alts. You like saving WAD and Gorgon for last? It's like dessert. Yeah. I actually will be saving Gorgon for last. With the new route, that is actually, I believe, the best option. Oh, wait, I should dollar on Hearth here. What am I doing? Yeah, no, I Mole Machine there, then I dollar on Hearth to quickly get to the portal room. That saves a little bit of time. Aha. It's like a 30-second time save. Actually, that's like a minute time save. It's pretty good. Chromie time saves you from messing with the adventure board. True. Does the anniversary XP boost also boost rep? That one I am not sure about. All right, I think I've answered every question. As far as Lock Mode On, as we go further into the run, I'll explain why I didn't choose Lock Mode On right now. But I'm going to save Lock Mode On until roughly level 40. I'm going to try to do Spires up until like 40-ish. And then if I get to like 35, and that's when we get Lock Mode On, so be it. But we'll see. Where's the... Oh yeah, it's a little bit further down. Almost took the wrong portal. Yes, I actually remember this time. I caught myself. So, I did good.
How can I help?
Send me to the Blessed Lands. Tomorrow with Darkmoon Fair, you can get plus 28% rep. Ah. Yeah, good point. For farming heavy junk boxes... Oh, is that for Ravenholt rep? I see. I think that's like the insane thing. Alliance Warlock sus. Well, you know, I figured... I don't play Alliance often. I've never played Warlock before. It's like a nice way to like push myself out of my comfort zone. I'm playing a faction I'm not super familiar with and a class that I am really unfamiliar with. But anyways, okay. Now, I will respond to future messages in a bit. I have been putting off the group leveling question. So, I've been asked this a lot as far as group leveling. I answer this once every stream usually, but I remember I was talking about this with one of my friends, and they were asking like whether it is worth leveling as a group for Dragonflight. Now, generally speaking, at low levels, the answer is almost always no. But I assume that in this particular case, it's in reference to Dragonflight leveling, which in that case, the answer is sometimes. Oh my god, I've just gotten really shit RNG with this one, huh? I'm actually gonna die here. Maybe? I've managed to pull every single possible mob. I need to start making sure I save Gunshoes for that section just because it's so brutal to do. Because the problem is with Horde, right? With Horde, you go up the cliff and you Goblin Glider down, so you never have to worry about those mobs. With Alliance, you have to go all the way through. They should really fix it so it teleports you straight to Khadgar. It's super annoying having to like get your way through there. Fear? Oh, you're right, I could have used Fear. That would have been good. I completely forgot that's a button that exists. Good point, though. But yeah, so on the topic of group leveling, for low levels, absolutely not. Group leveling is generally speaking not going to be faster. Now, there is a case to be made for if every single person is basically of equal skill level. And I don't mean this in a mean way, right? Because, like, you know, I have a lot of friends who are pretty good at leveling, and they've, like, followed my routes, and they've gotten, like, maybe not, like, comparable times to me, but still respectable, solid times. And I'm sure that if I leveled with those friends, they would do just fine. But the reality is, if you're talking about whether something is actually faster, the rule of thumb is just very simply, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. You will be as slow as your slowest player. So, even if you have somebody in your group who's really fast, it doesn't work like you're as fast as your fastest player. No, it's unfortunately the opposite. Because if one person is taking a really long time to do quests, and is just holding everybody back, you have two options. You either just ditch them, right? Which kind of defeats the entire purpose of leveling as a group, right? Because at that point, you know, if you're just ditching your friends, then just level solo in the first place. Or you have to wait for that person who's falling behind. And a lot of times there are quests where everybody can do it the exact same. But if there's any quest that requires you to like move around efficiently, like navigate a zone, or if there's any, God forbid, personal objectives that only one person can do, and it's not like shared by the group, then if one person isn't familiar with it, they end up taking a lot of time. So just as a rule of thumb for leveling, that's what I would say. And obviously, right, a lot of people, you know, need me to say this or they get mad, right? If you want to level with your friends, just level with your friends. I've leveled with my friends before, right? Now, and I'm not like sitting there nickel and diming my friends and being like, hey, so-and-so, you didn't do the optimal speed leveling route for this particular quest. How dare you? We lost 5 minutes. No, if I'm leveling with my friends, I am accepting the fact that it's probably not going to be as fast, and I'm probably going to have to wait for them, and I'm just fine with that, right? But since in this particular question, the entire basis of it is it faster? That's something you need to factor in. You need to factor in, right? So when we talk about like whether something would be faster, we have to talk about it in a theoretical scenario, which is not true for 99% of people, in a theoretical scenario where you are exactly as fast as every single other person in your leveling group. Because the reality is that's never going to happen. There's always going to be someone that's slow. The only controllable scenario where you might be pretty much as fast as somebody else in your leveling group is if you're leveling as a duo. So I will always say, generally, if you want to level with somebody else, leveling as 2 people can be kind of efficient, because it is way easier to find one additional person to level with that is almost as fast as you or as fast as you compared to finding multiple other people. And the reality of leveling as a group is you're going to get almost all of the exact same time saves leveling with one additional person compared to leveling with 3 additional people. Because really, most mobs will just melt, even while solo leveling. So there's only a marginal damage increase to having like another person there, and it usually comes from a sense of like, if one person's playing a really insane AoE spec that just dumpsters large trash pulls, and another person's playing a really insane single target spec that just absolutely shreds single target elites, then in that case, you both cover each other's weaknesses, and effectively, you save a lot of time while leveling, just on its own. But then having a third person there, does it really save that much time? Not really. It doesn't really save any significant amount of time. So, usually, for the purposes of low levels speed runs, and as far as I know, nobody's actually attempted this. I've seen recordings of people who did group leveling runs, but it was exactly like I said, people who just decided to submit a speedrun.com run, casually leveling with their friends. And not almost, every single one of those runs are slower than my solo runs and many other solo runs on the leaderboards, if you check right now. So, not to mention that there's just a bunch of other factors that are hard to moderate with group leveling. But even when it's a submitted run, it's still slower. So, that's just generally how it is for most leveling. And this applies to Dragonflight too. If you have a friend who has practiced beta heavily and they know exactly what to do and they're really experienced, and you're like super confident that they are as fast as you, duo leveling will be slightly faster, just because it slightly boosts your kill speed. However, the only other thing that I would recommend, and this is specifically for Dragonflight leveling, and once again, disclaimer, you need to have a very good group. This will only work if all 5 people are really good, I kind of said it already, but leveling as a group of 5. And the only reason why leveling as a group of 5 would have a significant advantage is because of dungeons. Because you don't want a dungeon spam, right? But think about it this way. Completing a single dungeon as a full 5-stack group with all of the dungeon quests, in some cases, for new expansions, and this is, I haven't tested it, but based on my napkin math, this will probably be the case with Dragonflight. It might be slightly faster than, like solo questing. So let's say you're going through Dragonflight and you get to Onaran Plains. And in Onaran Plains, you have the option of doing like a side quest hub, or you could just continue along the quest line, unlock the dungeon, the Noku Defensive, then queue up and get an instant queue with your 5-man group on day 1 for the Noku Defensive. Oh shit, I hit the wrong button. Shift 5, okay. Yeah, so you could queue up instantly, get a Noku Defensive run with your 5-man group, complete the dungeon, get the quest XP as well, and that might, if you're really good in a 5-stack group, might be faster and more efficient than, doing solo questing. And this is specifically, day 1, with a full group, with 0 pugs and 0 queue time. Because the way you have to think about it, right, is if we're assuming a perfectly fast leveling scenario where you are like literally going for like rank 1 worlds, or like world first, I guess in this case, world first, like level 70 or something like that. If that's your goal and you're looking for like an optimal setup for that, and this is, for the record, this is usually what those world first 70 groups did. This is what people did in Shadowlands to get world first 60. Because you're all the way ahead of the pack, you cannot rely on random pugs, because the reality is nobody else is going to be able to queue for that dungeon because you're the first person to get there. So in this theoretical case, unless you have a full group of 5, you won't even be able to queue for that dungeon. And obviously, even if you are falling behind and you're slow, the average pug doing a day 1 dungeon is going to know 0 mechanics, is going to fuck up literally everything, and it will end up being really slow. So this is only like a perfect theoretical optimal quest setup or leveling setup if you have everybody in your group experienced with the thing. So that's about like the most detailed way I can say it. But and I say this just to, you know, my TLDR at the end, right, is do not level as a group. If you want to be efficient, right? If you want to just have fun with your friends and just have a chill day 1 leveling experience, level as a group, by all means. But at that point, there's no reason to ask me whether it's fast, right? But if your goal is speed leveling and your goal is I want to hit max level as quickly as possible, don't level as a group or level as a duo. So I think Juggy, who was here earlier, Juggy's a demon hunter in my guild, and he's leveling with one of the warlocks, and they're going to do duo leveling. And in that case, yeah, that could be efficient for them, because they're both doing, for the record, this is what you need to do if you want to do duo leveling. Juggy and the warlock, Jake, the one who gave me like the Affliction build that I'm using, they're on beta frequently doing test runs where they will basically level together through the Waking Shores and stuff. I saw them doing this like a few nights ago, like after raid or something like that. And that's the level of practice that they're putting in to make sure that when this happens on day 1, they're both on the same page and they're both able to, you know, quest at the exact same speed. You need to put that practice in. So if you've done a shit ton of practice and you're leveling with somebody who has never touched Dragonflight leveling, it's just why bother? At that point, just let them quest through on their own the first time, do your own speed leveling solo, and then what I plan on doing, for the record, we're going to beat Haraldin easy. Honestly, I mean, if you guys get really good at it as a duo group, there's a chance. There's definitely a fucking chance. I am solo leveling on principle. I just find it to be more fun. And I'm going to be honest, I don't like relying on other people. For like solo questing and stuff like that, I know I will get frustrated. I know I will get overly competitive with that stuff. So I'm just not going to worry about it. But there's actually a decent chance. If you guys like really continue practicing, definitely. But my entire point is that's what you need to do. That's the level of effort that you need to put in if you want to level as a group. Efficiently, right? Otherwise, there's just no point. But what I plan on doing, right, is, it depends if there's people around. Because I've said this before, the way I'm going to do my day 1 Dragonflight stuff is obviously my first character is going to be my monk. I've said this before. So my monk will be my first one. I'll get that up to 70. And then after I hit 70, I'll probably do any world quests that are about to expire. And then I will immediately jump into leveling my warrior. And at that point, I guarantee you there's going to be a few people in my guild who only just got around to starting their questing like fairly late at night, maybe due to like connection issues, etc. And what I'll probably do, if they're willing, if they want to group up, is I'll group up with them on my second playthrough and just have fun, help them out. At that point, second playthrough is going to be more of just a chill experience anyway. So I would rather just have fun. So I think that could be like a fun way to do the second questing playthrough. But for my first one, I've been fully honest. I've been telling everybody I am leveling completely solo. But, like, for instance, some of my other friends have also been, like, planning on leveling as, like, a group of 3. And I gave them the disclaimer. I'm like, look, you know, if you guys want to level as a group of 3, like, obviously not with me, but they're like, asking me, like, for advice and, like, telling me their plans of, like, their group leveling and talking about, like, the practice they were doing. And I basically told them, I'm like, look, you know, if all 3 of you think that you can level efficiently at the exact same speed and keep up with each other, that's great. But I even said, like, you might just want to split it up or something, or, like, basically find a 4th person and do, like, 2 duo groups, because that would just be way better for everybody. But, you know, to each their own, right? What matters at the end of the day is, like, you know, what do you enjoy doing? I enjoy speed leveling, so I'm going to speed level. And other people enjoy leveling with friends more than anything else, and that's what they're going to do. So, to each their own, right? Oh, look who it is, Dick Cheney. You're just gonna open clams till you hit max level. Brilliant. Are you gonna play Dragonflight, Dick Cheney? I've been trying to talk you into it, but I don't know. I feel like it's just a lost cause at this point. You did the mistake of leveling with a group on Shadowlands release. After all that research and experimenting, it turned into a cat herding exercise? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the issue. And that's the thing, right? Because it just... The main reason that I wouldn't do it is... It's Harlden's dad. Yes. My second dad, Dick Cheney. But what's it called? The main reason that I don't really like leveling as a group is for that exact reason. It like you said, turns into, I like that cat herding exercise. And the problem with that is, obviously, I don't want to be mad at my friends. And the reality in that situation is, I wouldn't be, like, actively toxic, but you know I would be sitting there kind of, like, silently fuming, like, God damn it, I can't believe I'm wasting all this time, I did all this practice for nothing, etc., etc., and I just don't want to put myself in that position, I don't want to put my friends in that position, so I'm gonna, you know, do my solo questing thing, I'm gonna do all the stuff that I practiced. If I fuck up, if I get a bad time, I will have literally only myself to blame, right? And then for future runs where I don't care, where I can take it, like, you know, casually and not be super serious about it, then I can level with friends, right? But I think that's the best way to handle it. But yeah, I've had a similar experience every single time I have tried to level with friends. It turns into, I like that, a cat herding exercise. Shit. And nice. Yeah, I don't know, this feels pretty good. I feel like I want to start boosting my single target damage as Affliction. So, come on, Uriel. Uriel. Hit the trigger. Hit the trigger. Where? There we go. That trigger is so inconsistent. Like, it's somewhere at the bottom of the stairs, but sometimes I just have to run around in circles for a while until Uriel does that. Let's see. We're just trying to get ahead of the mob? Yeah. I mean, I figured, but it definitely is actually, like, not a bad idea what you guys are doing. I think that's really smart, planning ahead like that. I still recommend you get Falling Flame, though. I'm telling you. If you want to get ahead of the mob, if you practice that Falling Flame strat, it will work. And, like, I will literally bust out my Chromie Time ult. I will help you and Jake farm the Falling Flame by phasing you over to Chromie Time, if that's what it takes. But it would just be such a shame if you spent all that time practicing only to, like, fall behind because you didn't have Falling Flame. So, I want to help with that. you know. Okay. Cool. Let's see. You love playing with your brother, but that motherfucker gets distracted so easily. Yeah, I feel that. Probably not. You have hunting accidents to attend to. Oh my god. WoD intro, is it faster to skip it? Absolutely not. WoD intro is the fastest set of quests in the entire game. Yeah, I have like an old doc with like a lot of my testing numbers linked somewhere on my Discord. It's like, it's pinned in the speedrun info channel if you want to check. But no, WoD questing is, or WoD intro is extremely fast. Like, I've gotten, what, 2 levels already? And it's been... I don't know exactly how long it's been. All I know is, like, if you actually record the time, it's very, very, very fast. Like, I've recorded the time for WAD intro before. It always ends up being extremely efficient. If you want to just take my word for it, just take my word for it. Because I will absolutely 100% assure you that the WAD intro is going to be fast. Oh shit, I'm out of mana. Okay. Do I have any talent that allows me to regain mana? Because it looks like right now... Seed of Corruption's just so... Oh, it's not mana, it's soul shards. Oh, shit. I was wondering why. Okay, so I just see it grayed out, and I'm just in my head, I'm like, oh, I must be out of mana. No, it's fucking soul shards. Right. So that's the issue. It's when I see that, I need to start generating more soul shards. And let me just tag this Forge Worker. So what generates a soul shard? Agony damage sometimes generate... Oh, I just need to apply Agony. Okay, that's easy. I can do that. Apply Agony. And what else? Okay, so it's my dots will just generate soul shards. Oh, if the target dies while afflicted. Ah. If you're lacking soul shards to regenerate that, use Agony on mobs. Yeah. Cool. Alright, I think I figured that out then. Because that's the main thing that I've been running into issues with, but now that I know how to solve it, it should be pretty solid. You haven't ran out... Yeah, that's why I was so confused. I'm like, how am I running out of mana? But no, I'm dumb, and I didn't look at my resources properly. First time you're catching live. Been listening to my other leveling videos while leveling. Good stuff. Keep it up. Thank you. Good to see you, RoboNecro. I'm gonna put all my dots on this. I want to try to get aggro. I was gonna try to put Seed of Corruption on that guy, but alas. I just tag everything with Agony, 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 and then Malefic Rupture. I guess I need to... Yeah, that didn't seem like it did as much damage as before. Oh, I'm getting kind of clapped. What does this do? Increases my intellect. Okay. So I should probably be using that more often then. Okay, this is going to be my 15th. And then I just need to tag probably these 2 Ogron War Crushers. So Agony, Agony... UA on him, Corruption on him, Seed of Corruption on you, and then Malefic Rupture. Unstable Affliction, refresh this, and then I should just be able to Shadow Bolt. Alright. Okay, that actually feels solid. I feel like now that I've gotten somewhat the hang of it, my single target feels a little bit better. My purple buddy is dead. Who cares? I'll resummon him. Why not? There we go. Purple buddy's back. Have I used Party Sync to repeat quests or objectives? No. I'm aware of that. I mean, I put out a video using Party Sync to basically farm rares. I dislike abusing Party Sync for leveling, because I'm 99% sure that's an exploit, and Blizzard doesn't intend for you to really do that. I don't know, though. I guess at this point, Party Sync has been available long enough that, like, I guess if it really was an exploit, you would think they would have fixed it. So maybe not, because it hasn't changed since early Shadowlands. But, like, early on, when Party Sync was, like, first added, and people realized you could just, like, repeatedly spam the same quests over and over, like, yes, that is something you can do. And I initially was like, okay, that's probably not intended. Blizzard probably doesn't want you to do that, 'cause they're not great. And then they just haven't actually done anything to stop it. So... honestly, at this point, I don't know. I'm still not going to do it just because the reality of Party Sync is to make it work effectively, you would need, like, a Starter Edition account. And while I do have a Starter Edition account that I use to kind of, I guess, abuse Party Sync for, like, rare mob farming, it's not something that I really want to encourage people to do just for leveling. Because the reality is my leveling guides are made to Right? They're made to be read by like the lowest common denominator of player. Like the brand new player who knows basically nothing about World of Warcraft should be able to read my leveling guide and immediately like understand the steps to follow. And if I start including weird shit like that, I don't personally like to do that. But yes, by all means, if you want to use Party Sync, you absolutely can. Like it's a thing, it works. But personally, not something I'm going to mess around with. But Haraldin, I can't read. Well, that's why I have video guides, so you can just listen to it instead. I've thought of that. Basic rotation for app leveling would be tap mobs with Agony, Seed of Corruption to get Corruption on everybody, Unstable, and spam Malefic Rapture. It's the single target nuke too. Oh, really? So this is better for single target as well, compared to Shadow Bolt. Oh, because it's that much damage per damage effect. So on single target, if I spam Malefic Rupture, with UA, Agony, and Corruption, that would end up doing more damage. I think I get it. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I could see that. I'm gonna put Seed of Corruption out. The one thing that I dislike about Affliction, which is why it's good, don't get me wrong, like this is very, very efficient, but I think Affliction may slightly fall behind other specs just because it does have some casting, and inherently having to like stand still and cast stuff does slow you down a little bit, even if it's fairly minimal. And the fact that a lot of your damage is like ramping damage over time, whereas like think about it like this: Windwalker monks press Fists of Fury and instantly just kill everything, or they press Touch of Death, instantly kill them up. So when we're talking about like what's extremely efficient, ultimately I don't really think Affliction will ever be the best just because of that. But it reminds me a lot of like a slightly less tanky, slight or like caster focused, right? Guardian Druid, where you're multi-dotting everything and then you're just rounding it up and blowing it up. And I suppose with the Voidwalker, in many cases you do have as much survivability as a Guardian Druid. So in that sense, yeah. It's just, I'm wondering if, like, could this truly be like a really super duper fast leveling spec? And I don't know about that, but it definitely seems good. Oh, that's a single target spell. Oh. Okay, I'm going to put UA on you, and then I'm going to spam Malefic Rupture. Let me refresh this, I guess. And I should do that. I should throw Agony on these guys just so it can generate some shards. Throw UA on you. Corruption on you. UA back on you. And that generated another soul shard that I can use for this. Okay. Yeah, that didn't feel too bad, but it also didn't feel like super fast either. I'm sure I could have optimized that quite a bit. That would be at these levels. Once you have the Taint talent, it's an AoE that puts Agony on everybody, plus Shadow Flame. You just kill everything faster. That's fair. Yeah. We'll have to see. The main thing, though, is you do need to consider all levels when you're, like, really... would you say you overlook your talents again? I mean, right now, no, I'm not overlooking my talents. Right now, I have some unspent talent points, but the reality is, how many talents do you get while leveling up? You get like 60-something talents while leveling up. If I stopped to pick my talents literally every single time I got 1 point, that's not efficient. So think about it like this. Right now, do I need my talents? No. It's an RP section. Will I need my talents for the next quest where I'm running to the dock? No. I have gun shoes. Then immediately after that, there is like a minute and a half long unskippable RP thing where I have to follow Prophet Valen. So I have literally a minute and a half to do literally nothing else that aside from picking talents. So in many cases, I wait to pick talents until I know there's going to be like long unskippable RP. There's some exceptions, like obviously early on, there's a lot of times where you have to like actually manage your movement and you can't like constantly be like looking at your talents in between different subzones. But right now, I mean, it's literally just going to be follow Prophet Valen, and then I'll be able to pick talents. So that's when I'll be doing In a few levels, you can get the Drained Soul talent, which will give you more shards by killing mobs with it. Gotcha. First time catching a live stream, Pog. Glad to hear it, Jose Lugo. Good to see you. Purplies can tank quite a bit if you heal them, but they're not as good as Hunter Cleft Hooves. The Hunter heals also instant cast and doesn't eat away at your health. I mean, the way I've seen it right now is it just doesn't seem worth it trying to keep alive or keep my Voidwalker alive. Like, I summon it, I let it tank mobs while I like build up all my stuff, and then by the time it dies, like everything is just fully dotted up, and then it just melts. And then I have that like instant cast thing, because one of the main reasons why you don't want to let your Hunter pet die is you have to channel Revive Pet, which is like a decently long cast time. So it's worth it to at least somewhat manage your men pet, just because it means that you don't have to completely revive it. But because we have that like 5-second cast time Warlock pet summon, it just feels like it's kind of pointless to even try to keep it alive when I can just very easily resummon it. Okay, let me strap my gun shoes on, and here we go. Nice. I got some good hops there. Woo! That was actually pretty clean. Let's see. Moment Khadgar is... There we go. Oh, there's Khadgar. Okay. Alright. We're ditching the Voidwalker because it holds mobs in place while trying to chain pull and group up. Yeah. Oh, I could absolutely see that. Generally speaking, for my Hunter pet, I'll like put it on passive until I start attacking. Okay, let me... I don't really need Gateway. Let's see. That seems good. What's this?
First, we must settle your people.
Huh. Interesting. Dark Pact seems strong. And then for this talent tree... Let's see. Yeah, I need to spend 2 more points. So each time Corruption deals damage, it looks like this is on the recommended path. And then... What is this? Phantom Singularity above the target, which consumes the life... Oh. That seems good. What about this, though? Corruption is now... Ooh. I like Absolute Corruption. Yeah, I'm gonna take that. I don't know if it's faster, but it seems really fucking good. I'm gonna just put that there. Sometimes you just want the mobs to die and follow you. Yeah, I feel that. Take Seed? Or Seed? Oh, I see. Yeah, Vile Taint was the thing mentioned before.
I assure you, my prophet, the commander we've chosen represents the very best of the Alliance.
All right, come on through. Steady.
I see. I can see Sow the Seeds actually being quite good. You know what? I think you're right. I think I take Sow the Seeds. That does seem better, at least for leveling up. Yeah. Yeah, I missed that. Here, I'm gonna close that. Let's see. Shadowbolt would be your filler when you don't have shards. Okay, cool. Your wife will go like 5 levels without looking at talents in every game we play. Yeah. I mean, admittedly, I forget sometimes, especially when you're going really quickly. One of the issues that I have with like the new talent system with speedrunning is a lot of times I'm just spending so much time thinking about like all the different routing and like planning ahead. And next thing I know, it's just I completely forget that I have talents to even pick. So there are a lot of times where it isn't intentional, where I do just genuinely forget to pick a talent. But a lot of times you do need to plan ahead because you can't just be sitting there non-stop picking talents. At a certain point, it's going to be inefficient. Oh, that feels insane. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Sow the Seeds is actually crazy. Definitely good call there. What was the last quest in Redridge that you stopped doing before you moved to Duskwood? This thing right here, Prisoners of War. It's the one in my journal right here, Prisoners of War, over here. It's just, at that point, you get, like, one quest at a time. I think it's, like, it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's just one of those where the quest line just becomes too inefficient from that stage to really be worth doing. I've also just sometimes considered leaving earlier, but the unfortunate reality of the Alliance questing route is Alliance actually kind of has, like, some pretty shit quests. Questing for Alliance at low levels will feel really bad just because you don't have a lot of great options. Loch Modan is amazing, but Loch Modan is the one exception. Like, Redridge and Duskwood are both okay. Neither one is an amazing zone. But you just don't have really that many other options that are close together. So there's, like, individual things that people have suggested, and I've tried it, and it just doesn't end up being faster. So you just gotta work with what you got. What's this? Oh. Well, that seems good. I'm just gonna throw this over here, I guess. Let's see. Hey, aren't you the guy who I banned from the Paladin Discord? I see somebody read the post that I put in Discord the other day. But yeah, for anybody who didn't hear, I finally got unbanned from the Paladin Discord. So thanks to Lincoln for finally doing that. But yeah, that was that was an interesting little saga, I guess, for lack of a better word, which finally came to an end the other day. But I'm honestly, I don't know. It's just, I'm glad that I can finally, like, put all that drama behind me, because that was, like, something which I kept, like, wondering if I should try to, like, find a way to get unbanned from the Paladin Discord, because it obviously was, like, for anybody who didn't know, I figure I'll talk about it here, right? I told the story in my Discord, but it's one of those things where it makes for a good stream story. 3 years in the making? About 2. Actually, I think it's only 2 years in the making, but yeah. Yeah, it did take me almost exactly 2 years. Actually, a little over 2 years to get unbanned from the Paladin Discord. Let me just, actually, before I go into the story, because it will take a bit, let me make sure I catch up with everything. While you're leveling, putting new talent points won't be casted, so you can do it while moving. Yeah, no, that is the type of thing where you're absolutely correct. But a lot of times I just forget. Or a lot of times it takes, like, if I remember the builds, right? If it's a spec that I play a ton, and I know exactly where I'm like, I've picked the talent a million times, and I'm just like, open this up while moving, boom, throw the talent in, apply changes, you're absolutely correct. That is fast. But that's not the reality here. The reality here is that I don't know Affliction Warlock that well, so every time I open up this pane, I need to go, what do I take? I don't know. And it's going to take me some time to, like, really figure that out. Seed of Corruption's Explosion increases the stack count of Agony. It doesn't seem great. Soul Flame seems good. You would take Shadow Flame now, it's pretty OP. Which one is Shadow Flame? Or do you mean Soul Flame? I'm assuming you mean Soul Flame, because this does look pretty good. So I'm going to say bottom right and okay, yeah. Cool. Let me grab this, and then isn't there... yeah, it's like right... It's underneath this log. Vile Taint, you've been called worse. Am I still doing the Wolf Strand area where I do Frostfire? That's actually something I'm not really sure about. In my last run, I decided to cut that little section, and it felt better. It's like, that is one of those quest lines where it's just like, it's on the border of, is this efficient or is this not efficient? It's not a bad quest line, but there are some times where I definitely wonder, is it even worth doing this? And I'm leaning on the side of no, but it's one of those things where I'm also operating under the assumption that I'm going to have, like, Darkmoon Fair buff, and I'm going to have, like, Experience Potion, so I'll probably still include it in my guide, because one thing that I've found over the years is that the vast majority of people do not use either Darkmoon Fair buff or the BFA XP pots when doing my route. They just send it with whatever they have, which makes sense, right? A lot of them just want the fastest route. They don't want all the bonus stuff with it. Which is where it gets a little bit tricky, right? Because in most cases, I try to structure my route in a format of... Oh, shit. I try to structure my route in the format of... Basically, if you reach max level, you just stop where you are, and everything afterwards is inefficient. But there are a lot of scenarios throughout the run where you could very easily make the argument of, oh, it is just faster to skip this quest chain here, and that will save you more time compared to just, like, doing it and then ending the run a little bit early in the zone. It's tricky like that, but if I fill my leveling guide with, like, constant detours of, like, now you're going to skip this quest chain, but then you're going to go back and do this other quest chain. It's just going to be too confusing to follow. Oh, thank you. Oh, hey, puppy. Hey, puppy dog. Oh, how you doing? Yes, you're a big boy. There's a puppy visiting. 1 second. Let me... Oh, there he goes. Holy shit. Just fucking got blown to pieces. Just make my guide a Miro board. Yeah, I mean, I could do some crazy stuff in terms of, like, guide design if we wanted to really get into nitty-gritty, but the way I see it is this, right? Like, people who really care about information like that, who really want to find, like, all the super min-maxy stuff to optimize their leveling, they're going to come here anyway. Like, questions like that, it's a great question, and it's the kind of thing where if that's something you care about, you're probably just going to ask me directly. And then I can just give a, you know, more thorough answer. The reality is, for, like, a leveling guide stuff, or leveling guide type of thing, I generally want to structure it as, like, this is a really easy to follow route that will still give you the most efficient experience. And it's kind of hard to decide where the, like, cutoff point is. Because it's like, what is considered, like, a large enough time save to be worth mentioning in writing? You know, it's like, if something is a 1 minute time save, is that really worth saying to the person, like, oh, this is something that you need to worry about? No, the reality is most people don't care. So I think when it gets to, like, the 3 to 5 minute range, where it's like, oh, if you do this, it saves that much time, that's where I think it's worth mentioning to, like, you know, the average person reading the guide that, like, hey, skip this quest, it's, you know, about 3 to 5 minutes slower. That's the type of stuff that I usually will include in the guide, but it definitely is a tricky question to answer. Let's see, Drudge Boat Salvage. Might as well just kill these two guys. They're right here anyway. What is my weapon enchant? Elemental Force? Yeah. The way that I'm actually... So, one thing that I... maybe I shouldn't say this. Fuck it. I'm working on an heirloom guide. The only reason I say maybe I shouldn't say this is specifically because I don't know 100% if I'll have time to finish it. Because a lot of people have been asking me, can I make, like, a guide for heirlooms? And I've made, like, some short guides to heirlooms that aren't, like, super duper detailed. Oh, thank you. So it's something I've definitely covered in the past, slightly. But yeah, that's the thing. What Hunter Angel said, exactly that. That is genuinely what I'm worried about, because I don't know. I've had that in the past. Luckily, I will say, like, I don't know if it's just a lot of those people stopped watching, but I don't really get, like, I don't want to say harassed, but, like, pressured. The only thing that I mean, you've seen it in this stream, right? Is people are always like, when's the leveling guide going to be updated? When's the leveling guide going to be updated? That one I get a lot still, which makes sense. But specific videos, a lot of times, if I promise to make them, I think most people understand. I'm working on it. It's ready when it's ready. Oh shit, apparently there's a prereq over there. But I don't like to promise that stuff. I'm going to try to have that out before Dragonflight, but that is very much a no promises type thing. If I manage to get it done, I manage to get it done. If I don't, such is life. There's a treasure somewhere over here. I usually, yeah, it's right there. I usually don't grab this one because it's a bit out of the way, but because I accidentally went to that section first, I figured might as well. Heirloom guide doesn't need to make a video guide. Make it a Google Doc. So that's what I'll probably do, actually, owner. I'm probably going to make a Google Doc as, like, I won't add it to the official leveling guide. What I'll probably do is Like, if you look at the leveling guide, there's, like, little, links at the top. Let's see. Let's see. I guess, why not? Dark Accord, sure. Second talent, what can I pick? Ooh. UA can be applied to up to 3 targets. I feel like that's just the best pick here, right? That has to be the best pick. I'm gonna take that. That seems really strong. Update the oh my god. Update the guides or Dick Cheney will take you hunting. Dear Lord. Rapid Contagion. Oh, which one is that? Rapid Contagion. Oh, yeah, that actually seems good. Here, I'm gonna drop Bane of Shadows and take Rapid Contagion. We'll just throw that there. Okay, here, Barracks, drop that, and... complete this. Yeah, so basically, I'll try to have that done when I do have it finished, and that's the thing. I don't... So what Owner said, to be fair, I am planning on doing that anyways, but I'm not gonna, like, do one or the other. So I'll get to work on a, like, heirloom, like, dock or whatever, but I'm not going to just, actually, let me... What do I want to do? Okay, I feel like I need to do lock mode on, right? This has to be lock mode on. Yeah, like, Alliance Draenor is just so inefficient. Yeah, yeah, this is lock mode on. This is lock mode on. Alliance Draenor is so inefficient without fast flying, because there's just, everything is so spread out. I guess so is Horde, right? But the thing about Horde is at least you have, like, flight paths to relatively good locations. A lot of the Alliance flight paths are kind of not in the best spots, so it ends up being kind of slow. I'm going to clean my bags real quick before I forget. So let's just get rid of a bunch of stuff. I'm just going to spam click random shit and vendor whatever I can. Get rid of all this, all this. Hopefully I won't need to clean out my bags again. So this should be it. And only a few more. Linen. Okay, that should be everything. Shouldn't need to clean it out again. We should be good from there. Am I competing for World First Level 70? No. No, absolutely not. Anybody who thinks World First Level 70 is achievable, unless you're leveling in an organized 5-man group, is crazy. I'm going to be, maybe, I guess, unofficially competing for, like, World First Solo Quester. But that's the only thing that I'm actually going to do. It is genuinely impossible to compete against the optimal, like, 5-person groups if you're solo questing. And that's what's going to be World First 70. That's what it always is. I'm not going to try to organize that, nor do I care enough to organize that. Like, all I care about is I care about having a fast leveling experience. I'm going to get my characters up to max faster than, like, 99% of people, and then I'm going to start doing endgame content, and then I'm going to work on my second character, and third character, and fourth character, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I think that's a great example. Look at how Now got World First. It's always stuff like that. I'm not going to do that. I mean, I'm not going to sit there trying to find, like, little tricks like that, which, and then, of course, the problem is, I don't like to hoard information. So if I were to find a trick like that, I am not the type of person to sit on it and just hoard that info to myself. I would end up sharing it, and I would blow my only advantage. So it's kind of pointless. But no, I am not competing. Absolutely not for World First 70. Like, genuinely, I will go on record and say, I'm not going to get it. I can assure you that right now. They're making groups of 20 people. Something about party sync and dungeons. Yep. Exactly. I mean, that's what they did in Shadowlands, right? And that's the thing, right? Like, if you're a guild, oh shit. It doesn't matter, I can fly. I was about to Goblin Glider, and then I realized I don't need to Goblin Glider, I can just fly. This is the case where the Dark Iron Roll Machine saves a lot of time, by the way. It's this instance right here. Let's see. Yeah, so think about it like this. the amount of effort you would need to spend to get World First 70 is just, it's ridiculous. And there's no way that I'm going to be able to compete with, because to be clear, in that instance, I am competing with the entire resources of like Liquid, Echo, Method, all those top end guilds, because they are leveling in 5-man groups and they are going to throw everything at it. And the reality is, I mean, it's a publicity boost. And sure, like, if I somehow miraculously got World First 70, which is, to be clear, not going to happen, would that be a publicity boost for my channel? I guess, but it's impossible. And it's a publicity boost for anyone, right? So obviously the big organizations who have the resources to just throw shit at it are going to do that. They're going to spend all that time doing the preparation. Now, not only do I not really want to do that because it doesn't interest me, but like the amount of time that I would have to spend even attempting to like sniff at the times that they're probably going to get, I could spend that time making guides. I could spend that time doing dungeon testing, making dungeon guides that will benefit literally everybody else. It's like, at the end of the day, I do speed leveling for fun, and I try to improve my time and improve my play because I enjoy doing that personally. But when push comes to shove, right, I am not like a world first racer. I am a guide writer, right? You know, if I had to like pick one thing that I want like my identity on YouTube to be or whatever, I make guides. You know, what is going to be my number one priority? Whatever helps me make a good guide that other people can benefit from. If I can get a really fast time while I'm doing it, and I can have a lot of fun getting like, you know, a fun speed run together and doing all the cool fancy tricks, would I enjoy that? Sure. Yeah, I'd enjoy that. But that's not my first priority. It never will be. So ultimately, do I think I stand a decent chance at getting world first solo quest leveler? Sure. But the reality is, it's not like there's a defined rule set for that, right? I'm sure somebody will probably benefit heavily from help from their guildies or whatever and still claim that, like, you know, oh, I technically quested solo, and even if it's not really the same, who fucking knows, right? So that's why I said unofficially, right? I'm going in with zero expectations. If I get a good time, I get a good time. I get to be happy about it. If I don't get a good time, well, I had zero expectations going in, so I don't care. It's the easiest way to avoid disappointment, right? If you aren't disgusted with yourself during preparation tactics for World First, then you're not doing it right. Yeah, probably. Yeah, the AoE Seed of Corruption is, like, kind of busted. That seems really fucking insane. Just buy a level 70 boost. Oh, shit. Genius. I didn't think about that. That's like the strat that nobody will ever think of. Let's see. Now that you're kicked out of the Pally Discord, you have time to update guides. Chop chop. Well, no, it's the opposite. I was kicked out of the Paladin Discord. I'm finally back into the Paladin Discord now. I've finally been accepted. I'll tell that story in a little bit. Just want to make sure I've fully caught up. UA getting applied to more than one target is always good, but not if you kill mobs too quick. Yeah, that's fair. It seems more like if you're doing prolonged cleave, which, now that you mention it, yeah, prolonged cleave isn't exactly something that you encounter too often on the leveling route. So I could see how that wouldn't actually be super useful. That is just spicy as fuck. Is there... Huh. I don't think I've ever seen this cave. I feel like that's faster than the way I used to do that. Oh, that seems redundant. For some reason, in my head, I thought this was like Death Pact, where it like heals me. And then it's not. It's a pact. It has the same icon, but it's an absorb shield. So using that was literally redundant. Whatever. You don't need UA when Seed hits this hard? Yeah, that's absolutely true. In that case, maybe I should swap my PvP talent. Let me, instead of doing the UA can now be applied to multiple targets, I'll just take Bane of Shadows again. Yeah, I mean, I don't even need to use any of the other stuff. I just drop Seed and everything blows up. World First 70 with a group and solo should be separately categorized. There's not even a category for that. To be clear, there is no official speed rankings for World First 70 or whatever. And I remember just back in the day even asking the speedrun.com people, which, like, I mean, I don't agree with them on much, but this is one thing where I definitely do agree with them on, and they made a fair point. They were like, how could you possibly create, like, a consistent rule set that people should follow for world first, like, day one leveling? There's absolutely nobody in the world who would genuinely follow a consistent rule set. Everybody's going to have their own little secret trick that they use to hit max level first. That's just how it always is. So the entire point of, like, competitive speedrunning is doing it on, like, an even, fair playing field where everybody has access to the same knowledge, everybody can do the same tricks, and it's just about executing it properly. And that just doesn't apply to day one leveling. Which is fine. Like, I have nothing wrong, or I have nothing against that. I don't think it's, like, inherently wrong. I'm not like, oh, people who do all that optimization are bad. No, it's just a different format, right? Like, I care more about optimizing it in, like, a consistent environment, like, an experience that everybody will have. I'm still enjoying the day one optimization. Like, there's been a lot of cool tech items that people have brought up where I'm like, oh, yeah, I've never thought of that. And I get to, like, look into something cool. That's still great and all. But the reality is it's something that I'm going to spend a lot of time looking into and trying to, like, optimize and figure out? No. Because it is just completely impossible to moderate. You would need, like, a million different rules to make it fair. It would genuinely be impossible to have an even playing field. Do you want to know a good example of... I'll give you a little preview of one of the things that I'm going to talk about in tomorrow's video. Which, once again, I should say, to be clear, I am still streaming tomorrow, so tomorrow will be the Evoker First Impression stream, but after tomorrow's stream, I'll be uploading a video, because the reality is, we're getting to a point where there's only so many days until Dragonflight comes out. I've been doubling up, right? So, in most days, when I upload something, it's either I do a stream and a video, or I do, like, 2 videos in the same day, and I fell behind in my schedule a little bit this past week, just because my latest video took me a really long time to make. But generally speaking, I'll be uploading, like, multiple things. And in the case of, the video tomorrow, which, as I said, is going to be about, like, all the stuff that you should be prepping for day one Dragonflight leveling, one of the little previews, which is unfortunate, pet battle quests. So, I don't know if it shows up because I'm on beta. Yeah, so my pet battle quests don't copy over when I do account copying, but here's the thing, right? There are sets of pet battle quest chains that you can do, and you can pre-complete them on any character, and then auto-turn them in anywhere in the world, and get a chunk of experience from them. And it scales, so it's roughly equivalent to, like, one side quest. Now, there are 5 different, give or take, I've seen some people saying that some work that I've tested, and it doesn't seem like they work consistently, but there's at least, like, 3 to 5 different daily pet battles that every single person can go and get and pre-complete, and I'll mention that. Now, the problem is, there is a quest line. So, for anybody who has done pet battling before, what's this? Ritual of Doom. Fucking hell. I know what that is. But there's a quest line that you complete while progressing through pet battling called, like, Battle Pet Tamers Eastern Kingdoms, Battle Pet Tamers Kalimdor. And that quest basically branches off, so it's like, there's 2 sets of it. Basically, in Orgrimmar, there's one that starts here, and it's Battle Pet Tamers Kalimdor. You do all the Pet Tamers on Kalimdor, and then it branches off into different quests for every continent, or at least the ones that were available in Mists of Pandaria. And you can get all of those account-wide quests at the same time, pre-complete them, turn them in when Dragonflight starts. And I'll tell you why I'm pretty sure it's going to work. And for the record, it's already been confirmed to me that this is something that, at the very least now, and the other people in Echo are doing. I would imagine the other guilds are doing as well. So they know about it. They've been planning it out. But I talked to somebody in my guild who has, whatchamacallit, like, contacts at Blizzard, and he brought this up to them, and they said, oh yeah, we're doing that too. So, apparently even people at Blizzard know of this, and are also doing that for day one Dragonflight leveling. And, the problem with this, and the reason why I really don't think it's okay, and this is where I draw the line and I genuinely think this should be fixed, is because it's a one-time only quest line for your entire account. You cannot complete this quest multiple times. Now, there's a caveat, that being, there are 2 versions of the quest line. So personally, I've done a lot of pet battling, but I've always played Horde, right? So my quest line on Horde is fully completed. I cannot do that again. I cannot benefit from it. However, I have not done the Alliance version of the quest line, and the Alliance version branches off into the exact same path. And it's not Alliance specific. So you have to be on an Alliance character to like start the quest line, but like the intermediate quests can be done by anybody on your account. So if they don't fix it, I'll be fully honest, and I'll talk about this in the video. What I will be doing is I will be doing the Alliance quest line, getting all that stuff pre-completed, and then turning it in on my monk on day 1. Now, the problem with that is after Dragonflight, I will have fully finished both pet battle quest lines on both of the factions. And that means that I now will have basically no way to do this trick in future expansions. So I would need to create a brand new account and basically move my characters over to that brand new account to benefit from having a fresh Battle.net account access to quests or something like that. And I'm sorry, but that is like the most degenerate of degenerate type of gameplay that you could possibly encourage. And I do not think that's okay. I think that's absolutely not okay. Should not be something that is allowed to be efficient at all, because that's not something which you should promote. But that's the reality that we're in. This is going to be efficient if you want to, level really fast. So, that is something I'll be talking about, but I will probably in the video put a disclaimer saying something like, this is incredibly toxic and I hope Blizzard fixes it. But the reality is, really, you don't hear a lot of people talking about it. I'm sure Echo has mentioned it. The other guilds have mentioned it. It's been at least found out that they're doing that. So there's at least word about it existing. But a lot of people are kind of keeping it fairly hush-hush. And it's like, I think it's an issue. I don't really think that we should be encouraging people to do this. I don't like that. Do you know how much experience this will give? Fucking fairly decent amount. Do I know the exact amount? No. I don't know exactly how much, but I think it's like each one is worth roughly 1 side quest. So, I haven't done the math, right? All I know is being able to basically auto-complete a large chunk of side quests before, before actually starting the quest line is really fucking good. It's a major, major advantage. How you're going to route that in, I don't know. I'm probably going to try to figure that out. I don't really think I'm going to include it in my own guide personally, just because it's one of those things where it's so niche and it'll only apply to like a small amount of people who are doing that trick on day 1 leveling. So, to be real, yeah, probably not going to try to find a way to optimize it. Okay, this is sketchy. Hold on. Shit. Okay. That is toxic. I did not expect all of those mobs to just hit so fucking hard with their ranged attacks. Alright. Fucking hell. Let's say 10k each with cooking, fishing daily. You won't do the fishing one, at least not in Orgrimmar. So that's one thing I've seen people saying. You don't do the balloon quest. You don't do... I did Healthstone. Yeah, I Healthstoned. I used it. That was with Healthstone, yeah. That was just an insane amount of damage. I should probably have done a little bit more. At this point, I think I've killed a decent amount of them that I can try to do this again. This is like the redemption. Oh my god. No, why did I do this? And I should have just summoned my Voidwalker. It's just such an insane amount of damage. Shit. Oh my god, I'm alive. Okay. Yell into Shadow Singularity, then situations like that solve themselves. I assume you mean Phantom Singularity, and no. See, that actually wouldn't... Because if all the mobs are grouped up, that wouldn't have been an issue, because I could have just done Seed of Corruption and had them explode. The reason why that was so difficult is they were spread out and attacking me from a large area. If I had been able to group up the mobs really closely, would have been easy, but I couldn't. So that's why it was so hard. With that kind of strategy, why bother with travel time? Just get a group and tons of locks. Get them to the new continent. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, so I will say, I'll talk about this a bit more, like, in the final leveling guide. The balloon quest is tough. The balloon quest and fishing quest, it's tough to recommend it, because it's one of those things where it's a very idealistic scenario to use those two quests, because the balloon quest takes you about 5 to 10 second detour. The fishing quest takes you roughly the same, about a 5 to 10 second detour. That's like, let's say, if we're being generous, like a 10, 12 second detour, give or take. 15 yards is huge. Maybe. Okay, I'll try it out next time. But the problem with those is you have to remember that the way that the Zeppelin thing works, if we get... we don't know the cycle we're going to get, right? I don't know exactly how it's going to work. I don't know if it's going to... Literally, the servers are going to turn on at exactly 6 o'clock. Sometimes it's like a minute early. Sometimes it can be a little bit late. There might be lag. It might take you a really long time to actually get through Orgrimmar in the first place, in which case you need to make sure you optimize the hell out of it. Basically, the point that I'm trying to make is your like optimal path through Orgrimmar or Stormwind, you need to make sure that you are taking absolutely 0 detours. The only reason, as I show in my speedrun route, that I do, what's it called? The cooking daily, is because the cooking daily is literally, it is miraculously exactly on the optimal path. If you like drew an exact line from how long, or from the fastest way to get from one point to another, it is exactly on that line, which is honestly kind of miraculous that it happens to work out like that. But that is the only reason why you do the cooking daily. It's literally a 0 second detour, 0.5 seconds, if anything, which at that point, it's like a 0.5 second detour. Who fucking cares? The problem is with taking sizable detours, it's a very idealistic case, because you might be in a position where you get absolutely no competition, and you do those side quests, you immediately make it to the boat, it takes off right as you land, despite taking that slight detour, and you make it to the mainland. But let's say the boat is like 30 seconds ahead, and by taking that like 20-second detour-ish, however long it takes, you end up missing that first boat. You're fucked. So it's hard to really calculate, but my philosophy with anything RNG like that is entirely just cut it out. If basically failing an RNG check will cause you to be so far behind that it just tanks your entire leveling experience, just minimize the RNG as much as possible. Unless it's like a massive gain, but honestly, 2 side quests is not a massive gain. 2 side quests worth of experience is not risking fucking up your entire leveling route for. If you go straight to Valley of Strength, and then return to the fishing daily and return to the cooking on your way back, see, you can. So I guess the path would be, right? Why did I click Eastern Kingdoms? I get what you're saying. I get you're saying, go over here. You would do Balloon Quest, go over here, do this one here, then do the cooking daily, right? Then you go over here to Valley of Spirits, then you go over here, then you go to the Zeppelin Tower. But there's just so much zigzag going down, and it's also, this is not a straight line, right? You could just take a straight line here. It's still a detour no matter what. So even in this path, you always will have to take a detour for the Balloon Quest. So you can only argue that if you're going from Valley of Wisdom over here to Valley of Honor, technically speaking, the Fishing Quest is 0 detour. But at that point, then the cooking quest becomes a detour, because you have to go down into the drag to do this. I guess you could make the argument that if you go down into the drag and swoop around and then go up, it's a very minor detour, so maybe, but then you go all the way over here, and this is the main issue. It's the crisscross. It's going from Valley of Wisdom to here, to Valley of Honor, then crisscrossing all the way over to Valley of Spirits, then going down to Valley of Strength. That crisscross, that's going to lose you time. So I suppose you could optimize it slightly, as you said, by doing it in that order. Balloon, fishing, backside of org, cooking, top of the pillar. Yeah. So I assume that's the route. Balloon, fishing, Valley of Honor, drag over here, Valley of Spirits, gate, and then to Zeppelin. Exactly. But that's the thing. Both of our arguments rely on where the experience drops or at what time and where the Zeppelin be. You're absolutely correct. It is entirely reliant on the Zeppelin. But, and this is why I'm saying, you could in theory argue that both of us are correct because depending on when the Zeppelin arrives, either argument could be faster. The problem with this is, and this is why I will say it is, I guess, slightly personal preference or more my personal theory, right? I think when it comes to a situation like this, where your route is absolutely correct. If we're talking about whether it is efficient in terms of time for experience saved to do your route, you're absolutely correct, owner. That detour, the amount of time it takes to make that detour, absolutely justifies that raw experience. The specific issue is with the Zeppelin, and my issue with it is the amount of risk that you're taking, potentially missing the Zeppelin, even by 20 seconds, you're still adding risk. That would literally set you back so much if you miss that first Zeppelin. So my reasoning for this is I would say that you should probably try to optimize your Orgrimmar Stormwind path to literally take the most minimal amount of time possible above all else. Because you're saving, let's call it 2 minutes by turning in those quests for the amount of time it takes. 2 minutes. 2 minute time save is good. But the amount of time you lose by missing that Zeppelin is colossal. What happens if I take the Zeppelin without taking or doing the breadcrumb quests at Orgrimmar? That is... would that work? See... I get what you're saying in theory. If you're spamming dungeons for leveling, what timeline should you use? I have no idea. It probably doesn't matter. If you miss the Zeppelin at the start, you'll probably log off for the night. That's fair, but obviously, I will say, from my point of view, obviously I don't have that option. So, I mean, that is a totally fair point, and I would not blame you for doing that at all. So I'm thinking about it more from, like, my perspective of what I will need to be doing. But yeah, as far as the question of dungeon leveling, I don't know. Really, any dungeon is fast. The more important thing when it comes to dungeon leveling is how experienced your group is with the dungeons, or if you're queuing alone, I guess how experienced you are with the dungeons, and then making sure you're always doing dungeon quests. But yeah, Vanilla, BC, and Wrath, generally speaking, those are good. But I mean, honestly, mop dungeons are good too. WoD dungeons, if you're familiar with them, are really fine. There's really no answer to bad dungeons. There's a lot of good expansions for dungeon leveling, if that's what you prefer. It won't be faster than questing, but like, if you're specifically asking about it, comparing apples to apples, right? In that case, it's really, really comparable. But the correct answer in terms of what expansion is the fastest is all of them, and then you swap between them to benefit from dungeon quests. That is, like, the technically, like, you know, smarmy correct answer of, like, how to be efficient. Okay, that's broken. That's really good. Felwood, okay, yeah, so, Sadu, that's a good point. Felwood is fast. The problem with Felwood is there's no way to optimize the travel time to get there. So, you're absolutely correct that in a vacuum, if you get to Felwood, it's efficient, but there's no efficient way to get to Felwood that saves the time. So I will say, I don't think it's faster than Loch Modan. Loch Modan, if you're doing it correctly, is one of the fastest zones in the game. It's extremely efficient. But I would argue that Felwood is probably faster than Red Ridge and Loch Modan. The problem is, and some people have said, well, you could take, like, the High-Gel portal. The thing about the High-Gel portal is High-Gel portal doesn't unlock until higher levels. So the main issue, right, is you have to think about where you would be replacing replacing Felwood in the questline. And the only place where you could realistically swap Felwood in would be early on in the questline for Red Ridge Mountains and Duskwood. In theory, it would be faster. The problem with that is how are you going to get there? The high gel portal does not work. It's not enabled until you hit level 30. I'm 99% sure. I think I checked this unless something changed. So you would have to find some other way to get there. Probably take a flight path from like Darnassus. Horde has a little bit of an easier time actually because Horde can get there somewhat quickly from Orgrimmar, but even then, still not efficient. And that being said, for Horde, it's not even worth it because Silverpine and Hillsbrad are faster. So the only zones where it would, in a vacuum, be faster then is Red Ridge and Duskwood. But because the only place where you would swap those out are at low levels, which is the reason we do Red Ridge and Duskwood at low levels is purely for convenience, because they're low-level zones that you can access almost immediately, and they are pretty efficient. And I save Lock Mode on for later because it's slightly faster when you have access to flying. But the reality is, if you stack Felwood up later into the run, is it a bad zone? No. But is it faster at that point? You have to start comparing it against what you would be doing at this point, which would be Lock Mode on, and later on, Gorgrond and Spires. Is it faster than that? No, it is not. So it is a really tough call. And even then, it's assuming that like you were able to really efficiently travel from what's it called? From Mount High-Gel down to Felwood, which realistically speaking, there is a decent amount of travel time. So even in the best case scenario, it's going to take you a few minutes to get there. Like, I've tried it, right? I'm telling you, I've tried Felwood. It is good if you're not including the travel time it takes to reach it. But it is a nice thing to mention. So it's like the Horde Lock Mode on? Yeah. You did 10 to 20 Draenor, 20 to 40 Silverpine and Hillsbrad, 40 to 50 Felwood. With 3, it takes you 2 minutes and 33 seconds to get from Orgrimmar to Felwood. Yeah, like I said, it's a little bit, that's the thing, it's a little bit more, at least reasonable for Horde because it is much faster to get there. But then once again, for Horde, it's just not efficient compared to the alternatives. It's not bad. It's one of those where I would probably say at that point, including the travel time, it's like on par with the Plague Lands, which like the Plague Lands are a great example of a zone that's like really good, but just slightly behind the others. And the travel time is another case of it makes the Plague Lands slower because the Plague Lands have a lot of travel time to actually get there. And then as I've said before, the Plague Lands on their own aren't really worth it. So you would basically have to do both of them. And by the time you do both of them, it just ends up not being efficient compared to just doing a mix of Silverpine, Hillsbrad, and Gorgrond, as the route does. It is interesting to think, though, like, one thing that I was really hoping, and I guess it's, ultimately, it's for the best that Blizzard did scale the XP the way they did, because if Blizzard actually did make Chromie time leveling, like, take, let's say they didn't do the XP reduction, right? So, obviously, I made a video about that already, but it takes literally less than an hour to level from 50 to 60, which is thanks to the new XP scaling they did. But let's say that you could still, it still took you the roughly same amount of time, same amount of experience to level as it did in Shadowlands. The only difference is now you could choose any expansion of your choosing for Chromie time. Now, part of me is kind of glad that they did lower the XP because, well, it means A, my runs are shorter. I don't have to do 10-hour runs now. I can go back to doing like 6 5-hour runs, which makes my life easier to a degree, right? But it also makes my life easier because here's the thing. I don't really need to do too much rewriting to my guide. I mean, if you've been watching the runs, obviously you're probably already expecting this, but there's going to be fairly minimal changes to the guide when I actually put it out. The written guide, I will say right now, is barely going to change. And that's just because the written guide inherently is something which I have been constantly updating over the years with every major new adjustment. I've stopped like actively updating it over the last like 6 months purely because I figured, okay, well at this point, I'll just do one big update when Chromie Time rework happens. So I'll basically include all of the new route adjustments I've made in the past like half a year with the new big update. I'll polish it up a little bit, change up some of the formatting, the structuring. It'll be a better written guide, but it won't change. The main reason why I think it's important to make a new guide is because at this point, my old video guide is definitely showing its age, right? I still think a lot of that information holds up, but the reality is I can't accurately update a video nonstop over 2 years. So there's a lot of stuff on there that is just slightly, I wouldn't say out of date, but like maybe has been improved upon. So it's out of date, but not like bad. So I think the main thing that really is going to require most of my time is making a polished, updated video guide. But the written guide is, I mean, it's mostly the same. But I did think it would be interesting if Blizzard had not made all those changes. The reason I said all this, because a lot of those zones that, you know, I was just saying, like the Plague Lands and, like you said, Fellwood, they're on the fringe of just, they're almost worth including in the guide, but they fall short. And trust me, I did, way back when, I did a bunch of testing runs. I tried to incorporate them, and every single time, it just did not work. And it's one of those things where, who knows, maybe somebody will find some new tech, or maybe there's like some new item that gets added, like a new teleport, that makes it really fast to get to like one of those places. That is something that can significantly change the routing. You never know. Like, for instance, having the Dark Iron Mole Machine right here significantly speeds up the process it takes to get to Loch Modan. So it makes Loch Modan much more viable from an alliance speed leveling perspective, because one of the races can just immediately get there. So there's some weird things like that where, as stuff gets added over time, maybe, you know, a new tech gets added, some new thing that makes a previously inefficient route really efficient gets found. You never know. But at the moment, and because none of that, to my knowledge, has actually happened, it's not going to change. But it would have been cool. I was really looking forward to basically busting out some of my, like, knowledge of those other zones that aren't quite efficient, and, like, stringing them together into a new updated route where it's like, maybe instead of doing spires, I think I talked about some of my ideas before. Obviously, one of the disappointing things is Threads of Fate got removed, but one of my initial thoughts is, instead of doing Spires of Iraq at all, because it is slightly inefficient, what you could do is basically just drop Spires, do Western and Eastern Plaguelands from like 40 to 60 or something like that, and then interweave that with basically Threads of Fate bonus objectives, stuff like that. To be clear, this is not efficient. Obviously, Threads of Fate doesn't exist anymore. Blizzard's removing that, in case you didn't hear. So that's unfortunate. But on top of that, because the XP is still roughly equivalent to what it was in Shadowlands, we're just using the same route, basically. They haven't made any adjustments to specific zones. They're keeping the experience roughly the same. So what was fast before remains fast today. But it is nice to go and test stuff like that, because who knows, maybe in the expansion after Dragonflight, that'll change, and there'll be like an experience increase while leveling. I don't know how Blizzard's going to do it. And it also is nice to test zones like Fellwood, because one thing that I actually am... I know a lot of like classic people are going to, you know, hate on me for saying this, but I'm actually really excited for, whatchamacallit, Classic Cataclysm. I genuinely do not understand why so many people are like hating on the idea of it, because I get that to a lot of people it's like Classic or World of Warcraft like died with Wrath of the Lich King, and I like Wrath. When Ulduar comes out, I'm probably going to spend a bit more time playing it. Selling leveling boost 200k. All right, Schlim. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's a really cool idea to just have like the ability to do all of the old content like as it was current. Even if it wasn't like everybody's favorite. Like, obviously, I think the thing that a lot of people would be pissed off with when it comes to the idea of Cataclysm Classic is if it overwrote Wrath of the Lich King. But I think Blizzard's smart enough to know that as long as they maintain at least one permanent Wrath server, nobody will give a shit. Because all the people who want to stay in Wrath can just stay in Wrath. But people like me, who, I'm not playing Classic WoW because of, like, you know, my nostalgia or whatever. It is a nice little benefit. I do like the nostalgia factor of playing Classic, but it's for me mostly a way to experience content that, like, when I was playing through it, I was, I don't know, like 5 years old, or by the time Wrath rolled around, I was already, I think that time I was 11 when Wrath first came out. So, you know, I never really fully got to experience that content, even though I have fond memories of it. So that's the main reason why I personally enjoy it. And I would love to go back and play through Kata, because Kata was, like, especially for me, like a weird expansion where it was the first expansion where I started to, like, actually try to improve at the game. And I was still dog shit by the end, don't get me wrong. But the place where I was at when I was like 11 years old, back in Wrath of the Lich King, is I was a hunter who was using strength items because I thought they looked cool. That was me back in Wrath. So I was literally like bottom tier of the barrel dog shit type of player back in Wrath. And Cataclysm was the first time where some of my friends were like, hey, I'm going to actually teach you how to not suck ass at this game. And I actually tried to get better and tried to learn and improve. And I don't think, it wasn't really until like MoP when I actually would say I was a solid player. Still not like amazing, but by MoP I could actually do like consistently pretty solid damage. I had a pretty firm grasp of like raid mechanics, etc. And then like WoD is when I actually started regularly doing mythic content. But Kata for me was like when I really got into the game, really started learning and all that stuff, and I wasn't just playing it for fun as a little kid. And I would love to actually go back and see all the content that I was like trying to do. And back in the day, of course, you know, little kid me was like, oh my God, this is so difficult. And I kind of want to see how it would feel now. Because obviously everybody talks about like Kata heroics were so hard. And of course, I struggled with Kata heroics because, you know, I was a stupid kid, right? But now I have to wonder, would I struggle with Kata heroics in the modern day? Probably not, but I would kind of want to see how they feel, at least. You know, how difficult they are. So nothing has changed. Very funny. Very, very funny. If you leave your guild, you lose the heirlooms. Not on your account. So if you leave your guilds, you still get like all your heirlooms in your account thing. That stays. But like the ability to purchase... yeah, there's like... Aren't there some heirlooms? I don't know. It's been a fucking long time since I did that. But I'm pretty sure buying some of the base heirlooms requires guild reputation, if memory serves. So in that case, like, you wouldn't be able to buy the base version of the heirloom, I think, if you did that. But once again, it's been such a long time, so I don't know. Yo, he said what I was thinking. All right, Schlim. Okay, wow. Fucking raid leaders throwing shade. Let's see. I'll try Phantom Singularity. Let's pick up. Do I need that? Nah. I guess more drain life healing. Why not? I mean, as an emergency. Legs and something else? Gotcha. Kata was your first real expansion? Yeah. Kata, to me, like, that's one of the reasons why I treat Kata as my first real expansion. Obviously, like, at this point, it's like a tradition. You know, I've stayed up, like, every night for, like, new expansion releases. But Kata was the first expansion where that was ever a thing. And I remember, because, like, when I barely played BC and Wrath at launch. Or I played Wrath at launch, but I barely played BC and Vanilla at launch, because obviously I started midway through Vanilla. And I was like 5. My dad got me into WoW. I had no idea what I was doing in BC, so I obviously didn't play at launch. I just kind of, I was wandering through like original WoW and BC content for like most of my early time playing the game. And then I think I need to get this out and then out of range. Come on. Come on. There we go. Oh, shit. Probably should have used the disguise. Whatever. But yeah, so I was just kind of wandering through content for like my early time playing the game. And then... How do I... There we go. Now Seed of Corruption detonates. And one more. Ah, ha, ha. There we go. Yeah, and basically Wrath, I didn't play Wrath launch, but it was one of those things where I never even like really considered staying up super late for Wrath, because it was just like, I didn't have the motivation to do that. I was still young and I didn't really care at all about wanting to like stay up late for a video game release. But I still played a lot actively in Wrath, and then I remember a bunch of my friends were saying they were going to basically stay up all night, like at midnight, for the Kata launch. And I remember I had to like bargain with my dad, because I was still like, I forgot what grade that was. It was a while ago. But I remember I told my dad, like, oh, all of my friends are... where did I go? Oh, shit. Right. I did the quest slightly out of order. It's fine. But yeah, my dad was like, oh, I don't want you, staying up late because obviously it's a school night, right? So I had to convince him to let me wake up. And I still remember because I had never really set an alarm before. Obviously, at this point, like if I didn't have coffee and an alarm clocks, right, like I wouldn't function. I wouldn't be able to get out of bed. But back in the day, like it like rings in my mind because it was one of the first alarms I ever set to wake myself up. Was the first night of Cataclysm releasing. I was like, I think 12 or 13. I think only 12, yeah. And I had like still a flip phone at the time. That was before the days of I don't know if it was before the days of smartphones. It probably wasn't. It was before the days of my dad let me have a smartphone, right? So I still had like a really old janky ass flip phone. And there were like a bunch of built-in ringtones, and it was like an 8-bit Mario theme, like do 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 do, that kind of thing. That was like, for whatever reason, one of the built-in ringtones on my flip phone, and it was just like a surreal experience when I woke up because I had never had an alarm wake me up before, so I shot out of bed, and it's like I always think back to that because I wish these days I could wake up as easily as I did the morning of Cataclysm release because it was just so jarring to me when I first heard that alarm because I'd never been woken up by like a sound ringing in my ear before. And now at this point, I use alarms to basically drag myself out of bed all the time. I'm desensitized to it, so it like doesn't really wake me up immediately. But I still remember how quickly I shot out of bed. Still sometimes if I hear that Mario theme, it just makes me like feel really alert because I used that as my alarm for a while, and it worked really fucking well. And it's like something psychologically, I don't know, about the fact that I used it back then just makes it like stand out to me. Scarred for life, yeah. But anyways, yeah, I still remember because it wasn't like directly at the launch. I forget what time it launched. But I didn't play it until 3 a.m. So I think it launched like late at night. I want to say it was like 12 or 1 a.m. And my dad wouldn't let me stay up all night. So he was like, you have to go to bed early. And then if you go to bed early, I'll let you wake up at 3 in the morning to play it. So by the time that I actually like started questing, there were already a ton of people there. And then I picked Mount Hyjal and it was like super populated. But it's just one of those things where like in my memory, one of like the most fun experiences I think I've ever had, like just you got those memories where you just think about them and it just brings you like pure joy, is that day one or morning one questing through Mount Hyjal in Cataclysm on release. Like I can remember how happy I was doing that. I was just so excited being able to like play a new expansion the moment it released because I had never done that. And it's one of the reasons why I like playing on release now and like, planning ahead, because it's just always really fun that first day. Oh, hey, a chest. Release days are the best? Yeah. It's always a fun experience. But yeah, I rambled a lot, so I'm sure I missed... Oh my goodness. I just demolished that. Sure, I missed a lot of chat. Let's see. Oh, did I not get the quest? There we go. I don't have WoD Pathfinder. You don't want to get it. What zones would you recommend replacing them with? You don't need WoD Pathfinder. I thought isn't WoD Pathfinder like automatically account wide now for flying? Someone correct me if I'm like really wrong on this, but I'm like 99% sure that they made it so WoD Pathfinder was account wide. I could be completely wrong. But yeah, if you don't have WoD Pathfinder, you should still be able to quest just efficiently. I don't know, it's weird. I'm 99% sure you should have flying without it. The only thing that I think you need to do the Pathfinder achievement for is there's an achievement that gives you like 20% increased mount speed, which, I mean, doesn't matter. So if you're wondering whether Gorgrond is inefficient without the 20% increased mount speed, I can assure you it is still very much the fastest expansion, or the fastest zone, even without that passive 20% mount speed. You should still get flying, though. Oh yeah, somebody else said you can fly in WoD without Pathfinder. Okay, I'm not crazy then. Let's see. What do you think about the healing changes? I have no real strong thoughts about the healing changes. I know some healers in my guild are annoyed about them. They were talking about it before. I'm not a healer. I don't really care. I mean, I don't really think it's a change, right? It's just a balancing thing. Like, a lot of people are making it out to be more than it actually is, right? I think this is the kind of thing that maybe in the past, I would imagine Blizzard would just do this without communicating it, because it doesn't really seem that impactful. Like, all they're doing is just increasing player health and mob health. They could have just as easily reduced healing numbers. I mean, it's like, it's tuning. It happens. I don't, that's the thing where I don't know, maybe it feels really bad to use, who knows? But as far as I can tell, it's nothing special. Let's see. Kata was the start of the new WoW second era. Yeah. So, and that's the thing. I've heard a lot of people comparing, that's a good point, Dreamer Magister. A lot of people I've heard use that argument of, I'd rather have a Classic Plus than a Cataclysm Classic. And I think if you look at it logically, that's never the case. In terms of, that is never going to be the this or that, right? Now, in the argument of, would you rather have Classic Plus or Cata Classic? I would say in that case, I would agree with you. I'd rather have Classic Plus. But it's not going to be a this versus that. That's where I think a lot of people, for some reason, frame it as that. And that's just unfounded. Like, Blizzard has never said, we're either going to do one or the other. All they've done is gauge interest in Cataclysm Classic. And the reality is, the amount of effort that it would take for Blizzard to do a Cataclysm, or a Classic Plus, specifically, that is infinitely more time than Cataclysm Classic. So a lot of people are acting like it's one or the other. It's like a choice between, are they going to do Cata Plus or Cata, or whatchamacallit, Classic Plus or Cata Classic? Fuck no. It is by no means an equal measure. It is infinitely more development resources to make an entire new expansion or new content whatsoever than to refurbish an old expansion slightly and push it out. God knows it's not like they put that much effort into Classic anyway. If you think they actually spend a shit ton of development time really getting that to work, you clearly haven't been paying attention. They do not give a shit about the Classic community. They have showed that multiple times. They will do the bare minimum required to get you to resub, and that's fucking it. And it's a shame, because, quite frankly, the Classic community deserves better. But Blizzard is basically able to print free money by taking these old expansions and re-releasing them. That is something that is they're going to do regardless whether or not they make Classic Plus. If they think that doing Cata Classic is going to make them money, they'll do Cata Classic. If they think that Classic Plus is going to make them money, they'll do that too. It's not one or the other. So it's not even like one is going to sap the development resources from the other. No, I guarantee you it would be a separate thing. So that's the one thing where I think if you really want to evaluate like the pros and cons of Cata Classic, you need to look at it purely on like, do you think people would play just that? But comparing it to like something else, which it's perfectly possible that Blizzard would just do both, I don't really think is an accurate way to look at it. Stumbled into your channel while leveling a tune in Classic Wrath. What's my favorite class? I mean, I guess probably Monk, if I had to really pick. There's a lot of, like, I enjoy playing a lot of classes. I would say, like, I really enjoy Demon Hunter, I enjoy Monk, I enjoy Warrior, Paladin, really any class that can tank, except for me, Death Knight is like one tier below. I like Death Knight, but it's not on the levels of the others. But I would say, yeah, probably those four. Warrior, Monk, Demon Hunter, Paladin, those are like my four favorite classes overall. Specifically like the tank specs, right? So those are my favorite tank specs, and as a result, they're my favorite classes. So it's really that simple. But if I had to pick one, I guess I would say Monk. Just because Monk is what I played probably the most over the years, and I really like it. Oh, I'm getting kind of fucked. It's not good. Let me drain life. Okay. That worked out well. It says it's buffed up, but it... I don't know why it was saying that my drain life, or Shadow Bolt was buffed when it wasn't actually giving me the proc. Let's see. At this point, I'm gonna have to skip a few messages, just heads up. So if I didn't read your message and you want me to read your message, just post it again. I'm just gonna try to skip ahead a little bit, just because I don't want to fall completely behind. And then Seed of Corruption again. Train Life again, and nice. Do I know much about Twinking at level 10? I do not. I'm sorry. Not my cup of tea. Magcar orcs can't be locks. I mean, I guess it makes sense. You know, it would be kind of weird if the uncorrupted orcs could be warlocks. That kind of, like, goes against their entire, like, character, right? Let me throw out Seed of Corruption. Nice. For flying, yes, there's still a mount, though. Okay, yeah. Juggy said, Classic Plus Keck W, they can't even finish retail expansions in time. Yeah. I think that's exactly what Juggy said, the problem with looking at it like that. Like, sure, it would be great if they could do Classic Plus. That would be fun. But, like, do you honestly trust them to make a brand new set of content for Classic? The only reason they're even doing this is because it requires minimal development resources and a bunch of people play it, right? That's the only reason Classic exists. And don't get me wrong, I love Classic. But I'm not saying that, like, Classic has no merit. I'm saying to Blizzard, Classic has no merit. They do not give a shit. Because to them, they're literally only doing it because it makes them money for minimal effort. Now, do I think it would be really awesome if we had, like, unique Classic content, like, in that style? Would I play the shit out of that? You fucking bet your ass I would. But one of the main issues that I have with playing Classic at the moment is just, I mean, because there is nothing really to look forward to, it's like the moment I've done the content, I go back to retail, right? I do the content, I check out all the stuff I want to do. It really is, to me, like a sightseeing tour more than anything. And then I go back, and I enjoy it, right? I had a ton of fun in both Vanilla, BC, and Wrath so far. And obviously, I'll continue to check out Wrath. But it's just, I know that Blizzard's not really going to do anything with it. They're just going to add the exact same expansions, or exact same patches. So I know what to look forward to in Ulduar. I'll come back in Ulduar. I'll play that. Based on what I've been told, probably have a lot of fun. I'll stop until Argent Tournament. I'll play that. Wait until ICC. Rinse, repeat. And who knows? But to me, it's like there's way more replayability inherently in like retail WoW now. And frankly, if I need to do something else, I might as well just like go play a different game, right? I mean, there's a lot of good MMOs out there. God knows I've fallen way far behind when it comes to both Guild Wars 2 and Final Fantasy. So before I like really sunk time into like doing side content in either Classic or retail, it's like I'd rather just play a different MMO. That's just where I'm at with it. So the way that I approach Classic and retail at this point is I do all the stuff in retail that I enjoy, namely Mythic rating, Mythic Plus, all the stuff that leads up to that. So like min-maxing professions, min-maxing leveling. I enjoy doing that. I find it a lot of fun, the process of optimizing like all that stuff. It's just something I really enjoy. So I will continue doing that. And then whenever Classic gets a new patch, I will do whatever it is in Classic, namely like the raids and dungeons that I find to be fun. And then when I run out of stuff to do, I'll play a different game. And then I'll play like Total War Warhammer 3 or Guild Wars 2 or Final Fantasy until the next patch for World of Warcraft, either Classic or retail. And then I'll go back and repeat the process, do the stuff I want to do, then go back to playing other content. That is kind of my cycle when it comes to playing WoW, right? But I would love if there was new content. All that to say. But at the moment, it's hard for me to really be invested in Classic when I already know exactly what's coming. One of the fun things about retail WoW is a lot of people will ask me, like, how do I know that it's like, why am I preparing all these different things, right? Like, how do I know that it's going to be important to reach max level as quickly as possible on day one? And to a certain extent, I don't for sure. I can assume based on historical context and looking at the world quests and seeing the rewards from rep, and I can say that in theory, it's probably going to be efficient to get all of your reps maxed out before raid releases because you'll have minimal time to farm Mythic Plus on the week of raid because you have to do both Heroic, Normal, and Mythic at the exact same time. So that's going to cut down on the amount of time you have to farm on raid release week. So going in with as much gear as possible is worth doing. So I can sit there and like figure this all out in theory and try to say this is logically speaking, the most optimal way to prepare for raid. But in Classic, there is none of that optimization because everybody's already figured it out. I can just look up a guide that tells me this is exactly what's going to happen. This is exactly the best possible things you can do to prepare. And it's like, I'll do that. I'll have fun while doing it. But there's like that side of my brain that loves like puzzle solving and loves trying to like look at all of these like different systems that Blizzard lays out in front of me and trying to like figure out the most optimal way to like do all that stuff. Like I love doing that. And that just isn't present for me in Classic. For me, it's just purely a enjoying the tanks, the dungeons, and the raids. And that's why I play it. And that's enough, but not enough to like keep me fully entertained 100% of the time. Let's see. BFA is the default new player experience, so it would be really weird if you couldn't fly there. Yeah. Though, actually, I wonder, are you able to fly as a new player in BFA your first time through it? Because, like, I mean, in theory, right, BFA wasn't designed with flying in mind, at least at the start. Like, they added Pathfinder later on, as they always do. But I've never thought about it. I could totally see if, like, your first ever playthrough, you just don't have flying, and then you get it after completing that first playthrough when you unlock Chromie Time. Logically, that would make sense. Because, I mean, if Blizzard's just going to force you to do BFA anyway, which I've said before, I think it's just a weird choice. I don't know why they continue to stick with that. Then they might as well, like, try to make it fun. Do something with it, but they probably won't. Yeah. Let me do Seed of Corruption, then Malefic. Okay. I was about to say, then I'm going to do Malefic Rapture, and, they all just kind of exploded. Fucking wild, dude. This is honestly really fun. I don't know, I've never really played Affliction before. I've always heard, like, basic stuff about how it works, but never checked it out. But I have a lot of friends who really hate Afflock. And they've said to me before that they can't stand Aff. They think it's like the most boring spec on the planet. Oh, I'm dead. Oh my goodness. Okay. I didn't realize my Voidwalker died. Okay, so I need to be careful. I do not have sustained survivability against pulls without my Voidwalker or without my shield. So I got a little bit too gung-ho there. So this time, first, before I forget, I'm going to reset my potion. Oh, and there's the rare mob. So I'm going to start doing my big pull here. Summon you. Summon you. Tag. 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 Seed of Corruption. And then I think one more Seed of Corruption if I don't get knocked back. Yep, okay, there we go. Yeah, it's interesting because it definitely... It's a bit more of like a methodical playstyle. Because I'm used to... for the record, I've just done like a million test runs with Windwalker where I do pulls like that, I pop Fist of Fury, and I just immediately eradicate all the mobs. And obviously, you know, that's something you can do if you're playing Windwalker. Or, frankly, you could probably do if you're playing, like, Fury Warrior or something like that, too. But you can't really get away with that with Aff. But I don't necessarily think that's a weakness. It's a little bit of a weakness, but it's not, like, something that will make it really garbage. I think you just need to account for that stuff when playing. But at this point, yeah, packs are dying really quickly as long as I don't overpull and I play around my defensives, play around my Voidwalker. I like this. This definitely feels like, with more experience, I could absolutely see this being a really efficient leveling spec. Because the reality of Windwalker, monks, if you try to play Windwalker and you're not familiar with it, you will get your cheeks clapped. It's one of those specs where, I mean, at a basic level, obviously it's not the hardest thing to pick up, but really figuring out, like, all the ins and outs of Windwalker, especially while leveling, and, like, playing around Turbo Fists, and being able to, like, utilize that parry and, like, you know, Turbo Fist, nuking a bunch of mobs, kiting out barely, generating chi, immediately going back in, resetting the cooldown of Fist of Fury, and then just deleting everything. There's, like, a way to play Windwalker that takes it from being just, like, a solid leveling spec to being like a god tier leveling spec. And I feel like that's the kind of thing where like I'm looking at it right now with Affliction, where right now with zero experience playing this, this is already a very solid leveling spec. So I could totally see maybe if I had a bit more practice with this, if I did a lot more test runs, who knows? Maybe there's like a way to make this really, really, really fucking good. I'm curious to see how it would be with the other specs though, because I have always been told, right, that Affliction is just the absolute king when it comes to like large multi-target pulls. So I don't know if Demo or Destro would be able to keep up. I think a lot of people have said that when it comes to like basically like cleave scenarios, like low target cleave with like Havoc and stuff, in those cases, it could be argued that Destro pulls ahead, or is at least comparable. But just in many of these cases, as you can see, like this is a low target cleave. That is not always the case. In fact, I would say that is usually not going to be the case that I run into while leveling. In most of these pulls, it's been like I round up 10 targets with Agony and then I just blow them up. And that seems like something that only Affliction can do. I don't know if the other specs could do that as well. But I'll test it eventually. Admittedly, Warlock will probably be, full disclaimer, one of the final classes that I finish fully testing, because I have more testing to do for that than any other spec. There's a lot of work that needs to go into making sure that I fully test Warlock.
What's on your mind? How are you?
Alright, do this. I feel like there's a rare mob here, because my memory of Alliance rare mobs has been lax, because it's been just such a long time since I've really looked into it. But I'm 99% sure that there's an Ogre rare mob. Do that. Seed of Corruption. I put my shield up. And nice. I also wish there was a way to like reliably heal yourself without I should use Burning Rush. One thing I've noticed, Burning Rush consumes health, not the shield. So I can't just like bank entirely on having my shield active and just absorbing that damage. Oh yeah, there is a rare. It's Emog the Crusher. Destro is too slow for AoE in comparison to Ath. Demo is good, but maybe not as good as Ath. Yeah, it's something to consider. I think the main thing is, I'm really curious how, I guess at this point, to give you a little sneak preview of the format that I'm using to judge each of these specs, because I think it's actually pretty good. Let me make sure I don't die first. Woo! Actually, was kind of close. I'm gonna summon my Voidwalker before I forget. Yeah, so the format that I'm using to judge every single spec is I basically set up a series of 3 tests, 2 of which are taken from the Horde route, 1 of which is on both routes. And obviously, everybody here will know exactly what it is when I start describing it. But I'm basically seeing how quickly everybody can do the, what's it called? Silverpine Forest, this pull, the General Marstone pull, the Elite Dwarves at level 30. So, give or take, with like Darkwind Fair buff, you reach that quest around levels 25 to 30. So just for like a standardized testing purpose, I've done all my tests with it being at level 30 in this little subzone here, because anybody who has done that quest with like Lord Godfrey and the Elite Dwarves, those things will absolutely dumpster you. So I think that goes to show that any spec that can, at very low levels, like 25 to 30, still handle large pulls of elite mobs and kill them in an extremely efficient amount of time. Because, like, I timed it, and, like, if you let Lord Godfrey and the other NPCs kill it, it takes roughly 2 to 2.5 minutes. So, the time that it would take for an efficient leveling spec to kill off those mobs should be sizably faster than just letting Lord Godfrey kill it. And for the example of Windwalker and Brewmaster, as we'll see, Brewmaster, I actually managed to do that pull in only 1 minute and I think it was like 13 seconds. And then Windwalker, I did the pull in like 1 minute 15 seconds. So basically a 2-second time difference, really, really close. Brewmaster only slightly pulled ahead just because they were able to face tank mobs at really low levels, whereas Windwalker, I had to basically play around Turbo Fists and then kite a little bit more. But those were my best times, and that is like a 1 minute, if not more, time save. And while Windwalker was a little bit sketchy, because if I wasn't careful, there were actually a few times while testing it that I just straight up died, because I did not carefully play around Turbo Fists, and I walked in too soon, immediately took like 5 auto attacks to the face, and just went 100 to 0. Really, really risky. But if I played around Turbo Fists properly, I just shredded those mobs. And the only issue was at that point, I did not have enough like raw survivability to keep attacking them outside of Fists of Fury. Whereas Brewmaster, I could just kite, Celestial Brew, stuff like that. Protection or Retribution for Paladin leveling, I would say probably Protection. Generally speaking, Protection Paladin is going to be faster, especially with the changes in Dragonflight. Prot Pally is one of the best AoE DPS in the game right now. It is disgusting. They do just an absurd amount of damage with, what's it called? Like, I forget the name of the talent. Whatever the one is where whenever Avenger's Shield does damage, it splashes onto nearby targets. So if you get like that, plus Soaring Shield, plus like a lot of the other Avenger's Shield synergy, and you just spam Avenger's Shield and get resets on it, on a large group of mobs, you're just getting so much splash damage, it melts massive packs. Not to mention Divine Toll on a large pull with all of those synergies, every single Avenger Shield having that pulse effect. You can literally just round up like a group of 10 mobs, press Divine Toll, and it instantly kills all of them. It's disgusting. It's so good. And on single target, they still have really fucking strong damage, because since they can just do massive AoE pulls with Avenger Shield alone, you can save stuff like Avenging Wrath or, what's it called? Oh, I need to kill 8 Bobcats. You can save like Avenging Wrath or, what's the other one? Yeah, like Seraphim, other cooldowns like that for pure single target, and you still have a lot of damage through Judgment. And there's Crusader's Judgment, like where Grand Crusader resets the cooldown of Judgment, and you could do massive single target damage, probably more than any other tank. Basically, Prot Pally is just insane. And not to mention, on top of all of that, it is just fucking unkillable. Prot Paladin cannot die if you're playing it correctly. It's so, so fucking strong. Tears Enforcer. Yeah, Tears Enforcer. So I would already say that Prot Paladin was probably slightly stronger, even in Shadowlands, just because they've always been consistently really good at like AoE and single target compared to Ret. Like, Ret's fine, but considering Ret has way lower survivability compared to Prot, and still maybe only does slightly more single target, Prot always, in my opinion, edged it out. But the new talent tree has just shot Prot Paladin into the fucking stratosphere, man. It is so good. Honestly, like, for Mythic Plus, I'm definitely looking forward to just messing around on Prot Pally, because it's probably going to be my favorite M Plus tank. And I'm not, like, huge into M+. It's something I only really do for fun. But if I start getting that geared up, there's a good chance that I start playing that more often, because it's just so nice. And, whatchamacallit? Who knows? I don't really know what the raid comp will be, though. I have a feeling, based on everything that I've seen, and obviously everything's still subject to change. They might do some tuning. My gut feeling right now is that the meta comp for raid is going to be Blood DK and Vengeance DH. Is, unfortunately, what I think the meta comp will be for tanks. And I'm not thrilled about that, because I'm going to be honest, I don't really want to have to play Vengeance Demon Hunter, but like, it just looks really fucking good. So, if I have to, I'll do it. But at the same time, like, Prot Pally still looks really, really fucking good. Brewmaster still looks really fucking good. I mean, I've been playing Brewmaster for raid testing, and I have 0 issues with it. It's really good, but it's just not quite as good from what I've seen as Vengeance DH, as much as I do love Brewmaster. Same thing with Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior's kind of nuts, but some of, like, the really nice interactions for Prot Warrior, like Unbreakable Will, like, just got nerfed into the floor. So Prot Warrior is still going to be a perfectly strong tank, but I have a feeling that if we're talking, like, optimal meta comps, it probably just doesn't have that extra oomph. Hard to say for sure, though. It's one of those things where, like I said, definitely still subject to tuning. But I have a feeling that a lot of my focus is going to have to go towards Brewmaster, Warrior, and Demon Hunter, which means that my prop Paladin I won't have enough time to play it. But I'm so excited about it. Let's see. Lightforge Draenei can be Shadow Priest. Yeah, that is kind of a weird interaction. Will I do a video on best route for alts in Dragonflight? Yes. Yes, that's a good point. Just careful not to post your message twice, at least that quickly. Obviously, if it's been a while and I haven't responded, but just in quick succession like that. But yeah, I will absolutely do like a Threads of Fate route for alts. I'm going to be completely honest, it's probably not going to be ready for Dragonflight, just because it doesn't really apply to most people. The vast majority of people are not going to be worrying about like optimal alt leveling. What I'll probably do is, I've already said that next weekend, the stream on November 13th, this will be an alt leveling stream. It'll be testing out like the new Threads of Fate equivalent. So I will do some tests. I will basically do a bit of theory crafting on like what I think the optimal route will look like. But I'm not going to do like extreme heavy testing, extreme heavy math. Almost all of my test runs before Dragonflight will focus entirely on day one leveling and for campaign leveling, which in reality, it's really fast. The campaign leveling is insanely fast. And think about it like this. In Shadowlands, Threads of Fate wasn't even used. So my campaign leveling route for Shadowlands was the fastest way to level, even on your alts, just because of how inefficient Threads of Fate was. Now, I would imagine it's going to be better like on release in Dragonflight, because they've had time to like test that and figure out the fact that like Threads of Fate sucked ass when it first came out. So it's probably not going to be dead on arrival like it was before. But honestly, based on my testing in Dragonflight, you're going to be able to level extremely efficiently just by doing the campaign, even on your alts. It's just really fucking fast. It's going to be like a minor optimization thing for alt leveling, which will maybe save you. My guesstimate is like 30 to 40 minutes. Because right now, by not doing the campaign and just doing side quests, you can level up around like 30 minutes faster, 30 to 40 minutes. So maybe you could argue that with the addition of adventure mode, it would go up to like an hour faster, but it's still not that significant of a time save to the point where I would do super heavy testing before Dragonflight. But that is something where going into the like downtime, right? Where I'm already fully done progressing through raids, all that fun stuff. I haven't really, I haven't really like, how do I word this? I don't have any major video projects that I still need to finish working on, I guess, for lack of a better way to describe it. At that point, I can start looking into, making a more efficient route for that. Really aren't many great talents here. Am I happy with my main's new talent tree? Yeah, I mostly main Brewmaster at the moment, and I love the Brewmaster tree. Brewmaster has an amazing talent tree. I love it. What should I take here? Threads of Fate would have been good if you could just spam world quests instead of doing 4 to 5 world quests and then search for side quests. Yeah, I think Ron and Decay I'm going to pick. Corruption. Each time it deals damage, your curses active on the target are extended by 0.2 seconds. I think I want to take Drain Soul. So I think Harvester of Souls and Drain Soul, because this is like more healing, and that has been one of my main issues. So I think that'll help me out in the end. Reduces the cooldown in Dark Pact. That seems good. Desperate Pact also seems good. Let's see. Voidwalker. I don't really need this stuff. I'm going to take 2 points into Desperate Pact. I'm just going to try to get as much self-healing as possible, because I feel like that's my main weakness at the moment. If I can basically just do my rotation without having to worry about keeping myself alive, and I only need to do minimal usage of Drain Life, or in this case, Drain Soul. Like, that is the perfect scenario. And Drain Soul just replaces Drain Life, right? Like, is there any reason to use Drain Life over Drain Soul? I'm 99% sure the answer is no. Let's see. Where do I want to go? I think I need to go back to... Oh, wait. Actually, in this case, because I don't need to use this to get to Lochmadan anymore, I can take this, go to Stormwind. Drain Soul replaces Shadowbolt. No, yeah, it replaces Shadowbolt. I'm just wondering, because I have both, is there any reason to still use Drain Life, if any Warlock experts know? Below the speed in the main talents, you have Death Coil, which gives you a 20% heal and a fear every minute or 45 seconds. Interesting. Only usage of Drain Life is if you need the extra healing. So, Drain Soul is... Oh, I see. So, Drain Soul is just damage. And then Drain Life is healing. Ah, gotcha. For some reason, I thought Drain Soul gave me healing as well. Right. Drain Soul is my main filler? Okay, cool. At this point, I go back to Warlords of Draenor. Do I think an Evoker tank would have been good and or fun? I mean, as for whether it would have been good, that's... Who knows, right? It's impossible to say how good or fun something could have been without knowing what it would have been designed. Now, if the question is, would I have liked to have Evoker as a tank? Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I have nothing against, like, the Drakthir. I know a lot of people are like, ew, Scalies, or whatever. It's like, whatever. You know, to me, I think the Drakthir are fine, and I think I would have been totally fine playing as one. And honestly, I just would be excited to have another tank spec, right? The ability to main 7 tanks now instead of 6. Right? That would be fun. I will never say no to more options. So I would have been very happy with that. But I kind of understand why they didn't, even if it sucks. And I think it would have been the perfect opportunity, given, like, it's literally like a fucking... It's a dragon, right? Like, dragon tank would have just been so fitting, thematically. So, is it a shame that they didn't do it? Oh yeah, it's a huge shame, but it is what it is. Not much we can do. No use crying over spilled milk. Let me try to scroll up and make sure I didn't miss anything, because I remember I was talking about a lot of different stuff. Also, I know there's been, like, some tangents that I completely abandoned. At this point, I'm just gonna say, if you want to hear more about, like, the whole Paladin Discord thing, as I said, I posted about it in my Discord. So my Discord link is in the video description or stream description, right? Just go check that out, and it'll you can read through all that. It's not long. I just posted a little thing about it. All right, just Drain Soul, and that's it. I guess I'll put Seed of Corruption, refresh this, and then just spam Drain Soul. But I don't know what it is, but, like, I'm getting some Absorb Shield that's just making me completely unkillable, which, you know, cool. I'll take it. I took no damage during that pull. Nice. Remember to use my Soul Stone. Yeah. I mean, it depends on the duration, right? Like, it's 15 minutes, so I don't really think that 15 minutes is really worth using. Like, obviously, ideally, I just shouldn't fuck up at all. If it was permanent and it was just like insurance in case I fucked up, sure. But if I have to remember to refresh it every 15 minutes, at that point, I just need to get good and not die, right? Believe you didn't skill better Drain Life. You took Lifeline talent, which you would never use anyway. Oh, okay. I'll look into it more a bit later. For now, I'm just gonna kind of grab things. Okay, right, I am... For some reason, I had this, like, moment of, oh, wait, did I forget to turn Chromie Time on? And I was about to, like, lose my mind of, like, oh, no, have I been leveling without Chromie Time? And, like, part of me knew that that was insane, because there's absolutely no way I could have forgotten to do that and still been level 40. But sometimes there's just an irrational fear. It's like, every now and then I have an irrational fear of, like, is my OBS randomly shut off? Because I've had times where like my microphone just stops working midstream, and it takes like a few minutes for people to like let me know, or usually in that case, a few minutes for me to read chat and see that my microphone wasn't working. So, you know, there's just random times where I just get like super afraid of like, oh no, what if something just happened? All right, yeah, that seems relatively efficient. Let's see. Do I feel like Prot Warriors will have a place in Raid? Every single tank will have a place in Raid, right? If anybody's telling you one tank will just not be viable, they're wrong. Obviously, right now, the only tank that, like... And for the record, I don't think this is because they're bad, but the only tank that I think will struggle to get a raid spot is Guardian Druid, and that's almost entirely because of the fact that people just will have this perception that Guardian Druids are bad. I'm 99% sure that every Guardian Druid will be able to tank the content just fine. There are no glaring weaknesses with any tank at the moment. They're perfectly okay. Prot Warriors are very, very good. I'm very happy with Prot. When I was saying before about like what tanks I think will be the best, I'm talking like race the world first, like meta shit. Like at the absolute top level, what do I think is going to be like the fastest? And that's where I said I think it'll be Demon Hunter DK. And it's just in that very specific context. But every tank at the moment looks great. Honestly, tank design in general in Dragonflight is, in my opinion, some of the best it's been in years. I absolutely love the design of so many different tanks. Except, of course, Guardian Druids. Obviously, they've been getting kind of shafted by the devs as of late. Am I planning the Dragonflight route just before release or a little earlier? Before release. The current plan for the routes, once again, this is when I will be releasing, probably, the 10 to 60 route. So the video will be released on the 11th. The written guide will also be released along with it, of course. My current plan is the Dragonflight 60 or 50 to 60 words. 60 to 70 route will be on the 18th, right here. So that is absolutely something that I have kept in mind. I know a lot of people will want to at least do a few test runs of it on beta and don't want to, you know, look at it last second. It will absolutely be at the very least a week in advance, but that's the day I'm shooting for. Of course, if I run into some delays with testing, if there's a few things I want to make sure I have tested and I haven't had time to do it, then it will get delayed. But I will be absolutely 100% certain that I'm getting it out at least a week before Dragonflight. So don't worry about that. Extremely excited for Prot Warrior, but you did really enjoy Blood DK. Yeah, I'm fine with Blood DK at the moment. The only reason I'm not like super interested in Blood DK right now is because my co-tank mostly plays Blood DK. I think if he had the option, he would play Guardian Druid, but unfortunately, well, I just got done talking about Guardian Druids, right? So it's one of those things where I just have no reason to do anything Blood DK related at this moment in time. But from what I've seen from it, it actually does seem pretty cool. It seems like the new talent, the new trees in general are really, really nice. I wasn't thrilled initially because early on there was the whole thing where they removed that, what's it called? They removed the little builds where it was based on the Sepulchre tier bonus, and I really liked the Sepulchre tier bonus, so I was kind of disappointed when that happened, but I don't think it's the end of the world. I think overall the Blood DK stuff still looks pretty solid. Let me throw this out there. And then this really, Warlock really comes online later on. This is solid as fuck. Words, mouth things, yeah. Okay. What the hell? That guy's stuck in a wall. Oh, it's evade bugs. Unfortunate. I'll put UA on this guy then. I think I'm just going to single target him down with Drained Soul. Because I don't really need to worry about the guy in the wall anyway. Grab this chest. A little bit of experience. And then I'm just going to try to do a big pull here. So this, summon Voidwalker. Just going to tag a shit ton of mobs, literally pull the worlds. And turn this off. And Seed of Corruption. This. Oh, that is spicy. Okay. Hold on. Let me make a health stone just before I forget. Gonna figure I might as well kill this rare since I can just group up a lot of stuff with it. Do this. Seed of Corruption again. This. Oh. Yeah, that is fucking juicy. And then, I guess at this point, just single target it down with Drain Soul. Is that all I really do? Can refresh UA, refresh this, maybe put Seed of Corruption on it? I don't know. And then... yeah. Not the fastest, but I feel like because I was doing a big AoE pull along with it, that was still like an efficient use of my time. Good night. You'll catch up on the rest tomorrow. Thank you for stopping by, Owner. I'm sure I'll read a comment from you tomorrow when you're watching this. Let's see. Off to work. Good luck with the rest of your run. Thank you, LB. Only time you'd use Drain Life for damage is if you have Inevitable Demise spec'd with high stacks in the Affliction tree. It's one of the bottom nodes. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't looked too far into that. How many triple role classes can you really have, though? I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with having more. I like having variety, personally. Somebody said my mic is muted. Thank you for giving me a big spike of anxiety. For a second, I was like, no, shot, really? And then I remembered I literally just talked about that, and I'm like, oh, fucking hell. I mean, I have nobody but myself to blame for that one, though, to be fair. Like, I literally did set you up for it. Do I suggest to use War Mode at launch? It's entirely your call. I think it's one of those things where it's pretty straightforward, right? If you want to speed level, then yes, use War Mode at launch, because obviously it's going to be faster, right? That's really all it boils down to. Is War Mode going to be faster? Well, is a 10 to 20% experience increase faster? By definition, yes. However, are you speed leveling? If so, of course, you take the faster option. Are you not speed leveling? Are you just leveling casually? Then, no, turn off War Mode. It doesn't matter to you anyway. I guess the only question in that case would be, is it going to be a hassle? And I can tell you right now, yes. If you're leveling, like, right at the front of the pack and you're really trying to speed level, it's still gonna be a hassle. Don't get me wrong. But it's not going to be as much of a hassle because you're going to be so far ahead that, like, it won't really matter. Other people's stuff won't really affect you. So you can just kind of do your own thing. But if you're leveling along with the pack with everybody else, yeah, I guarantee you, your process will be slowed down by it. You will probably not have the best time while leveling. It's going to be frustrating. It is what it is. But that's entirely just a personal preference thing, right? Like, if you want to level faster, turn on War Mode, but just be well aware that there are consequences to doing that. But of course, I will be turning on War Mode personally. Completely your call. You don't need Seed of Corruption for single target. Use Malefic Rupture. Okay, that's good to know. It does feel like I wish that Affliction had more consistent single target, like, damage. Is there something I can take to improve that? Like, it's solid, definitely. Those rares have a lot of HP, so it's not like that was really particularly slow. But if there's something that I can take to really boost my single target damage, yeah, like Withering Bolt, actually, this seems like it would increase my single target damage a lot. This thing, yeah. So I'm going to put points into that. But I think that's the main thing I need to worry about. Because at the moment, right, like, my AoE is not a concern. Like, I am just thrashing stuff on AoE. So it's purely just, okay, I need to make sure that when I get to situations like that, where it's like funnel damage, I'm actually safe. This. Ooh. And boom. All right, that's fun. All right, that's all 6 orcs right there in one pull. Fucking wild. You wish you still enjoyed questing the level? I mean, I don't know, to a certain extent, it's like, you got to make your own fun, right? Like, do I love questing? This is something I've said a lot of times, but I think it does bear repeating. Do I love questing? No. I have absolutely no love for quest leveling. Why do I do it? Because it's fast and because I find it to be more fun than doing dungeons. Because to me, it's like, I'll do dungeons at max level if I want to do dungeons. I don't enjoy doing low-level dungeons, really, unless I'm like... One thing that I have thought would be fun is basically actually putting together a 5-man group to speedrun dungeons and see what the, like, fastest possible time is that you can complete every single low-level dungeon. I think that would actually be pretty fucking cool. I could definitely see that. But if I'm just casually leveling, I don't want to bother with that. I'm just gonna do my questing route, you know, fuck around. It gives me a good opportunity to mess around with, like, the different strengths and weaknesses of each spec. It's like dungeons, I don't know, you don't really get to test all the different aspects of what makes a spec good. So, I just personally, I enjoy this more than dungeon leveling, for me personally. But I mostly do it because it's fast. That's really all there is to it. Let's see. Felt like Fury Warrior took a while to ramp up in 9.2, wondering if 10.0 is better. So what I've been told is, I still have to test it a bit further. If you're looking for pure damage as far as warrior specs go, arms will do more damage generally while leveling. But Fury is like literally unkillable. So arms, you'll have to sometimes be a bit careful, play around your cooldowns and stuff. And you're still pretty tanky. You still shouldn't die. But Fury, you could basically just like roll your face in the keyboard and you will just never be in danger. But it still does solid damage, right? So I think that's one of the main advantages of it. And that is an advantage, right? Just never having to worry, basically being able to do like pulls of an infinite size and still be okay. That is a significant advantage while leveling up. Not having to worry about like, okay, let me only pull like 5 mobs because otherwise the auto attacks get too high. It's like, no, I heal through it. It's like just for Death Knights, you can pull infinite mobs and just Death Strike. And it doesn't matter how many mobs you've actually pulled. It's not a concern for you. That's what Death Strike's for. So, like, here, I still need to think about, you know, placement of mobs. I need to round them all up, get Seed of Corruption, make sure that my Voidwalker's tanking. There's, like, a lot more thought and planning for playing Affliction than there would be for, like, playing Fury Warrior. Where Fury Warrior is just, like, you know, Rampage, go Burr, basically. Let me throw Seed on these guys. And I'm just gonna toss Agony out. Throw one more. Oh. One more Seed of... God damn it. Okay, I just can't get Seed of Corruption off. They just keep dying too quickly. There we go. I pick this up, and we can hand in the quest. You just want to make a decent time, but not hard mode, but decent. It really depends. I would say, as long as you're getting an early advantage, like if you're following along with my route, and you're doing like the Falling Flame tech, all that fancy stuff, to get like an early speed boost... In that case, I would say, yeah, turn on more mode. Because at that point, every advantage does count. It doesn't matter if you're going for, like, world record or something. When I say speed leveling, I just mean you're following along with my route, right? Like, some people just want to know which side quests are efficient. And they're just going to take their time, not really level super hardcore. Oh, shit. Let me make sure, because when it... Solar Radiance, yeah, this I need to... Yeah, got it. Nice. As long as I get that interrupter, in this case, the fear, we're good to go. Don't want to get the heal. I can turn this into Rashad.
Let me tell you a story.
Theology, and I just need rank 1. And then there's 2 treasures over here that I'm going to grab. Okay. So this thing... And I think the nice thing about the way that the Alliance route is roughly structured is I'm actually going to be at the perfect experience threshold to make this Spire route work. like right when I hit level 49 is when I should be reaching those treasures that require level 49 or lower. So it'll be literally perfect. And then I go back up through the garrison, out of Talador. I head north through Talador. I do the side quest there. And then I do Gorgrons from the bottom. This is the new change that I'm making to the Alliance route. So it's a little bit weird. I'm going to see if I can make this efficient for Horde as well. But for Alliance, because you already start in such close proximity to Spires, it's just faster to do Spires first and then go to Gorgrons at the end, with the way that everything lines up. So I've kind of been messing around with like different leveling paths and order of zones and stuff like that, but I'm confident that this will end up being the faster routing. And for Horde, it's a little tricky. I think Horde will probably have less changes just because going to Gorgron first is a bit more straightforward. But one thing that I'll look into, and this might be like one of those optional like speedrun tech things, this would still technically be faster for Horde if Wormhole Centrifuge works. But I have not had time yet to test out Wormhole Centrifuge. I don't even have it unlocked. So it's one of those things where I'll do a bit of testing. If I can figure out a way to incorporate it into the route, I'll use it. But right now, Horde is just better off doing Gorgron first, like always, really. Okay, let me apply Seed of Corruption. Ah, shit, it didn't go onto the nearby mobs. Apply Seed there. One more Seed of Corruption. And then... oh, come on. There we go. Do this, and then I want to quickly mount up before I get into combat and fly away. And then I can repeat the process. Oh, shit. I didn't mount up far enough. Unfortunate. Let's see. Tag these guys. I know there's a few messages in chat that I haven't responded to yet. If I haven't responded to you, just hold off a little bit. I will get around to it. It's 4 mobs, 5 mobs, 6 mobs. Just trying to make sure I don't fuck this up, right? Because God knows I've done that in the past. Seed of Corruption, Malefic Rapture. Okay, nice, we're good. Whew. I can start the RP over here. Oh, I should probably turn off Burning Rush. That would help. Let's see. There's a little medallion over here that I can pick up. I need to mount up. There's one more... I don't know where the other illusion charms are. Fucking hell. Because there's one more illusion charm that I need. I could probably grab it somewhere over there and then fly into the cave. And then while this RP is going on, I'm going to grab this treasure up here. Grab this. Nice. Back down. Okay, let's see. You're brand new and have followed my guide and parked every healer at level 40. Should I emulate the route from roughly where you are in this stream on the 15th? No. Basically, just do exactly wherever you left off, right? So the nice thing about doing this little trick with leveling with Winds of Wisdom now and continuing later is it allows you to basically just get more efficient quests done. So it kind of like double dips almost. Because the route is roughly structured in order of like most efficient to least efficient, you're going to just continue off from where continue on from where you left off along my route, and that way you'll basically remain within the really efficient quests for a longer period of time. And before you even get to like the less efficient parts of my guide, towards the very end, you'll already be level 60. So don't like skip ahead. Always follow in a completely linear fashion through the guide. It's inherently designed to make that be the fastest way, just to avoid confusion. No problem. Glad I could help. Let me just throw Drain Soul. I put Malefic Rupture. Okay, refresh UA. And I think at this point, I just mostly spam Drain Soul outside of Malefic Rapture. It's Rapture, right? I keep second-guessing myself and thinking it's Malefic Rupture. No, it's Rapture. Whatchamacallit? Let me read this. Does doing campaign give as much renown level as doing Threads of Fate? Trying to decide which to go as I still need renown for Shadowlands flying. Campaign gives, assuming you're talking about the actual, like, campaign while leveling, it gives 0 renown. The entire idea of being able to earn renown while leveling up is entirely a Threads of Fate thing. So, it gives, the campaign gives 100% less renown than Threads, because it gives 0. So, you will always get more renown by doing Threads of Fate. And, well, Threads of Fate is faster. At this point, campaign leveling in Shadowlands is just completely dog shit. It is really, really bad. Which is unfortunate, because it's the only thing that's going to remain going forward, because for whatever reason, Blizzard thought that was a good idea. Let me see. I can... Ooh, that's a nice little upgrade. Anything else that I can use? Oh, that's an upgrade. Nice. I've got, like, random BOEs, apparently, that I can actually equip. That is also an upgrade. Alright. That's not even quest rewards. That's just, like, world drop BOEs. Don't mind if I do. Shit. And I think that's it. Because all the other stuff is, like, lock mode on quest rewards, which are not going to end up being efficient. Talk to Shadow Sage Iskar. Alright. And before going down to that area, I'm going to loop around, and this is where we're going to grab those rested XP treasures. And I'm just going to pop them pretty much as soon as possible. I mean, if you want, you could technically delay this until level 49. I'll probably delay it until level 49, but what I'll do is I'll put these on my bars so I don't forget. Because obviously, if I went ahead and grabbed these treasures and then forgot to actually use them, it would kind of defeat the purpose. But you want to grab these things, and there's going to be a few other stuff, or a few other little goodies here that I'll grab. So grab this. And I have so many alts that I'm just out of unique ways to level, so you just dungeon grind. Well, I mean, there's a lot of different zones that you can pick if you really want to. But for me, I mean, I guess, yeah, there's still specs that I haven't played. So a lot of times, I mean, honestly, that's the main reason why I started speedrunning, right? I think one of the fun ways to level alts when you've already leveled a ton is inherently speedrunning. It's like, well, you've done this process a million times. How can you make it more fun? Put yourself on a timer and see if you can do it faster than the last time. That's, like, inherently why I got into this in the first place. It was, like, looking at Chromie time, I was just, like, bored of leveling up a million different alts in Shadowlands pre-patch. And I'm just like, can I speed this up? And then I started doing more research into, you know, speedrunning and Chromie time stuff, and, I mean, the rest is history, right? But that's inherently the fundamental reason why I decided to start doing this. And I think that's inherently true for, like, anything in World of Warcraft or any game in reality. Like, there's always a different way that you can find to, like, make your own fun out of something. Even if you've done something a million times. At this point, let's see. Yeah, because I don't have the Elite Wanted quests, so there's no advantage to me going over to the other ones. So I should just go and grab this treasure, which is, like, somewhere on this cliff. Then I can grab the little potion, and then I'll want to go turn this in. So this one is, yeah, right down there. What was the respawn time on Cinderfall again? I believe it's, like, I think based on my friends who have been camping it, it's around 30 minutes to an hour. And a lot of times it's like 45 minutes, obviously, average, right? But I have had some friends say they saw it pop up like immediately after 30 minutes because they've been farming it for a lot. I'll try to, obviously, for the video, get like a more exact number just to make it like, easier to track, easier to farm. But that's give or take what it is. How do you remember what mobs drop all items in Gorgrond? You have to look up a list. I mean, practice, really. At this point, it's really just practice. I mean, I've done Gorgrond God knows how many times. If I didn't remember them by now, I would have to have the worst memory in the planet, because I've literally done like 1.5 million questing runs within Gorgrond. So I just have it seared into my brain which ones drop what. But I mean, early on, you're absolutely correct that like it's hard to really remember it. And that's pretty much exactly what I did, what you described. Like at the very start, it's Stockton Brewery. Right? Early on, I just went ahead and got a list. I think I had like a Google Doc open in the other tab, and I just had a list of all the different things, and that's how I kept track of it. It's really that simple.
What can I do for you? Greetings.
Go ahead and grab... There's a few treasures that I'm going to pick up. Oh, wait, no, I'm almost missed the wanted quests. Nice way to get familiar with specs. Yeah, absolutely. Personally, that's a huge advantage for me. I agree. I really enjoy doing that. But some people, I mean, maybe you learn better by doing low-level dungeons. The only problem I have with low-level dungeons is it's like, you could argue that dungeons teach you more about your class, but if you've ever actually done, like, leveling dungeons, you would know that they just fall over. Like, I tried tanking some leveling dungeons on a prop paladin while gathering footage for the Wrath Classic guides, and those mobs just melt. It's just one Avenger's Shield is like half of every mob's HP. So it's impossible to really get to learn anything about how you're supposed to play when the way scaling works for most of those dungeons is you just one-shot everything. Whereas questing, in many cases, if you're actually like doing really hard pulls and pushing yourself to try and speed up your time, you can get into situations where you actually need to use all the different tools at your disposal to really level efficiently. And that's one of the things I like about it.
Can I help you?
Let's see. I want to grab this treasure, and then there's another treasure up there. How do I mount with Control 6? I don't know. It's normal to me. It's not like it's a particularly hard keybind to press. It's just like, my hands are always like by my buttons, right? So just pinky finger down to control, pointer finger over to 6. I guess that's the simplest way. How do I mount with Control 6? Yeah, that's the most literal and honestly only answer I could give. I don't know. It's just, that's always been easy enough for me. You were lucky getting Falling Flame first try? Yeah. I am in that camp as well. I am also a lucky bastard. Pianist hands like JPC. Big hands confirmed. I don't know. I mean, to me, the limit is like 8 or so. I will say, though, I've always compared, like, playing WoW to, like, when you're really doing your rotation and, like, min-maxing stuff, it really sometimes does feel like you're playing the piano. Because, like, my fingers are darting around the keyboard. And it's like, I know that doesn't work for everybody, but I don't know. It's always worked for me. Alright, that's fucking good. Use Shift 5 with an MMO mouse. Yeah, if I had an MMO mouse, I would probably try to get more used to using one. But it's one of those things where I did not consistently have access to an MMO mouse for most of my childhood, so I just didn't build that muscle memory. And at this point, I'm just more used to playing without it. Alright, so we're going to do this quest line, and then I'm going to loop down... yeah, what I can do is... Here, I'll do this quest line, then I can use the home away from home. This is a 5-minute cooldown. I keep forgetting that I have this, because a lot of times you can actually use this to great effect to like travel within Spires of Barak, because it's only a 5-minute cooldown, right? And it's a teleport to this location of the zone. So if I plan around that, I can like greatly shave off travel time. So I already know how I'm going to do that to shave off a bit of time. I have some cool ideas. Okay, come on, Thorn Mother. All right. Wait. Seed of Corruption. And come on, Seed of Corruption. Yes! Oh, that's a lot of damage. And my Voidwalker is dead, but I can immediately summon another one. Oops. And Drain Soul. Nice. All right, that felt pretty good. Yeah, I feel like if I'm able to reliably do pulls like that, Warlock is just really fucking good. It's just taken me a little bit of time to get to the point where I can actually reliably do that. But that is probably largely a skill issue on my part, right? But I'm actually having a lot of fun with this. Because like I said, I have nothing against Warlock. There's no particular reason why I haven't played one until now. It's just like, the only reason I even played Mage is, I remember the first time I ever leveled a Mage was Legion. And it was because in Court of Stars, there was one run where I saw this Arcane Mage just like jumping around in melee range, spamming Arcane Explosion, and just, I don't know what he was doing, but he was just demolishing everybody on damage. And I just remember thinking, that looks sick, I want to play Arcane. And then I specifically played Arcane Mage, and I leveled one up. And I've like, I touched Fire very briefly in Nyalotha, because obviously, you know, Fire Nyalotha, it's kind of hard to not at least want to try it. But all my friends kept telling me, oh, you gotta try Fire, it's so broken. And honestly, I wasn't a huge fan of it. Like, it was good, it was very powerful, but I did not enjoy the playstyle. And I was just kind of like, yeah, whatever. Went back to playing Havoc and Windwalker as like my off DPS specs. But what else? Shaman, whenever I played Shaman, I mostly played Enhance, because generally speaking, I like playing melee more. And what are some other casters? Priest, I mostly played Discipline, because when I was trying to learn different healers, I thought Discipline looked fun. Still do, I think Discipline's a pretty cool spec. I think if I were to play a healer, I would try to learn Disc. Because Disc is one of those where like everybody says it's like so fucking difficult. And whenever somebody says something is like extremely fucking difficult, it just makes me want to try it. Because it makes me think, oh, I want to see if I could do that. Oh, this is bad. Oh! No, don't die. Don't die. Okay, well, that, I feel like I should have been dead there, honestly. Like, I did not deserve to live through that. I was on the brink of death, and then suddenly everything exploded, and I killed half the mobs, and you know what? I'm not gonna question it. We take those. Just got out of work, and you're already knowing the Warlock's so proud. I mean, I'm still making really stupid mistakes. Like, I don't know, that might seem like I had everything figured out, because, like, that was one of those, like, perfectly calculated-esque pulls, where it looks like I planned everything and it was exactly the way I wanted it to be, but fuck no, I had no idea what was happening there. I was about to die, and I just got really fucking lucky. But I think that speaks to how fucking insane Warlocks are. Like, this just feels so busted. I mean, at the moment, I'm, like, on pace to tie my Windwalker run. Fuck, I might beat my Windwalker time. Which, I don't know, I feel like if I'm able to beat my Windwalker time, which is a spec that I know really well, playing a spec that I've never played before, that is a good fucking sign for Warlocks. Health funnel heals up so damn fast, yeah. It's fucking wild. What level am I? I am 47. What classes are worth boosting instead of hand leveling? That's a tough question. That's a good question, and I don't know. Personally, I would say, obviously, don't buy boosts. I don't think it's ever a good idea to buy boosts. It's one of those things where it's like, if you have, like, infinite money, I guess, right? But obviously, like, if you don't literally have a money printer in your house, don't spend money on a boost. It's not worth it. 99% of the time, or I mean, I guess if you are able to make golds in WoW infinitely, right? Like, if you're one of those people who's just like, you know, Mr. Moneybags and you have like 500 million gold, I guess, buy tokens, buy a boost. But generally, I assume yeah, the free boost. Yeah. No, so I'm saying that as a general disclaimer, right? Like, I don't think people should pay for it specifically, but I figured you were asking about the free boost. In that case, it's a tough question. I don't know. I would say it depends. Like, if you gave me some options, right? I could definitely say like, oh, well, X spec or X class is really efficient. Definitely just level one of those. There's no reason to, or to boost one of those. That kind of thing. Did I not? Okay, there we go. But I mean, a lot of times it'll really come down to what you're already, like, experienced playing. So, I don't know. Rogue is the worst level. Yeah, well, I would say historically Rogue is bad. I've heard really good things about Outlaw right now with the new stuff. But if you are interested in playing Rogue, I would say, generally speaking, Rogue is definitely going to be one of the harder ones to play. From what I've been told, even though Outlaw is probably pretty good, it's still going to be difficult to really get the most out of it. So definitely that's one that would be a much more difficult experience. I think because the main issue with Rogue is it doesn't have access to... It doesn't really have access to, like, any reliable self-healing. So you have what's it called? You have, like, Crimson Vial and stuff like that. But, like, Warlock, obviously, I have so many different ways to heal myself. Mage is kind of in a similar boat where Mage, I've personally struggled leveling with, because a lot of times I overpull, I get myself, like, down Shit's Creek without a paddle. Next thing I know, I don't have any way to heal myself up, and then I just die. So I have fucked that up a lot playing as, like, a Mage and a Rogue. Whereas, like, as a Death Knight, if I overpull and I get, like, really fucked, I just say, all right, well, I'm just going to do nothing but press Death Strike for the next, like, 20 seconds. And you can just get yourself out of situations by doing stuff like that. So that's one of those scenarios where you don't have as many emergency options. It's definitely a much more methodical class. So I could definitely see it being more difficult. Rogue sucks to level until you get enough talents. Yeah, I could definitely see that. It's something I want to test a bit more, because I will say, Rogue in Shadowlands was terrible for leveling. Absolutely terrible. They did not get, like, anything for any spec at a low level that was, like, able to make them, like, do efficient AoE. Really unfortunate. But, what's it called? Rogue in Dragonflight, I have a feeling it's going to be slightly better just because you're able to have, like, more agency over what levels you unlock stuff. So I could totally see the new talent trees being really, really huge for rogues. Alright. That was pretty easy. Let's see. Free boost on Evoker is the power play. Can you even use a free boost on Evoker? That would be fucking hilarious, though, if you did that. I'm pretty sure it's disabled, all joking aside, though. Priest has probably the most meh leveling experience. Yeah, Priest is another definitely good contender that I've heard a lot. I'm just gonna round up a shit ton of stuff. Alright, we're gonna do Seed of Corruption. I think I'll throw out, like, 2 different seeds, and then... Yeah, we got seed on multiple targets. Oh! Alright. That's disgusting. Okay. Yeah, I may play Warlock a bit more after this, I'm not gonna lie. See, like, I've tried a bunch of different classes because of polls and stuff like that. Like, I'm gonna be honest, did I love leveling as a Frost Death Knight? Not necessarily. I don't hate Frost DK, but it wasn't the most fun experience. It was okay. Frost is solid. Same thing with, like, way back when I did, like, the enhancement shot, or, no, I did an Elemental Shaman run very early on. That was my first stream ever. when people voted for that in the poll. So I've done a lot of different stuff because people voted for it that I just wasn't terribly interested in. But I've got to say, out of all the different, like, poll specs that people have asked me to play, this is by far the most fun. Especially because I've just never played Warlock before, and I did not expect to enjoy it as much as I am. But just seeing that fucking Seed of Corruption go off, I mean, I've seen Warlocks do that in dungeons, but I didn't realize it would feel so good, and I didn't realize it'd be able to do it at such a low level. I kind of figured that was, like, only something you can do reliably when you actually had, like, full gear and stuff. But the fact that I'm able to pull that off at, like, level 48, I've been doing it for a while now. That's fucking awesome. It feels great. Demonology Lock is fun. Yeah, I've heard good things about Demo, but I've heard Demo is significantly harder to play. That's just what I've been told. Like, I remember, back in Two of Sargeras, I was friends with the #1 Demo Lock in the world at the time. I think he still plays it, but I don't think he's, like, I don't think he mains Demo. I think he plays other specs now, but he, like, played exclusively Demo, and he was rank 1 for all of Legion. And I remember he was explaining to me the rotation and how all the different stuff worked, and it was just like, my brain was just short-circuiting trying to understand all the different stuff that he had to do for Demo. I'm like, God, that sounds really, really nightmarish. Because I think the conversation started because it was on Fallen Avatar Prog, and he was trying to explain to me why he needed to play Ath for Fallen Avatar. Because I was asking, like, just out of curiosity, like, what is it about Demo that makes you not able to play it on Fallen Avatar? And for people who don't know, the way that Fallen Avatar works is there's, like, you have to, like, constantly swap between different targets. So it's, like, sometimes you're fighting against the big Avatar guy, sometimes you have to DPS the Maiden, and there's, like, very specific burst periods where you need to swap targets instantly. And because of the way at least Legion Demonology worked, your damage was all, like, ramped up over the course of, like, 25 seconds or something like that. And he said that because he needed to be able to burst the Maiden within a 10-second window, he was unable to play, like, Demo, and then he went on to explain all the different things he needed to do to set up his burst window, and I'm just like, that sounds fucking wild. Like, I cannot imagine doing that. It's cool, though. It's cool that there are specs like that that just have, like, ridiculously high skill caps. I let Agony fall off for it. But yeah, I feel like maybe if I had more free time, like, I would, but it's like, if I'm going to invest that much time in learning, like, a really high skill cap spec, it's usually something that I'm going to play as a main, right? Like, I'm more than fine to try to figure something out and, like, min-max it if it's something I'm going to be playing for raid, but, like, the kind of specs that I like to play for alts just for fun, if I'm doing, like, Mythic Plus or whatever, it's like Survival Hunter, like Wildfire Bomb Go Burr, that kind of thing. Because I don't really need to understand too much about how Survival Hunter works. You know, if I ask my Survival Hunter friend who pushed Mythic Plus with it, how do you play Survival Hunter in Shadowlands Season 4? He will basically just go like, oh yeah, when the bomb lights up, you press it. And that's Survival Hunter. And you do Big Damn. And it's like, that's all that really matters for that. And it feels nice to play. So if I'm just playing something casually as an alt, I want a spec like that, where it's just like, you know, I press buttons and I see big numbers go off. But it does sound like Demo has, like, a lot of really fun min-maxy potential, because I have heard about that before. Let me refresh this. You hated leveling your Shaman? Yeah, I would say Shaman, Priest, and Rogue are the three that a lot of people have said feel really bad for leveling, at least in the past. I don't know how it is now, though. And I should just be able to spam Drain Soul and finish this guy off. Alright, perfect. So level 49, before I forget, gotta use our Raven Mother's offerings. So, got all those. Now I'm going to hand these things in, and then these quests in, and then we will move on to Talador and Gorgrond to close out the run. We're in the final stretch now. In fact, I might actually just hit 50 by turning in all this stuff. So, turn that in. Then go over here, and I need to turn in these two quests. And then I'm going to Garrison Hearth. Let's see. Took around level 35 to feel like you had enough energy or combo point bonuses from the talents. Once you hit 40 was fine, the rotation fills out. Yeah, the problem is there's a lot of specs that will feel fine by the time you reach level 40. In terms of like true efficiency, you need to be faster than that. Which is why I've kind of teased this a few times, but the video that I'm putting out immediately after the stream, it's already like 100% ready. Oh yeah, boom, level 50. Holy shit. All right, now we Garrison Hearth. But yeah, the video I'm putting out after the stream is going to showcase 3 different tests, and it's tests at level 30, level 40, and level 50. Because it's all well and good if your spec comes online at level 40, but you need to be able to handle basically every scenario, starting as early as like level 25 or 30, if you want to really be on par with like a Windwalker Monk, a Guardian Druid, all that stuff. And next. Kiana, start, turn in, and yeah, this is Ashran appearance. So at this point, I think I can take Vindicator Murad's quest. Or no, it's Urel, right? Where's the quest that sends me to...
Orders, Commander.
I don't know. There's a quest that's supposed to send me to Gorgrond. I'm just going to assume that I picked it up.
King's honor, friend. Well met.
What's this? Taking the fight to Nagrand? No, that's not it. Okay, either way, I'm going to abandon all this stuff. I'll check chat in a second. Okay, I did get the Gorgrond quest. Cool. Just while I do this, I want to make sure I stay somewhat efficient, because we're actually making really good time, so I figure while I'm already on a pretty solid pace, I don't want to waste too much time. So I don't want to spend an excessive amount of time just reading chat, but I will try to get around to everything. As always, if I forget to respond to you, just let me know. Just yell at me, right? Alright, hate when it just randomly gets rid of the abandoned quest thing. It's usually if you, like, phase in somewhere. Get rid of Venom Barb, get rid of Talon Watch. And, okay. In this area, I can do Agony, and this is pure single target. Corruption, and then just Drain Soul at this point. Just hit 50 on your Warlock. Should you wait until the 15th? Yes. You should wait until the 15th. Fuck, I let that fall off. My bad. That's what I get for looking at chat. But yeah, wait until the 15th to level up to 60. You're level 44 and you realize you haven't equipped your 2 trinkets. That would help. Yeah. Don't worry, I've made that same mistake countless times. So you're not alone there. Alright, let's throw this on, and then Drain Soul again. Drain Soul again, just mashing one button and stuff's dying. Gotta love it. You hate playing your rogue, started playing a warlock, and you'll probably hit 60 before I do, but I'm glad you chose Affliction. Well, I mean, I didn't choose Affliction. The people watching chose Affliction, right? I put a poll out on my channel, Affliction won. Surprisingly, it ended up being pretty close. I kind of assumed that Affliction would win because I do know that, generally speaking, AF is like one of the more popular leveling specs. Or just popular Warlock specs in general. But there was a surprisingly high amount of votes for Demonology. So, Affliction did win, but it wasn't by the landslide that I expected. But, you know, I had no horse in this race. I don't really play Warlock, so... I didn't really care what I played. I should probably spend my points, though. Before I go too much further. Let me just quickly stop and spend these. When I use a health stone, I need 1 more point. Sure. Oh. Okay, fine. And then, let's see. I want Withering Bolt. Refreshing Corruption. Less than 5 seconds remaining will deal damage and has a chance to generate a Soul Shard. Ooh. Inevitable Demise seems good. Creeping Death seems good. I'm guessing... This is one of the ones I don't know. Soul Rot seems like it's really nuts, though. From your current target and up to 3 additional... I don't know if anybody knows like what's the best options here. I feel like these are all solid picks though, especially if I'm looking just to boost single target damage. Leveling Shaman as we speak, love it. Yeah, I think that Shaman with the changes is one of the specs or one of the classes that benefits the most. Because the thing about Shaman is Shaman historically is like not a bad like class for AoE, but the main issue with enhancement is enhancement's AoE doesn't really come online until higher levels. And or at least it used to not come online until higher levels. That has changed with the way the talent trees work. So now that enhancement can get all of its really powerful AoE earlier on, it has a much stronger place in speed leveling. I have yet to really test it, but based on people I know who have tested it, it's apparently significantly better compared to what it used to be. Legion Demo is completely different to what it is today. We don't have to empower every pet. Ah, yeah, I remember him talking about that, and I was just like, that sounds like a lot.
Welcome, welcome.
Let's see. It's the artillery tower. Thought about it. You'd boost either a mage or a rogue. Would rogue be the better choice? Sorry for the late follow-up. No problem. I would say it's roughly comparable at that point for mage or rogue. I would say in that case, just pick the one that you want to play immediately, right? Like, I don't really think there's any argument for like, oh, mage is like... Mage and rogue are going to be comparable. Obviously, if you're playing specifically Arcane Mage will probably be a better option than any of the other specs. It'll beat out any of the rogue specs and obviously the other two mage specs. But, I mean, it's still a little bit hard to play, speaking as somebody who is not great at Arcane and has kind of struggled to really get the fast times that I've seen other people get. Like, I can get decent times playing as Arcane Mage, but I haven't been able to really get it to the level that I've seen people play it at. So it's definitely not super duper easy to really level as, primarily because you're ooh, nice. Yeah, primarily because the thing about Arcane, right, is you have no real way to heal yourself. You have like your barriers and stuff, and that's about it. So you have to really, really be careful and, you know, plan ahead with your pulls. You appreciate it? No problem. Let's see. Enhanced Shaman right now is insanely easy and fast to level. Yeah. I should try Enhance soon. It's one of those things where, I don't know. I'll probably, because I know earlier I was saying, like, I don't want to level a million different characters, like, on stream until the end of time, right? But I think until I've at least tested every single spec, I will probably continue doing, like, weekend leveling streams for the foreseeable future. In addition to other stuff. Obviously, around the start of Dragonflight, that'll take a backseat. I'll need to focus on other stuff. But, like, once everything settles down, I can return to doing streams like this. And in that case, what I'll probably do is just put out a poll every week and just let people decide what I play. Because, I mean, I've tested most of the specs that I really wanted to before Dragonflight. So at this stage, I just need to test every single spec in the game. Like, that's my end goal for what I want to do in order to get all of those videos published. And it really doesn't matter what order I do them in. So I'll probably just do them in the order that people prefer. And whatever everybody decides on, that's the video that gets made first, I guess. I think that's probably a fair way to do it. So that's something I suppose to look forward to, you know, in the future. But I've heard a lot of talk about Enhance. I might just honestly choose Enhance for my next run just on my own and just kind of not put out a poll. This wouldn't be, because I've already said, right, up until Dragonflight, the schedule is pretty set in stone, at least as far as streams are concerned. So, hold on. Let me, Seed of Corruption. Seed of Corruption. Shit. Oh my god. Just casually destroying everything while I'm inside of a stun. Yep, seems good. Seems fucking nuts. Alright. Oh. Alright, Drain Soul again. I don't even need to do anything else. So I only need one more, and then I need to break out the 3 birds. You leveled your resto as Elemental Shaman and it felt okay. You can delete packs of 5 guys every 30 seconds. Yeah, I think Elemental's probably solid as well. Elemental just will suffer for the same reason that like most casters suffer. Uh, Warlock, it feels like Warlock and Arcane Mage, obviously. Arcane is really good. It kind of is in the similar bucket of because it's such a mobile caster where you can jump around and spam Arcane Explosion in melee, it allows you to really easily kite mobs while maintaining your full damage uptime. So that's one of the main advantages of playing an Arcane Mage. And compare that to something like, I don't know, Elemental Shaman, which doesn't have too many instant casts. A lot of times you do need to stand still to really get out your stuff. It ends up being a little bit slower. But I think Elemental Shaman, from what I've heard, is still solid, right? There's a lot of specs that I think with the talent tree rework are going to be significantly better than they were before. I think the average ranking of specs will probably be much higher than if I did, let's say, a Shadowlands tier list. Because if I did a Shadowlands tier list, there would be a lot of specs that are in like C or D tier. But nowadays with the talents, probably not. There's probably a decent amount that are actually like quite good. All right, let's do Seed of Corruption. Oh, that's so dumb. That is so fucking broken. Just like, I don't even need to do anything. It's just you press one button and it just kills literally all the mobs. Ah, I understand why people play Warlock now. I get it. This is fun. Just throw seed. I'll put 2 seeds out here and then 1 Malefic Rupture. And yep, they're all fucking dead. All right. And that's literally every single mob except for the big named guy. So I just need to pick up these vases and we'll be good to go. Okay, I got that. For a second, I thought I stopped clicking it too early. When you say use dollar on Hearthstone and use Chromie to change to Warlords or Draenor, it doesn't show up for me. Is it your first time ever leveling a character? If it's your first time ever leveling a character in WoW, like if you're brand new to the game, you won't be able to level in Chromie time. If I don't have that in the written guide, because I think I could have sworn I had that somewhere in the written guide, but I've got enough questions about it that I might just want to add like a big disclaimer there. Like if it's your first time leveling, and what I'll probably do is, once again, this is something that it's not on my to-do list for the pre-patch, right? It's not a long to-do list, or it's not on like my short-term to-do list, but I do want to make a BFA leveling guide. Because since BFA is now going to be the standardized experience for all new players, I think it makes sense for me to try and figure out what the fastest way to do that is. Because a lot of new players are going to have to go and do that. As long as you have, or Steve said, your Tyrant was most of your damage in Shadowlands, and it takes so much to set up to get optimal Tyrants. As long as you have the Bomb Weak Auras, it's easy. I don't know enough about... Oh, wait, shit, I can't do this one because I don't have the... This is one of the bonus objectives that you have to unlock. Right, I forgot. Let me try to sneak out of here. I fucked up. Minor time loss, not the end of the world. Oh, there's a lot of mobs here. Come on. Okay, there we go. We're out of combat. Nice, nice. To go over here to start the quest line. Should I do Miscreant Mire while I'm here? Yeah, why not? It's probably the most efficient chance I'll actually get to do it. Okay, let me throw out Seed of Corruption. I mean, if it goes on the eggs, which it looks like it does, yeah, that's actually a really nice boost for single target damage as well. So I can do this, then this. Yeah, and it helps me kill the Hydras faster. Nice. Alright, so tag you with Agony. Corruption, corruption. Summon my Voidwalker. I'm a little bit nervous seeing that big guy come too close. So I'm going to do this, just make sure Agony is fully reset, and then Seed of Corruption. And one more time. Okay, it looks like he's not patrolling directly on top of me. And one more. There we go. Yep. I'm good. All right. I think I can just, at this point, throw Agony on all the different eggs, and the dot damage should just kill them in time. Yeah. Agony will just instantly kill every single egg without any additional micromanagement. So, just throw it there. Yep, and what's it called? Shadow Flame or Soul Flame? Just really fucking good. Destro with double Havoc AoE is pretty Chaos Bolt Go Burr too. If you like Lock enough, you might want to do another and try Destro. I'll definitely try it eventually, yeah. I'll try everything. I've heard good things about Destro, especially at max level. I don't know how it is for leveling, but I did hear something about the double Havoc. So, apparently other people were saying that it was good too, because I definitely recall something about that. Okay, if I do this, yeah, should just destroy the eggs. I'm just going to finish these guys off, might as well. Alright, Seed of Corruption, and then should be able to just burn them down. And I just do Unstable Affliction and then Drain Soul, and this should finish it. And there we go. Now I can mount up and start the quest line. So I think Day 2 of Dragonflight will be better than Day 1. You have Company the night of Dragonflight launch, and you won't be able to play until the next day. I mean, it'll be better than launch day, of course. Like, launch day will always be more crowded than any other. That's just common sense, right? Will it still be playable? I have no idea. Historically speaking, it'll probably be a decent bit better, but it's one of those things where who fucking knows? There might be some, like, catastrophic server issues, and that's one of those things where I can't predict that. It might be good, it might be bad. We'll see. But, I mean, unless you're really trying to get, like, the first, like, weekly reset, you'll probably be fine waiting until Day 2. Do Spire's quests give, like, 20% less XP to counter the buff? No, Spire's quests give normal XP. The only thing is, like, Spires isn't the fastest zone in the planet. Spires is good for, like, a few reasons. It's less good now that they nerfed the Raven Mother's offerings. So Raven Mother's offerings used to be really, really, really good. They nerfed it into the floor. Spires is good because it has fairly good quest density early on. It has the 20% XP buff, which is, like, that's one of those things where it's good, and it makes Spires... It's easier for Spires to compete with other zones because it just gets 20% more experience, but even then, there's a lot of sections within Spires that, even with 20% more XP, they're just not efficient, right? So it's more so that the start of Spires is efficient. When you unlock your garrison, and you gain access to that stuff, like, yeah, it's nice to have the bonus XP, but you also get access to the wanted quests. And the wanted quests, you can, generally speaking, complete, at least the 2 that I did on this run, right? You can complete them alongside a lot of, like, the other bonus objectives, or at least with, like, minimal downtime. And because of that, they just end up being really fast. And just the high density of treasures and the offering of the Raven Mother. But that's the thing about Spires. That's why I do part of it, like only a sliver, and then I immediately leave before it gets inefficient. There are some really good things about Spires, some really bad things, so instead of just avoiding it entirely, I'm like, alright, I'm going to get the really good parts of Spires, and then I'm just going to fuck off before it gets kind of bad. And the nice thing is, with the current experience changes, you can just do that. You can get away with not having to do the entirety of Spires, and, you know, it's no big deal. Let me refresh Agony, refresh UA. And I think at this point, yeah, I'm just spamming Drain Soul. Let's see. Currently leveling as Fire, it's pretty quick with the instant cast procs. Got outlawed at level 38, and it struggles really bad in AoE, but you do have stealth for avoiding some mobs. Yeah, I mean, stealth isn't really that much of an advantage. Like, stealth is nice, but if you think about it like this, Druid has stealth and flight form. So, I would say stealth is definitely, I guess, a point in its favor, but it's not, like, a major advantage when it's something that, like, Druid already has access to, and technically, like, Mage has access to stealth as well. Like Greater Invis and stuff like that. And Hunters don't have stealth, but Hunters have Feign Death, which in many cases, Feign Death will accomplish the same thing that stealth does, because you can just run through an area, Feign Death, and you're good to go. So, stealth is not the best tool, even like as a Druid. Like, I've done a lot of Druid leveling runs, and you see me very rarely actually going into cat form and using stealth, because 99% of the time, it's just better to use flight form and to just dart around the zone, or to just run in there with travel form, scoop up a bunch of stuff, and then peace out, right? Like, that just ends up being faster. Where's the item? Oh, okay, that was shoulders. For some reason, I thought those were gloves. I don't know why I thought those were gloves. Let me summon my Voidwalker. Well, I don't want to get Mandragora Aster. Or, no, different one. That's Biolante. Isn't there like a Mandragora Aster mob? I don't know why I have that name stuck in my head, but I know that that's somewhere. Shadowmeld is super nice for that. That's true. The only issue... Shadowmeld, if that was on an allied race, that would be so useful. It's kind of weird that leveling like the base races is just not as popular because Exile's Reach is just such a dog shit starting zone. If Blizzard were to make like a leveling revamp, one thing that I really, really hope they do is just cut the allied races start at level 10 bullshit, make Exile's Reach an optional thing for new players, and just make it so every single person starts at level 1 and Chromie time works from level 1. So even if you had to rescale it, so like it was effectively as if you didn't need to level from 1 to 10, you just took that experience out, rebalanced it to account for that. I want to be able to play whatever race I want while leveling up for like speedruns and shit, because I can't really mess around with any of the fun racials and the other or other races because they all start at level 1, and then you have to do fucking Exile's Reach. And like obviously there's a category for that, but it sucks so much ass. Like I cannot stand Exile's Reach. It's not a bad new player experience, right? Like if you're going through the game for the first time, Exile's Reach is totally fine. But going through it for like the 20th time, it just makes you want to fucking put a bullet in your brain. It's so tedious. Especially because the issue I have with Exile's Reach is it's one of like the few zones that you just cannot optimize at all. There's like barely any optimization whatsoever for Exile's Reach. Like sure, you could do the quests in a different order, or you could like try to speed up the way you kill stuff. But your rotations at that point are just so simplistic, and most of the quests are just so linear, that there's basically no way to actually make Exile's Reach fun and efficient. It's literally just go through it, just in a straight line, and I cannot stand it. Getting bottlenecked in the Ogre Camp is the worst? Yeah. Forgot about that. And then especially like the dungeon, one of the other issues with it is the introduction dungeon is fine and all, but from a like balancing perspective, obviously one of the main things that I dislike about dungeons and leveling speedruns anyway is if you're doing them in a pug group, right? I think that it makes it a little bit hard to like really evaluate because you could basically get a ridiculously good sparring ring. Yeah. You could get a ridiculously amazing pug group and just have the best experience ever, or you could get a bunch of people who are just brand new to the game and have no idea what they're doing. There's just so much of a difference between the experience that you'll get in each situation. Let me remember to set my Hearthstone here, make this in your home. Yup. And I'm going to head over here and do this quest line. Why not? So this quest line I generally think is... Actually, do I even want to do that? I feel like if I really wanted to min-max, because I don't need it. Like, I'm looking at the values. No, I should not do that quest line. I absolutely should not do that. I should just head down here to... this thing, Affliction Ridge, right? So I'm going to do the Razor Bloom first. Then I'm going to do Affliction Ridge and use my Champion's Honor ability. Actually, no. Here's what I'll do. I'll do Affliction Ridge, use Champion's Honor, then I'll do the Razor Bloom and let Affliction Ridge, or let Champion's Honor recharge, and then I will head back up here. So I should note, one of the 3, like, tests that I've done for evaluating, like, how good a spec is at leveling, this area, Affliction Ridge, is one of the 3. Because I think that this is a really great way to test, like, how good a spec is at, like, just surviving large pulls, being able to constantly move around, and just kill stuff efficiently, both, like, high health and, like, AoE. Because Affliction Ridge is the classic example of you need to be able to kill as many things as possible in a short period of time. So I'm going to get a bunch of mobs round up. Do this. Agony. Agony. Shit. Oh, did I don't think... Oh, I didn't get credit for the Gron, I think. Unfortunate. But it's not the end of the world. Okay. And then I'm going to put Seed of Corruption on you, Seed of Corruption on you, Malefic Rupture. Nice. Okay, got a lot of good stuff there. Tag, tag, tag. Okay. Unstable Affliction, Agony, and then I think... Can I kill this guy in time? Okay, that's a 21 stack buff. That's solid. So, basically, when you see the monk video after this, my time, or, well, it's not timed, right? My kill counter for Brewmaster was 20 kills. My kill counter for... Oh shit, do I need to take the flight path? Rage and Wisdom? Ah, it's required. Okay, well that sucks. That's fine. That's fine. Because I need to do this quest anyway. So this way just makes it easier for me to get all that stuff. So I got Botanai Bloom. I got Gronling Scale. What else did I get? I got multiple Proofs of Strength. Proof of Strength, Gronling, Gorin, and Botanai. So I need Gorin and Orcthorn. Oh, no. I need Gron. Yeah, Gron and Orcthorn is what I need for that. Alright, cool. But yeah, I got 20 kills as Brewmaster, and I got 22 kills as Windwalker. So that was actually a very comparable performance to my Windwalker, which I think bodes well for Affliction. Shit. Couldn't really interrupt that in time. Alright, get rid of this guy. Oh yeah, and I just saw the earlier question about Stag Witches. I've decided after testing it a few times, Stag Witches is just not efficient. The problem with it is it's one of those things where it's like technically speaking, Stag Witches, if you get lucky, is worth including in the route. But I feel like the amount of times when I've actually gotten lucky enough to get Stag Witches to complete is just not enough to justify it. And a lot of times I'll end up wasting about like 3 minutes trying to do it. And then I just realize I'm not going to get any fucking drops, and I give up. So, what I'll probably do is, with the update to the leveling guide, I'll include a note just saying, specifically, don't do Stag Witches, it's just not worth it. Because I think before my go-to was like, you know, try to do it, and then if it doesn't drop, at this point, it's not fucking worth it. Stag Witches is just so dog shit. let's see. I need 3 mobs. 4. That's 4 mobs. Kill these. Oh shit. To reapply affliction or agony to all these guys. And Wolfic Rupture. I think at this point, if I just tab target them down with Drained Soul, that should work. Yep. Alright, 3 more, and then I need to kill the little slimes, or stomp the little slimes. Stomping the slimes is easy. You can just run over them on your mount. Do, do, do. And 1 more, and... didn't count? There we go. Now I need 3 more, which I'll grab over here. Yeah. I feel like it's probably just like me tricking myself into thinking this, but I could have sworn that Stag Witches used to be not as shit. But I will fully admit that the last, like, 5 runs I've done where I try to do Stag Witches, I just get nothing. It's terrible. And I'll sit there trying to kill so many of those fucking things, and it just does not drop. So my early testing runs, I must have just had really good luck to even consider doing it. But lately it's just been really bad, and I've just realized, yeah, this is nowhere near efficient enough to actually justify. All right, so I'm gonna head up here, take the flight path down to Beastwatch. Unfortunate that it's required. I don't know why it requires you to take that little flight. Kind of weird. Good night, Just for Gags. Thank you for watching the stream. Let's see. The one Undeath talent is really fun in dungeons too. Undeath talent. I don't know what Undeath talent you're talking about. Sorry, I must have missed the context there. Let's see. Just hit 50 on my Warlock. Do you recommend doing Shadowlands now or waiting until the 15th? Waiting until the 15th. Always waiting until the 15th. Even at level 40. Level 40 is just going to be faster if you do it later. There might be a problem with BFA leveling for new players. Might not get to 60. No, you would. So, the current balancing of the experience, like, if you think about it like this, levels 10 to 60 in Dragonflight are basically identical to levels, levels 10 to 50 in Shadowlands. All Blizzard has done is basically just rebalance the experience, so the amount of time it took to level up to 50 before is almost exactly, the amount of time that it takes to level up to 60 now. In fact, I'm surprised at how accurate they've gotten. Generally speaking, it's not like they're super good at doing that type of balancing stuff, so the fact that they've gotten it so close and not, like, fucked it up, honestly, kudos to them. Because I'm getting very, very comparable leveling times. Like, if you check my early Shadowlands testing runs, like, a lot of my early runs, like, my original world record was only, like, 5 hours and 40 minutes when I got to the time it took me to get to level 50. So, we're getting, like, comparable times to my original world record in these tests. And, like, obviously I have more experience with the zones now, but it takes a little bit of time to, like, fully optimize it. And figure out, like, when I should be doing what. Because there are a few changes that, you know, the XP squish does bring. Like, for instance, the time at which you unlock fast flying. Like, you're going to have fast flying now for a larger part of the run. Because that hasn't changed. That's still level 40. So that does somewhat affect the way that I do the routing. But, overall, it is more or less just what it used to be. Just scaled down. Which is nice. Let me summon my Voidwalker. And I think at this point, yeah, just spam Drain Soul to kill this guy. And then what would I recommend as a leveling spot for 50 to 60 if you've already done Silverpine, Hillsbrad, Gorgrond, and Spires? Good question. Yeah, probably... I'd probably say Western and Eastern Plaguelands. Right? Can't go wrong with that. I think that's definitely a solid option. Western and Eastern Plaguelands, Fellwood, Stone Talon Mountains. Maybe I'll make a follow-up video about that. It's one of those things where I think the vast majority of people probably don't. Yeah, it's like I have to think about like whether that would apply to enough people to really be worth like making a video, or I'll probably include a section of my written guide about that at the very least, recommending like a few bonus zones for people who already fully did my guide up to 50. Because in that case, yeah, you probably will have already completed all the quests. But I think that should work. Shit. Oh, fresh agony, fresh unstable affliction, this, and we're good to go. Remember, there was something I was talking about earlier, and then I completely forgot. I get sidetracked so easily. I'm sure that if I had it written down, Stone Talon sounds good. Yeah, Stone Talon's a great zone for both Alliance and Horde. Definitely very solid. But, you know, actually, since I can't remember anything to say, and I think I've actually fully caught up with chat at this point, let me quickly scroll up, make sure I didn't miss anything. I think I got everything. But I'll at least go over some of the backstory with the whole, like, Paladin Discord thing, because I was gonna not say that because I figured it would take me forever to catch up, but I got through, so that's good. But basically, Paladin Discord, right? So for anybody that's been around since the very early days, right, when I initially made the Covenant spreadsheet, that was before I had a YouTube channel. I just made the Covenant spreadsheet early on in Shadowlands just for fun, to send to some friends. I sent it to a few people in beta, because I had already compiled all that information, and I just had that spreadsheet sitting there. And then a bunch of people in beta, like, one of the questions that got asked all the time early on in the Shadowlands beta is, what's the best Covenant for X? What's the best Covenant for Y? And then the main issue with the class discords at the time, and it's one of those things where you can understand why they'll do this, right? Because it's so annoying to have to keep constant up-to-date sims and have to constantly answer the same question over and over, right? Like, I totally get that. But a lot of the class discords were just saying, like, you know, we're not going to tell you what the best Covenant is right now. Go test it, figure it out for yourself. Which, I mean, hey, that's what I literally tell people all the time. When they ask me, like, what's the fastest thing for X for Dragonflight leveling, right? I'll say, test it yourself. You know, that's the point of a beta, right? But I still thought, just to help my friends decide what they wanted to play, am I leveling in beta or retail? I'm leveling on beta. This is on the Dragonflight Beta. If you want to tell whether I'm leveling on beta or retail, good indicator is the issue reporter. This is only on beta. If you see this on my screen, it means I'm recording it on beta. That's usually a good rule of thumb. But what was I saying? Right, yeah, so there weren't really like any publicly available resources as to what the best Covenants were, so it made it a little bit difficult for people who wanted to actually test it. So what I did is, based on reading feedback posts on the forums and then individually messaging like friends I had who were testing each spec, I basically tried to compile like a general overview of what the best Covenants were for every spec. And not just that, like how good each Covenant was for every spec. So like how good Night Fae was for Rogue or something like that, or how good Venthyr was for Hunter, right? And I checked every single bit of feedback I could find. I compiled it all. I did a bit of testing on my own for at least the specs that I was familiar with, and I threw that together as like a general frame of reference, right? Thought so because it's 55 in WAD. Yeah, that is also a good indicator. The fact that I am doing something that is not currently possible outside of beta. But basically, let me throw Agony on these guys. I'll throw a Seed of Corruption. And then I can do Malefic Rupture. Oh. Nice. Now this feels like really clean. But yeah, so I wanted to make that as like a general frame of reference for people who were looking to pick their Covenants. And somehow, it ended up linked in the class discords. I think some people found it, they shared it with people on the class discords, and next thing I know, I woke up to, I think it was Fu was the first person who posted it. Fu's one of the rogue moderators, great guy. He ended up helping me a ton over the time when I was making it. But he posted a bunch of like comments on my Google spreadsheet, basically giving little updates and like feedback for the rankings that I put out. Basically saying like, this covenant is good for this spec because of XYZ reason. And then in some cases where I did get it correct, he would basically just say, the exact reason why this is the case is because of some interaction. I don't remember all the details. Obviously, this was a very long time ago. But he gave like a lot of really good information and like took the time to actually like write out detailed comments, which I later on, because of what he put there, it's literally the reason why the Covenant spreadsheet had like a bonus notes section with feedback from like the theory crafters, because Fu would give me these like gigantic paragraphs on why every single covenant was good or bad for different specs. So I just started including that next to the rankings. And then a bunch of other people reached out to provide like stuff for their spec that they happen to be really knowledgeable about. So made it a little bit easier. But what ended up happening is, I want to say like about, I don't know, like a day or so after that happened and like it kind of somewhat blew up, I thought it was pretty cool because I was getting around like 50 active users on the Google spreadsheet, and I'm like, hey, this is kind of neat. I kind of want to bring this to more people's attention, just because, you know, it was exciting seeing something that I put a lot of work into actually getting attention from people. And I got the suggestion from one of my friends to, Drain Life deals more damage and costs less mana. So if I just, so I get this up to 50 stacks and then just use Drain Life instead of Drain Soul, I guess. Interesting. So one of my friends gave me the suggestion of posting this on Reddit. So that's where I made the original Reddit post for, like, I made a spreadsheet ranking covenants for every spec, something like that. And then after that, it basically blew up in all the different discords and started circulating everywhere. Real quick before I continue, wow, 56 in 5.5 hours seems like a good run. Yes, surprisingly, honestly. Like, the fact that it's this short of a time, and I'm playing a spec that I've never played before, like, actually kind of fucking wild. So, it's a good sign for Affliction, right? Like, if I'm able to get a time like this with basically zero knowledge of it, that means it's actually pretty fucking strong. In fact, if I can get the last 4 levels in the next 20 minutes, give or take, I will have my first sub 6 hour time, at least for the purposes of whatchamacallit, for the purposes of the new Chromie time rework, right? And that would actually be a pretty good benchmark, I would say. Let me put, I'm gonna try to throw Agony on as many mobs as possible here. Okay. Oh shit, I keep hitting Shimmer Scale Diving Scoot. Words. Shimmer Scale Diving Suit by accident, instead of what I mean to be hitting. Look, I'm just gonna put Agony on fucking everything and see what happens. Like, if I just keep dotting, and then I put, like, Seed of Corruption over here, and then a few more Malefic Ruptures. Yep, that seems really fucking good. Then can do this. I forgot to get a health stone beforehand. Yeah, I think because I didn't prepare a health stone in advance, it's probably going to slow me down at least a little bit. I'm going to get Seed of Corruption out on these mobs. And I want to make sure I don't die here. Okay. UA, Agony, Corruption, and then as long as I don't fuck this up, yeah, we're good. Alright, we're set, we're set. Any quest items? Think The ones I was missing from here would be the Orcthorn. And no Orcthorn. There's still some orcs I haven't looted up there, though. So let me check. Oh, there's another pile over here. No Orcthorn. Come on. Still need to check for the Granai. Granai would be solid. Come on. Oh, seriously? None? Wow. Oh, that's unlucky. Yeah, well. That happens sometimes. That's actually kind of bad. It's not the end of the world, but that is actually really, really fucking unlucky. Because if I had gotten Granai and Orcthorn there, that would have meant that I could just swing back here later on and get the Scorpion and Elemental. But now I'll have to... we'll see. I'm sure I can recover from this. It's just a minor time loss. And then I think... I still have a decent amount of Proof of Strength quests to turn in. Where's the turn-in point for this? I forget. Oh, it's on this rock? Okay. I completely forgot about that. I have a lot of talents to spend. I'm going to just take this, and this. Can I take a passive? I'm going to take whatever's passive. I don't have time to read, so I'm just going to pick the best passive option, and hope that I can get a sub 6 hour at this point. Because it might be doable. But if I stop to do talents, that will slow me down. It'll definitely be tough, though. Because it's Gorgrond, if it was any zone except Gorgrond, it wouldn't be possible. Also, why this mob just hasn't fucking despawned? That's annoying. Right, Basilisk meat. So I can do a big pull here. Tag that guy since he refuses to fuck off. Tag you. Tag you. And I'm just gonna put Agony on literally fucking everything. Turbulent Steam Fury. Alright. Okay. Seed of Corruption. Alright. Seems pretty fucking good. Yeah, it would have been nice if I had Champion's Honor saved for this, but... No, oh well. It is what it is. One more pull of doing that. So I need 2 more Basilisk meat. I think if I grab these 2 big guys up here. But anyways, what was I saying? Right, yeah, the Discord thing. So, summary to that story, right, is basically a lot of the class Discords started, I wouldn't say a lot of them just ignored it, but a decent amount of the class Discords began pinging me, basically, because usually it was like random people who would ping my username, because like I had mentioned my Discord tag for people who had questions. So the moment I shared my active Discord tag, that's when I started getting pinged pretty heavily. And a lot of them were, like, not super nice about it, basically saying, like, why did you rank XYZ thing? Like, why did you rank this spec as this Covenant being bad? Something like that, right? And a lot of people were really unhappy about it. Does it feel good leveling? Yeah, Affliction feels fucking great. This is really, really good. But, yeah, the one that took the cake in terms of being the saltiest about my rankings was the Paladin Discord. There were a lot of, like, random people in the Paladin Discord who just took, like, really great offense to, like, some particular things that I ranked them as. I forget what it was. I think it was, like, I ranked Night Fae, like, too high or something like that. Like, I put initially that, like, Blessing of Summer was, like, decent, or whatever. Whatever that thing was. I forget the exact name. And apparently, because a lot of people really didn't want to run Blessing of Summer, they were mad that I was, like, saying it was good, because they thought that that would, you know, encourage people to play that, and that would mean they would have to play Night Fae Paladin, so that a lot of people were really pissed off that I ranked it like that, even though at the time, for the record, it was correct. I might have, like, slightly overvalued it, and, like, maybe it was only, like, good instead of mediocre or whatever, but I definitely remember it was significantly better at the time than it ended up being. Blizzard kind of like nerfed it into the floor, specifically because a lot of Ret Paladins complained. Or, well, Paladins in general. I think a lot of people really didn't like that playstyle. Let me create a health stone, and then I'm gonna try to drain life here. Just so I don't need to stop and heal. And can head up this cliff and just finish off that next guy. But yeah, the Paladin Discord was really mad. But the main thing that I got frustrated by is, while some other Discords would, like, ask me questions, and then, like, I would kind of explain my reasoning and ask, like, usually my go-to was, you know, if you have suggestions on, like, how you think the guide should, or the spreadsheet should be improved, let me know. And a lot of people did. A lot of people reached out. There were some people who are still salty or whatever. But the Paladin Discord, for whatever reason, it triggered the mod personally. I don't know who it was at the time. All I know is they're no longer there, because when I got unbanned, because like I said, the entire story is how I got banned and then unbanned, right? But when I went to get unbanned, Lincoln, the person who unbanned me, basically checked the little ban report, and whoever banned me, their name wasn't there. So that, I think he said that means that they're no longer on the server, or at least they're no longer a mod. I don't know exactly. But they got really pissed off. They basically accused me of spreading misinformation and said that I was, like, being irresponsible. And basically, I said something to the effect of, I forget the exact words. I don't remember everything exactly. But it was something to the effect of, like, I said, look, if you have any suggestions on what you think I could do to improve the rankings, let me know. And then he said something like, my only suggestion is delete your spreadsheet. If you don't do that, then we can't move forward, or something like that. And I think I said something like, LOL, well, obviously I'm not going to do that, but if you have any actual constructive feedback, please let me know. And then I was literally banned on the spot. And I had one of my friends check to see what happened after the fact. And apparently the guy got, like, super offended, accused me of, like, being, like, harassing other members within the Paladin Discord, right? Mind you, this all started because I got spam pinged and then went in there to defend myself and basically said, like, if you have feedback, let me know. But basically said I was harassing other people in the Discord who didn't agree with me, and that I was actively spreading misinformation, and that's the reason why I was banned. Right? And then I immediately sanest Paladin interaction. And I do want to say, obviously, you know, the thing is, after now, I'm chill with the Paladin Discord right now, so I don't want anybody to be like, yeah, fuck the Paladin Discord. Look, whoever that mod was, I forget their name, but yeah, were they an asshole? Sure. Does that reflect the entire moderation team of the Paladin Discord? No. No. And definitely, whatever the issue is, it's definitely fixed now, at the very least. But then what I ended up doing, and the reason why, like, that could have just been the end of it. It would have just been an annoying situation. But I decided to put the Hammer of Wrath Discord on blast by, in the heading, in, like, the little header of my Covenant spreadsheet, which at this point, mind you, had, like, 500 active users. And then, like, after Asmongold looked at it, it, like, spiked up to, like, 1,000 active users at any given time, right? That's, like, the level of people that are watching this spreadsheet. And then I made a post on there basically saying, I just got banned from the Paladin Discord because they accused me of spreading misinformation and harassment. And then I also updated my Reddit post with that. And then it basically just started this, like, massive bitch fit where a bunch of people started going over to the Paladin Discord and being like, why was Haraldin banned? Why did you ban Haraldin? And all this other stuff. And then it was just, honestly, it was a fucking mess. And I mean, I was salty at the time. I probably shouldn't have, like, actually pushed it that much forward. But then any chance that there probably could have been of resolving the situation definitely got thrown out the window the moment, like, I posted that, which, like, yeah, probably a little bit irresponsible. But I mean, here's the thing. I was in the right. You know, I did absolutely nothing wrong. I am well within my right to make my own private spreadsheet. It's not my fault that somebody shared it on their Discord. And literally the only thing I did is, after getting spam pinged, say, if you have feedback, let me know. That's it. The worst you can accuse me of is being a little bit snarky with the moderator, who admittedly was a fucking cunt, right? Like, that guy was a cunt. So, was I snarky with him? A little bit. I think I said like one little snarky thing there, but he fucking deserved it for the way that he was acting, all high and mighty. Like, you know, how dare I make my own little spreadsheet? Yeah, he fucking deserved. It wasn't even a rude comment, like a little snarky comment. And then that apparently broke his ego, right? It's, you know, one of the classic Discord mod things. But of course, now I have to be careful when I say that, because some of my friends are Discord mods. But, you know, some people just have really fragile egos on the internet, right? That's how it goes. And the end result is that after I posted that, then somebody from the Paladin Discord, I have no idea who that was either, because it was obviously on Reddit, you know, somewhat anonymous. I had no idea who their account was, but basically saying something like, I'm from the, you know, the moderation team, and no, he went in there and he said XYZ, blah, 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 blah. And then I think all I did is I posted, like, this is blatantly false. If you want to provide proof, feel free to link it in like an Imgur post in your comment reply. But I'm like, I know for a fact that I never said any of the things you just said. You're just blatantly lying because you didn't like my spreadsheet. And then after that, they deleted their comments. They also got downvoted into oblivion, right? Like, fucking ratioed. But the main thing is they deleted their comment because the moment they realized that they were getting called out for basically just trying to justify a completely unjustifiable ban, they just cut contact, didn't say anything, whatever. So, why do video games breed drama? Yeah, exactly what Testifiable said, anonymity. That's exactly it. But all of that to say, it eventually simmered down. From what my friends told me by looking through, it eventually reached a point where they would literally ban anybody who just brought me up. And there was just a rule where it was like, if you bring me up, you just get immediately banned, because apparently they have like too many people just coming in there and asking that. So it kind of settled down from all I know. And this, mind you, was 2 years ago during the Shadowlands pre-patch. And I kind of forgot about the whole thing. Like, it's been a hot minute. But one thing that I kind of realized when I was doing research for, like, Prop Pally stuff is it kind of sucks not having access to the class Discords. Because regardless of, like I said, one or two bad apples, right? They still do a lot of really good research. There's still a lot of really high-quality stuff on those Discords, on every single one of them, Hammer of Wrath included. And I was like, you know, I really would like to have access to the Paladin Discord again. I did ask my friend to basically go, if there were any information things shared. There wasn't really. They had like some sample talent builds, but for the most part, it was just like, do your own research, which makes sense. But I wanted to make sure there wasn't anything glaring that I was missing. But the funny thing is, recently, I've talked about this before, but I've been doing a lot of raid testing for Vault of the Incarnates on the beta. And because we've put together, like, a mix of different, like, people from the class Discords, because obviously, like, my guild leader is Babylonius, the guy who runs the Monk Discord, right? So they have, like, a lot of friends in the different class Discords, and they decided to organize a group mostly made of people from those different Discords. So we had, like, a Whisper, the Rogue mod, Lincoln, the Paladin mod, who is relevant to the story, and a bunch of other people, all really cool. Like, in pretty much every case, all the people that I've met through, like, the class Discords, other than... Which is why this example that I just told from 2 years ago was unfortunate, because in 99% of cases, all, like, the Theory Crafter people over at the class Discords have been great. It was just that one specific case where I had a bad interaction and it was unfortunate. Almost everybody else has been awesome, right? But we had a group mostly composed of people from those Discords, right? And Lincoln... one of the moderators of Hammer of Wrath was the other tank. So I was playing my Brewmaster, he was playing his Prop Pally, and I mean, he's a really nice guy, and we would like talk a decent amount, just like about tank stuff, right, for the bosses. And I mean, I was getting along well with him, so I figured at one point, I'm just like, hey, by any chance, do you know if it's possible that I could get unbanned from the Paladin Discord? And his exact words were, why are you banned, LMAO? And, of course, I had to explain this entire story to him. and give the context of what happened. And then, like I said, he looked into it. Apparently, whoever banned me isn't there anymore. So it's not like a current mod. It's not like they would have any like major gripes or issues if I got unbanned. So he looked into it. He said, yeah, there's no issues with it. And besides, it's been 2 years. Who gives a shit? And now I'm unbanned. It was kind of uneventful because I just figured, like, I was kind of resigned to the fact for a while now that I just wouldn't be able to use the Paladin Discord, but I just figured, fuck it, why not? I'll ask him, I'll see. Oh, can I just blow up? Oh my god, these things have a lot of health, apparently. What the fuck? Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, that works. I'm so close. Okay. I want to finish this. We're so close to a sub 6. It's not even like a clean run, and yet it can taste it. We can taste the sub 6. We're sliver away. Who would have thought it? Like, one of the reasons why funny story about that. One of the reasons why the stream started late today, why it took me so fucking long, is because I genuinely thought this run was going to take me forever. Oh my god, I am getting fucking demolished. Hold on, hold on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't die, don't die, don't die. Come on. Okay, we're good. Bundle Lurcher. This actually, I think this might be enough to do the turn-in, but I'm not going to take any chances. I don't want to, like, get there and then it's like, you know, I didn't have enough, so we're going to kill this mob. This should get the thing. This should do it. Yeah! Alright. Sub 6. That is a fucking wild. On a Warlock, of all things. Yeah, one of the reasons why I started the stream late is because all of that preparation that I usually do, all that time when I usually run around onto my different alts and, like, get all the items set up, and I end up taking, like, a really long time. I thought that this run might take me, like, 8 hours or something, because I'm like, oh, I'm so inexperienced with Warlock. Like, it's gonna be really slow. I'm gonna take a really long time getting this run done. Next thing you fucking know, it's my fastest time. Like, what? It just... Okay. Fucking wild. He was obviously a Nathrazim disguised as a Scarlet Crusade Paladin. If you can't type on my Discord, I'll fix that. Basically, it's like just an anti-rating thing during stream, because I've had issues in the past where people rated me mid-stream in the Discord, and in that case, they started spamming the N-word. So, to avoid any N-word spamming, just to be safe, whenever somebody joins my Discord, they by default don't have permissions, and then immediately after stream, I just go through, give everybody the rank that lets them talk. It's just a way of making it so if something bad does happen, I'm at least aware and able to fix it, instead of in the middle of streaming and then it interrupts the stream and it's just a disaster, right? Gotta go to bed. Thanks for the chill stream once again. No problem. I mean, we're almost done. Obviously, hit level 60. It's only a 10 to 60 run, as the title implies. Tank lock. Yeah, I would love for, like, demonology to be like a tank spec. Probably, obviously, don't sacrifice the DPS spec, but if Warlock had, like, a 4th spec, like, if I could pick a 4th spec to add to 2 different classes, it would be Shaman and Warlock. Because I love the aesthetic of both Warlock and Shaman. I guess, like, it's kind of weird, though, because a lot of people will say that, like, well, you know, Demon Hunter kind of stole Warlock's tank spec. And, like, yeah, kinda. So I think a lot of the aesthetic that is covered by Warlock is already in Vengeance DH, so but definitely Shaman. I think Shaman tanks could be sick. Also Hunter tanks. Like, Heroes of the Storm Rexar, but as like a 4th spec, would be so fucking cool. I don't know what you would even call it, but like, I love the idea of that. Like, a partially ranged, partially melee Hunter, with like a pet that actually serves as a tank, and then maybe you could like swap between like POV of the pet and your actual Hunter. I would love that. That would be really cool. Warlocks are immortal this expansion. If you die, you have to jump off the edge of the map. Yeah. I'm going to go in your Discord and spam nice stream. I enjoyed it. Hey, saying nice stream is definitely a lot better than saying the other N-word. Yeah, that one is not great. What do I think about Blizzard keeping covenants and shit in pre-patch? I think it completely destroys the fantasy of a new talent tree. I mean, I don't think it matters, right? You're gonna have the new talent tree and stuff in a vacuum in like a month. So if you don't like playing around with the combination of covenants and talent trees, you just don't need to worry about it. Like, just wait until Dragonflight drops. Personally, I actually like it. I think it's fun. It's basically just a time of pure chaos, right? Like, I have, whatchamacallit? I have Bone Dust Brew and Weapons of Order, and like, I know Emelson was joking about how he wants to try the Triple Covenant Monk, basically spending your talent points on Bone Dust Brew and Weapons of Order, and then playing Night Fae Monk so that you have Phaeline Stomp, Weapons of Order, and Bone Dust Brew. And I'm just like, oh my god, that sounds cursed as fuck. So there's some weird combos that you can do during pre-patch, and I think it's just fun, right? Like, it's not serious. Nobody really cares about, like, how far you progress during the pre-patch. It's all just about, like, you know, fun, killing stuff, and most importantly, right? At the moment, everything is just undertuned, which I think is important. It's undertuned for the amount of power we have. Like, if having covenants meant that everything was, like, buffed up to the extreme, and you had to, like, min-max the shit out of your playstyle to, like, be able to clear mythic raids and stuff, that would suck. But, I mean, to give you an idea of how ridiculous, like, here, let me find our Warcraft logs for, where is it? So if I look up Larice, I can drag it on stream in a second. Larice, Anduin Wrynn. Here, let me... how do I get this working? It would be Larice Warcraft logs. I think this is good. Yeah, so I think everybody should be able to see that, right? Mythic Faded is a joke right now. Able to pug up to SLG? Seriously? I haven't even tried pugging. I haven't bothered. Yeah, my guild is at this point is just doing up to Jailer to get the last few people their mounts. So that's all we're doing. I did get... it didn't... So I actually, at the time when we got this kill, it was a second 100 parse. I beat my original 100 parse, but it looks like it's since been beaten, unfortunately. Yeah, fucking moats are just so broken. But yeah, like, our kill times for Jailers, it's like fucking 5 minutes, and then Anduin. Like, anybody who did Anduin beforehand, before the, before Faded, like, sub 5 minute Anduin, it's just like, this is so fucking dumb. This is such a ridiculous kill time with, the triple mythic Faded affixes. It's actually bonkers how fast you can kill it. Like, for speed, this isn't even that high, right? Like, there are 32 guilds that did it faster than us. It's just ridiculous how quickly things die in Faded raids. Absolutely insane. But anyways, so that's it for the stream. But before you go, as I said, I'm ending the stream by posting my monk leveling video. So this is basically going over all the fastest specs for both Brewmaster and Windwalker. I basically just say don't level Mistweaver, because let's be real, you shouldn't level as a Mistweaver. It's just not efficient. So I'm going to throw this into an unlisted video for now, and I'm going to link it. I would highly recommend checking it out. I put a absolutely insane amount of work into this. Let me just quickly read over. When they remade Survival, it should have been made a tank spec. Yep, I agree with that. Was it a long and steamy stream? I suppose. Blizzard could add a tank spec focused on buffing the pet. I absolutely think that would be awesome. And then you were happy when you saw Windwalker and Enhancer getting nerfs? Yeah. I mean, I know Windwalker and Enhancer definitely not happy about it. Good stream, thanks. No problem. Glad you liked it. But yeah, here you go. Highly recommend checking this out. It's only 19.5 minutes, which, I mean, is kind of long, but let me just tell you, it took me like a fucking week to put this together. And I'm going to try to do a video like this for every single class. So check it out. Let me know what you think. But that's it for today's stream. I'll be doing Evoker First Impressions tomorrow with a 60 to 70 run. So, you know, come back if you want to see that. But anyways, that's it. Thank you, and I'll see you tomorrow.